certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Hey, yo, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I've got my dad's shirt on. Old Jimmy Cornette. Dude, I don't even watch wrestling anymore. I religiously watch Jim Cornette podcast clips. I can't help. He's entertaining as all hell. I feel like we should play a little bit of corny for people who don't know who corny is. Because James E. Cornette is the best podcaster there is. He's not the best wrestling podcaster there is. He's not the best sports entertainment podcaster there is. Cornette fucking rules. And you know what's depressing about this shirt is I've gone to the gas station before, and as I check out, more than one person at the gas station I go to has said, oh, cool, you got yourself on a shirt. I've never felt simultaneously good and bad an equal amount than when people tell me that my Jim Cornette shirt is indeed me. I mean, on one hand, I'm honored, Mr. Cornette. On the other hand, Jim Cornette's never been known for being a good-looking fella. And he's like 67 years old. How old is Cornette? He's got to be getting up there, man. He's been around for like 40 years. How old is Jim Cornette? It's only 62. Wow. Okay. So we got a lot more good years of corny left. But if you guys have never heard Jim Cornette talk about people on his podcast, he's a fucking animal. He just yells about people. Here, Jim Cornette. Just write Jim Cornette on. And Jim Cornette reviews Money in the Bank. Jim Cornette on fast food. You know what? I'm going to play that one because he could yell about fast food for a half hour, and indeed he does. This clip is 25 minutes long.
Zip through the commercials or whatever. But if I'm wanting to watch something for entertainment these days, again, the History Channel.
Fuck that. Fuck that. You guys are getting you guys are getting one of the big Jim Cornette best ofs. Vince Russo. We'll get a good short Vince Russo rant. And oh boy. Jim Cornette shoots on Jim Russo. This one's going to be censored. I don't want a censored one. I want him just going on. Here we go.
I mean, any final thoughts on, like, Jim?
I've ignored him for years, and it's
that's Vince Russo.
And on.
It's my personal enjoyment at this advanced age to remind everybody at every opportunity that he's a liar.
It's freaking wrestling. It means nothing.
I will live to piss on his grave. Even if I'm in a walker, my wife already has instructions. She's out of the will. If she doesn't get me there, if I'm not ambulatory, I'll find Vince Russo's grave and I will piss on it, and there will be a picture of that hanging on my wall when I pass away. And hate is a hell of a motivator.
And that's him on like a produced documentary. That's not even like a shoot interview. Oh, there's some quick clips of him shitting on Vince Russo. There's also like there's multiple like 1 hour clips of him losing his shit about Vince fucking Russo. Vince was a writer. when Cornette was with WWE, and he couldn't fucking stand him. Could not stand him. But there's some Jim Cornette rants out there that you can't. I mean, like this one's 45. By the way, I think this is the video that they took this shirt from. Like he makes a face in this that they made this shirt out of. Let's skip around here. So if you don't know who Jim Cornette is by now, you know one thing about him. Two things about him. He's a wrestling guy, and he doesn't like Jim Cornette. he's not or no, I'm sorry. He doesn't like Vince Russo. I'm sorry. Jim Cornette likes Jim Cornette just fine. SC Motorsport says Jim Cornette and Vince Russo is like Gino and Ray DeVito. Yeah, except they're both successful. It's about that's you got about the gist of it. All right, guys, we got a really fun show for you today. I'm excited about it. You got me. You fucking got me. Yesterday, you guys were like, why don't you cover the Boogie stuff? Why don't you cover the Boogie stuff? And I'm like, I can't follow all this fucking Boogie shit. And like, I just got done with one drama. And I know a lot of people only came over to check out Steel Toe because of my involvement in all the, the Nick drama and all that. And I'm really sorry. I apologize to those people. I know they don't think that I'm locked into that enough, but I really feel bad because I want those people to be entertained. I think we put on an entertaining show outside of that shit. But at the same time, like, I just don't feel it. Like, I feel detached from it. I feel good. Like, I feel terrible because I'm torn in these two directions because there's people who are like, I want you to fucking shit on that guy endlessly. And then on the other hand, I'm like, dude, between therapy and groups and like just working on myself and meeting new people and friends and family, like I feel really good. And it's not a karma thing, but it's just like the energy you put out there and the energy you get back. It's like, I've done my damage. Like I've put holes in that boat. I've hammered away. I've vented my frustration. I've vented my anger. And there was a lot of it. Don't get me wrong. A lot of resentment, a lot of really evil feelings, a lot of really, hateful vibes coming from me. But that's not what made me feel better. And now as I feel better and as my life has moved on, I'm just like, that's a really shitty spot for them to be in. That really sucks. I mean, I'll keep an eye on it because it was part of my life. But like now I just watch it and I feel a little empathy. And then I feel a whole lot of, wow, that's a deep pit of shit they're in. Interesting, But as far as covering, we covered those documents this week. I thought we did a great job with that. We'll cover anything else important that comes out. But then people were upset. They were like, more documents came out. You didn't cover them. And I'm like, because it's a lot of the same shit. They're not complying. And then he'll go on a stream and pretend he's complying. He'll just fucking lie to people. Because, again, and I'm even gathering empathy for Nick's narcissism. I don't think he sees it. I don't think he knows what he is. I think he has, because he's locked himself in that house and he doesn't have a lot of friends. I think he's convinced himself that the universe he's created for himself is the way the world is. And that's And that's where I'm saying, like, I don't feel the need to shit on these people anymore, and I feel much better because you think about that, and that's such a sad world. That's such a sad, small space to be in, and you don't really wish that on anybody. You know that thing where people say, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy? I've been feeling a lot of that lately. So if you're someone who subscribes to this channel for that kind of stuff and that kind of coverage, I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't apologize because it's a sign that I'm growing or whatever the fuck. But I feel bad that people came here for a certain thing, and I'm not going to give them that in perpetuity. I like to keep fans of mine happy. But then also, you guys have got me hooked into this Boogie thing now. And you know who got me hooked into the Boogie thing? Like, I don't really give a shit about a lot of that drama stuff. There's only one, like, clarion call that can go out. There's only one person I kind of use as the measuring stick as to whether or not I'm going to talk about a certain thing. Illicit clips. Like, if I see a clip from her, I'm a big fan of her channel, and if anything comes out from her, I'm like, you know what? If Alyssa thinks this is worth a look, it's worth a look. I'll take a peek. And this Boogie thing, I got to admit, this latest thing, it got me. Because the latest thing is like he may have faked cancer and may have gotten donations from people because of cancer. And now, like, he got fired from his show yesterday by Keemstar. And then he went on and threatened to K himself. Like, it got fucking wild. Like, I haven't watched them, but I saw Alyssa's, summaries of the video, and I'm just like, holy shit. And I'm not watching it. I'm not going to watch it today to hate the guy. I know everybody on the internet who does, like, drama channels, they want to just aggressively shit on people they don't know to make themselves feel better. I'm genuinely interested in this as, like, a passion play. I'm genuinely interested in this as, like, a character study and a soap opera, rather than, I fucking hate this guy. I don't know this guy from a hole in the wall. For all I know, he's the nicest guy who's ever lived. For all I know, he's fucking Genghis Khan. I don't know. All I know is there's a guy who may have faked cancer, and now he got fired from his job, and then he's holding up a knife on stream like, I just do it. All right. It's almost like if you set yourself on fire on the freeway, I know me paying attention to that does nothing to help my day, but at the same time, I'm not going to not watch a guy who set himself on fire on the freeway. It has zero nutritional value to my soul, but I'm not going to look away from it. I can't. So we're going to watch some of that Boogie stuff from yesterday. That'll be a good chunk of today's show. We got some updates on some RNC stuff. Mark Cuban wants us to check our white privilege. Salt from Salt and Peppa got in a fight at the airport. An 85-year-old guy ran down a couple of kids ding-dong ditching him. I love that shit. And we have a fight between parents and an umpire. I swear to God, every year, the parents and the umpires become more like the children every single year. Every summer it happens. Let's catch up with you guys, and then we're going to jump into some really cool shit today. Fauci's Pangolin says, are you going to watch it to love bomb it? Yeah, so I'm sorry I didn't know what love bomb meant. Sorry. Sam with $2 starting us off on YouTube today says, Heil Johnny, Aaron's most loyal co-host. Yeah, and by the way, we're bringing back some old school names for that 10th anniversary show. Whiskey Pete, Oz, then you got Johnny, you got Matt. I think I don't want to speak too soon. I think we can pull this 101 thing off. I really do. Do you think if I paid 101 like $400, would they come out and do a remote? That's what we've got to do, right? We've got to do we should talk to 101 about doing a remote for the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. $400 or $500, 101 comes out. Dude, why didn't I think of that before? That is 1,000% what we're doing. Oh my God. What am I, the dumbest bag of shit who ever lived? Probably. Guys, this is the way to go. Do you know, we could get like 3 or 4 different stations down to our anniversary party with the money we were going to pay Gino and Keanu. Oh my God, that's the play. We got to bring we'll bring Rockin' 101 out. We'll bring Wild Country out, and we'll bring KNSI out. And oh my God. That's 1,000% what we have to do. I just came up with that. Now I'm going to write that down or I'm going to forget it. Live remotes. There we go. And that's the way that we get 101 to come out and come up on stage for the anniversary show. Oh, guys. Oh, we might have stumbled onto the best anniversary show of all time. We might have stumbled onto the coolest shit ever. I am calling on that shit today. I'm pumped. $2 from Old School Gamers says, donate to talk shit. Coming in nicely, Tubes. Thank you very much, Old School Gamers. Just coming in to talk a little shit. Throw a couple of bucks at me, talk a little shit. I have no problem with it. Guys, the evening show audience, if you were here yesterday, the morning show audience went fucking mental in terms of donations. They just started firing in money. And people in the comment section yesterday were like, this is the best show you've done in a while. Look what happens when you don't have look what happens when you don't have to worry about this or that. They knocked out the day before. They knocked out that day, and they only had $75 left for the evening show audience. Now, for the evening show audience, you would think, wow, the morning show audience really kicked it in the ass for you. They got you $40 in. They got you $40 in. So they got you to 310. That's not bad. They probably could have done you a little bigger favor, seeing as you bailed out not only their night before, but almost their entire next day, which I'm sure they appreciate on some level. But 310 is today's number. It's the last YouTube show of the week. It's the last goal of the week. And you guys, we're going to give you a max of 1 hour of overtime today. We owe you an hour. If you knock out the goal, we owe you 90 minutes. We're going to give you an hour of overtime today. And we're either going to give you the 30 minutes. We're going to give you 30 of the 1 hour we owe you no matter what. And then if you knock out today's goal, we'll do another half hour. We'll do a 5-hour show. And then tomorrow we'll give you another 30 free that we owe you. And it could be a 1 hour show tomorrow as well. Does that make sense? Good. I did get a text from Cheetos from Stonies. Says, good morning. Look what I can get for the anniversary show. Yes. Hulk Hogan's Real American Beer. Of course, Cheetos. Grab that shit, homeboy. All right, we've got to talk to some of you guys, and then we'll move on to today's show. The Annoyed Wawa supervisor says the only thing Cornette likes more than Cornette is watching his wife get pounded out by a 6'2" kid from the greater Atlanta area with a solid Samoan drop. I don't know what that means. Don't tell me that Jim Cornette's having his wife banged out. That bums me out. McBuster says the internet is getting wise to Melton being a diddler. May as well lean on that one for a few weeks before the trial. Maybe get Chris Hansen involved. I mean, look, he said some really fucked up shit about my kids, like really sexualized shit about my kids. That is creepy as fuck. He's also tweeted some things about a 14-year-old girl that were really weird. But I don't think he's ever done anything. But I think, in my opinion, judging by his behavior and how he kind of covers up who he really is with this internet persona, I'm going to say that something probably happened to him as a child. I'm going to stand by that one. I know McBuster says that Melton's a diddler. I don't think that. But I do think that he is trying to rationalize something that happened to him a long time ago. Nobody looks at a 10-year-old and goes, their cup holder vagina, and makes sexual like that. That's fucked up shit. That's like deep psychological shit that he probably doesn't even know he has. But it looks to me from the outside. And then the whole, gaining a lot, like being really, really fat, like really unhealthily obese. And then on top of that, all the projection and all the, look at all these people. Don't look at me. Look at all these people. I think there's probably a victimization of some sort that he's trying to outrun. Not with those little legs. Not with those little legs. Not with all that weight on top. He really is built like the pier in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2. Ordaf says, be saved from hell, repent of your sins, turn away from them after confessing them before God, and believe on Jesus Christ and Holy Lord God Most High. Trust in him alone, your salvation of a soul. Amen. Amen. Satan's Mechanic says, I'm bringing a breathalyzer to the anniversary show. That'd be fun. McBuster says, fuck, dude, there might even be Eric Church's roadie as a special guest. Are you kidding? Don't make a joke. I would love that. Satan's Mechanic says, is Narcan supplied or should I bring my own? Always bring your own Narcan, just in case. Just in case. Bigot on Socialist Media says, AEW gay F words crying about Cornette say he's a cuck. Well, you know. We all make mistakes. Sometimes we end up swapping wives once in a while. You know, sometimes you're 37 years old and you're like, you know what? You only go around once. And I like that one over there. She's cute. She's funny. She's silly. I like her. Let's give it a shot. Let's continue on here. It's literally the insult insult Cornette haters have. I don't like that. Chevy fan asking, are there slanted roofs near Stonies? Oh, thank God there's slanted roofs near Stonies. We're going to be totally safe from the Secret Service. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, I mean, he's also a fucking Four Eyes. I mean, all right. That's fine. Satan's Mechanic, can I ask a stupid question? Of course. That's the only kind of question this audience has. Where's Johnny? Johnny's here Monday through Wednesday. I like to do one regular show by myself. And then I like to do Rumble Friday. I'm kind of digging the Rumble Friday by myself, too. So these two the only solo show I don't like doing is Wednesday evenings. But Thursday morning I like doing. We can hang out, talk about all the news out there, and fuck around. And then, of course, Rumble Friday is just a different kind of vibe. I like it. All right. We're all caught up with contributions, donations, things like that. What do you say you guys knock out that 310? We call it a successful day today. And we have a nice, smooth, coasting kind of a Thursday show talking about Boogie trying to slice his arms open. Before we do that, we do have a news update on the assassin. The Secret Service continues to do this thing where they keep releasing information. And the information they keep releasing is like, don't. Like, stop releasing information, because all it's doing is making all of us who think this was like a setup hit for Donald Trump, we watch it and we go, oh my God, this sounds like it was a setup hit of Donald Trump. People are sitting there going, they're saying like, the Secret Service lady needs to step down. Why would she step down? I feel like she did her job. I mean, that excuse as to why they weren't on that roof was fucking pathetic. The guy who shot bin Laden tweeted yesterday, he goes, thank God bin Laden didn't have a slanted roof. That excuse of that roof was too slanted for our guys to go up there. It was fucking embarrassing. I would rather have the Secret Service just go, haha, there's nothing you can fucking do about it. And guess what? We tried to have Trump wiped out. We saw that this kid was going to shoot him and we let him take his shot. I would rather have you just come out on television and say that than embarrass yourselves by going, Secret Service couldn't get up there. Why? The roof was too pointy. It's one thing to have your conspiracy theories. It's another thing to have the official story make you go, holy shit, my conspiracy theory's true. That's almost worse. SkyPie with $27.99 Canadian says, just because your mess of a life has been entertaining. Thank you very much. I feel like my life is great. I'm very happy with my life right now. It's certainly better than it was 6 months ago. So thank you, SkyPie. I'm sorry that I'm not doing worse. It sounds like you want me to. I tried. I tried really. For those of you who hate me and you think, oh, why does he keep slipping away like the fucking Roadrunner? I tried really hard to fuck it all up for you guys. I really did. I tried really hard. It's just like an episode of your favorite TV show. You know, the nose of the plane got turned up just in time. So thank you, Sky Pie, for the $27.99. I do consider that another win for the toe. And I guess, look, if watching me die on stream or fall apart on stream, if that's what you're looking for, here's what I encourage. Keep watching. Keep giving me those views. And the $27.99 Canadian, which I know is like $8 American now, but you guys will bounce back. You always do. Or just like quietly slink back. That's more the Canadian way of doing things. There's only one Canadian national treasure in my mind, and that's Frankie McDonald. Fauci's Pangolin says, I read a new article that the SWAT team was headquartered in that building underneath the shooter. I read something that there were like FBI agents in that building that the shooter was on. But I only derived that from a stick figure drawing I saw someone used as a meme, where it was the shooter on the slanted roof, and then two FBI agents were butt-fucking each other. They're stick figures. It was cute. It was wholesome. And the stick figures were butt-fucking each other, and the one fucking the one in the ass was going, that roof is too slanted for us to get on it. So, and I'd like to believe that even though that was just a stick figure drawing, I'd like to think that's the actual story. Like, that's how it went. If you also find my life to be very entertaining, feel free to contribute just like that person did. $2.95 away from today. We appreciate your contributions. All right, here's the latest from the Secret Service. This is another one where you just go, all right, this isn't malfeasance. This isn't the Secret Service fucking up or them, not doing their job right. This is just plain and simple. They tried to have this guy whacked.
On what the Secret Service knew about the shooter minutes before Donald Trump took the stage. For more, we want to go to Aisha because there was a briefing today. You got some information about what happened, Aisha?
Dana, good afternoon to you. We just got a big...
Can we just say, before we get to the serious part where they tell us what they found out and we all get mad, can we just say one thing? Fox News knows how to fucking pick them, don't they? I mean, how is MSNBC and CNN not caught on to what Fox does? I mean, the saying Republican shit, I know that CNN and MSNBC can't do that. They lose what audience they have. But fuck does Fox News. The spirit of Roger Ailes still lives at Fox News. I know that there's no like fat Jabba the Hutt guy sitting women on his lap and like bouncing them on his knee while he holds their tits and they do breathing exercises. I mean, I know they're not going that far anymore. But like they still have a type. Whether it's blonde or brunette, they still have a type, and they still just bring them all right through, don't they?
Big information dump, and some of it is deeply, deeply troubling. So I'm going to hold your hand and walk you through this.
Well, you can hold my hand. We'll go walking in the moonlight with you.
Just bear with me here. A lot of notes that I'm going to look at here. Just about a couple minutes ago, these senators came out of this briefing with the Secret Service. They've been asking for it for days now. Finally got it with the director and Secret Service staff. And the top headline that has come out of it, according to Senator John Barrasso, just spoke to him as soon as he hung up on.
You're fucking killing me with the setup here. Come on.
On this briefing, he said that apparently the Secret Service had identified as a character of suspicion this man, this shooter, because they saw a rangefinder on him as well as a backpack. And this all happened more than an hour before the shooting actually occurred. So they...
Did you hear that? They saw a guy with a backpack and a rangefinder, identified him as a person of interest an hour before the shooting. So if you got a guy with a rangefinder who you've identified as a person of interest, and that person starts going on a fucking roof, how was this not a setup hit? You can't convince me it wasn't. Too much shit has come out now. There's nothing you can release that's going to make me believe that they weren't trying to have this guy killed. I'm not even saying they planned it. I'm just saying they saw this guy of interest and they just went, let's see what he does. Let's see if they take him. Because didn't one guy have this dude in his sights for like minutes and they said they didn't give him the okay to shoot? I mean, it's just all the shit. And then them saying, that this roof that was so close to Trump, they said, no, it's too slanted. Too slanted? What is that? That's like Major League. That's like, oh, it's too high. What do you mean too high? So now new information comes out. They go, oh, yeah, this would be my best kept secret if I were that Secret Service lady. Oh, yeah, we saw him like an hour before he shot the president, and we were like, this guy looks fucked up. This guy, I'm suspicious of that guy. And then you let him get up on a roof, and then while people are going, he's up there, he's up there, he's up there, you were like, I'm sure this will all work itself out eventually. Fuck. This is what I mean. Stop telling us shit. Just let us believe what we want, and it'll be better that way. Because the more shit you tell us, the more we go, oh my God, you guys really did organize a hit against a presidential candidate. Weird.
They saw the guy and they identified this guy as suspicious. Now, more details coming from a source familiar here who was also in the meeting tells me that about 10 minutes before former President Trump went onto the stage, they had gone from looking at this guy as suspicious to now looking at him as a threat.
How long? Go back. How long before he got on stage?
And onto the stage, they had gone from look for meeting tells me that about 10 minutes before former President Trump went onto the stage, they had gone from looking at this guy as suspicious to now looking at him as a threat.
Not 10 minutes before he fired a shot, not 10 minutes before he had the president in his sights, 10 minutes before the president even went on the fucking stage. They identified him as a threat. Shoot him. This is, I mean, usually, you know, the way it used to be back in the good old days was you'd come up with a conspiracy theory and then they would give you the story of what happened. You'd go, oh, that makes way more sense. Yeah, I'm retarded. I'm sorry. That's nuts. Now it's like, I don't know if the incompetence has gotten so bad or they just have so little respect for our intelligence that they just basically come out and say it. Because now you develop the conspiracy theory and then you hear the official story and you went, holy shit, I didn't really think I was that right. And that's where we're getting to now with the shooting.
That is coming from this briefing that the senators were in. They were told that Secret Service had called it in to a center that this guy, they now identified as a threat about 10 minutes before President Trump walked on stage.
Yeah, like look at him. He's like squirming around and wiggling around. And that roof does not look that slanted. Stop. And there's FBI agents butt fucking down here. Did you know that? I saw it in a meme. There was a stick figure diagram drawing. The FBI agents were cornholing each other in that building.
And they still allowed him to walk onto that stage. I'm told the Secret Service agent in charge there was on the phone with local and state police about the threat while the shooting was taking place.
Wow.
That's huge. And that.
Well, yeah, they were on the phone just in case they had to go. Yeah, we got him. Meaning the president.
That is raising a lot of concerns and now major calls for the director of the Secret Service to step down.
That's the end of the clip. I mean, I don't think she will step down. And I'll give you a very simple reason as to why she won't step down. And that is, I think she did her job. And it's getting harder and harder to convince me otherwise. I think this woman did her job. She did what she was supposed to do. And now they're just going to go, all right, on to the next day. This will blow over. Don't worry about it. On to the next thing. Oh, I don't think I'm going to watch. The next time I see a headline that says, new information about Trump shooting, I'm not clicking on it. Because it's just going to be confirmation of what I already know. Landers says, LOL, the federal government tried to kill Trump. Folks, the country's not all right. Yeah. Well, it's not. I mean, it's not the first guy they perceived as a threat that they've tried to kill. It's just that we have so much information now. It's harder to hide. Although in some ways it's easier to hide because people are so divided that they'll believe anything they want to hear. Triple N letting me know that that drawing was classified. You're all in trouble. Oh no. Did I leak a classified document if I talked about the FBI stick figure agents butt fucking each other in the building below where the shooter was? Oh, shit. Now you tell me, Triple N. I've been sharing classified documents. But it was a diagram. And I believe it. I think it's 100% fact. One stick figure, cornholing another stick figure, and the shooter was on top of the roof. It makes logistical sense to me. Makes logistical sense. Lab Glass, so that woman said, I'll hold your hand and walk you through this. Lab Glass says, hold my dick, lady. SC Motorsports says, only the uglies will work for CNN and MSNBC. Triple N says, he could have been using that rangefinder for anything. I need to know exactly how many yards I am away from President Trump. Do you mind if I go on that roof and check it out? Lander says he was seen over 30 minutes using a rangefinder and casing the building. Right? Chevy fan says Aaron uses a rangefinder to pick out his seating at the Golden Corral. I've never been to a Golden Corral in my life. Where did the Golden Corral come from? 62 Luap says the FBI snipers were on a much steeper roof. Yeah, you guys have seen that picture. The picture of the FBI agents. They're like, this roof is not too sloped, and it's them on a giant sloped roof. And then it shows the shooter lying there on relatively flat ground, and it says this roof is too sloped. Again, like Robert O'Neill said, thank God bin Laden didn't have a sloped roof. Oh, my God, where would we be? Kraken Slappin' becoming a member for his 26th month. Wow, thank you, buddy. Says, I have seen eyes more slanted than that roof. Hey, come on now. Was it Obama or was it Bush who had an Asian Secretary of Transportation? I always thought that was hilarious. For no reason. Bigot on socialist media with a great point. He says, U.S. government out of practice executing people. Yeah, I think the United States government used to be a lot better at whacking people than it is now. But, you know, I guess it's never too late to do some self-improvement. Lord knows I can attest to that. $295 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our show, there's the links in the chat. Thank you guys very much. If you guys want to do it like you did yesterday, where this thing just gets blown out right away, I got to say, seeing us do it 3.5 hours from now, and then seeing us do it in like 30 minutes from now yesterday, I have to say I prefer the last one. That one's better for me. But, on your time. Mark Cuban made it on, he trended on Twitter yesterday because, Mark Cuban's one of those weird guys because there will be videos of Mark Cuban just telling it like it is and just smoking people and, talking serious shit. And then we'll get videos of Mark Cuban like this, and it confuses the shit out of me because I don't know if I'm supposed to like Mark Cuban or not. Because I do. Like, he came into prominence as the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and if you're a sports fan, you remember this guy just talking shit about David Stern all the time. He would talk shit about the NBA commissioner constantly. It was hilarious. He said things like he couldn't run a lemonade stand. He's this, he's that. But then also like 10 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, Mark Cuban started getting weird on us. And that's strange because usually as you get older, you don't get weird on people. You get a little more based on people because you've seen some shit. It's like my take on, hashtag believe all women. And I would love to, but I've known too many and I've seen too much. That's a childish fucking notion. Grow up. That's like saying believe all men. Why? Have you met them? You believe all of them? I think if you believe 60% of either gender, you're being far too generous. People, I'm not saying people are bad. I'm saying people have their own motives. And they think about themselves more often than not than they do other people. And they think about their own image more than they think about other people. And just in the Me Too thing alone, I've seen too many people lie. So with Mark Cuban, you can never go out there and be like, I love this guy. He's great. You got to, as Bill Burr once said, people are day to day. You got to kind of take them day to day. And with Mark Cuban, one day you can be like, yeah, fucking love Mark Cuban. He's great. Sometimes he'll talk about taxes and you'll be like, yeah, fucking tell him, Mark, give us a break. And then sometimes he'll say shit like this. Let's play the Mark Cuban clip that we have.
So I need all of us to really open up and talk to each other, even when it's difficult, even when it's not something that we're comfortable with, particularly those of you who look like me, the white community. Because it's hard to discuss race when you're white. The reality is,
it's hard to discuss race when you're white and fucking dishonest. I don't like that notion. Like, it's hard to discuss race and be white. I've never had a problem discussing race with people of other races. Never had a problem with it. You be honest. You say what you think, and then they'll say what they think. That's called respect. I hate this shit. I don't mind if people like Mark Cuban want to give a speech to people where he goes, we got to take a hard look at ourselves. We got to be honest with ourselves. I love that. I think that's great. My only problem is people like him always put that caveat in there of especially white people. Fuck that. No, we don't. Everybody, no matter what color you are, could benefit from taking a good long look at themselves, looking inside, and seeing what they can improve before they start pointing at you. I think you could give the same speech to other races and go, hey, maybe we should look inside ourselves before we start pointing at whitey all the time. And this fucking shame whitey shit that rich white people do is fucking infuriating. And they do it for a very simple reason, to keep not rich white people down. Because you humiliate and you shame non-rich white people. Meanwhile, Mark Cuban is not affected by this at all. It's a subtle form of mind control, and it's self-pity, and it's fucking awful. This idea that, like, let's just make it universal. Looking inside yourself, searching for self-improvement, taking an audit of who you are and how you behave, it will always be a good thing. Not if you're white, not if you're black, not if you're a man, not if you're a woman. Don't be a selfish asshole. Take a look at yourself once in a while. That's just good advice. When you start getting into, especially if you're white, because it's hard to talk about race if you're white. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Brutally honest, when people talk about white privilege, we get defensive.
Right. You know why we get defensive? The same reason a black person might get defensive if they're not good at basketball. And you go, black people are all good at basketball. You know why? Because you're generalizing about an entire group of people based on people like fucking Mark Cuban. White privilege. Mark Cuban doesn't get checked by this. Well, guess what? I do. So fuck him and fuck you too. Think I give a damn about a Grammy? Most of you critics can't even stomach me, let alone stand me. I'm sorry. You ever hit those spots in a show where you realize you just turned down a cul-de-sac and you're like, shit, I thought that was going somewhere. My bad. But I hate that shit from Mark Cuban. We need to check our white privilege. You don't know what the fuck that white person went through, what that white person went through, what that white... The color of your skin is not indicative of any inherent privilege. All right? Because we are all a sum of our experiences, not a color of our skin.
I call manufacturing equivalency to try to protect ourselves. We'll say, well, I have a lot of black friends. We'll say that I grew up in a mixed community, so I'm not like that.
Holy shit. Dude, you can tell Mark Cuban only has been around one group of white people in his life. Because most of us don't fucking talk that way, Mark. We just talk. We oh, God.
I can't possibly be someone who takes advantage of white privilege. We manufacture this equivalence. And it's incumbent upon us to stop doing that.
Do you think he does this thinking that when he gets off the stage or whatever, like black people are going to pat him on the back? Oh, thank you, Mark. Oh, Mark, you're so great. Thank you, Mark, for really telling it like it is when it comes to race. And you've really helped us poor black folk, Mark. I bet you he does, too. I bet you that really is how he thinks when he makes speeches like that. Ugh. And I think I get frustrated when it's him because I think I kind of I like Mark Cuban, and then he does shit like that, and it's just annoying. Jay Warren with $5 says, this is filmed where I grew up. Some crackhead tried to attack a veteran and see what happens. All right, I'll take a look. Guys, we are 290 away from today's goal, thanks to Jay. Triple N says, is Mark Cuban going to run for office? He's talked about it before, but he's never pulled the trigger. So, I don't know if he's actually ever going to run for office or he's just always talking shit. He might just always be talking shit. Let's go ahead and check out. Jay sent in a link here. Oh, really? Honky says, let's do an early life fact check on Mark Cuban. Oh, really? Really? I didn't know this one. Is Mark Cuban grew up in a suburb of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Dallas Mavericks owner Mark Cuban was brought up in a family. Okay. All right. God, I hate when that happens too. I really hate when that happens too. I hate when I Google someone. I go, I can't figure this out. Why are they being so, why are they trying to separate people? Why are they trying to cause division? And why are they trying? And then I Google them and I go, shit. Honestly, when you do that Google search, and some of you know the Google search I'm talking about, it's kind of like the Secret Service thing where you're like, I have an idea, but I feel like a bag of shit for having this idea. So let me search my idea so I can dispel it and get it out of my head. And then you look it up and they go, boop. And you go, fuck. Really didn't want that to go this way this time. But like every other time, it went that way. Satan's Mechanic says, now I got to Google Cuban sandwich. Thanks. Dude, Cuban sandwiches are my favorite sandwich. I know people are shitting on me in the chat and making fat jokes about Cuban sandwiches. I got to cop to that one. I'm sorry. Tennessee Pusher says, is Mark Cuban even white? Judging by my last Google search, I'll say, más o menos. Column A, column B. There you go. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's get into this Boogie thing. Oh, fuck. This is going to be equal parts fascinating and exhausting for me. So Boogie 2988 was one of the early, old school YouTube guys. And just this lovable fat fuck who I think played video games, and he made funny voices. You didn't have to do much back in the day on YouTube. Now you have to sacrifice a chicken and beef with 18 people. And if you want to be famous on YouTube now, you have to destroy your life. I just got a little taste of getting a little bump up in the YouTube world. And I'm like, I'm not, you know what? I liked my under the radar spot better. I had a small loyal audience. They kept me employed. They kept me going and everything else. I like that. That's fucking great. And then we got a 4,000 person bump up and we started doing bigger numbers than we have on the internet before. And then people are like, let's dig in and see what he's got. And I'm like, oh, motherfucker. You know what? I like under the radar best. That's where I belong. I'm a creature of under the radar, I think. And nowadays, you got to you take a look at a guy like Destiny. All right, Destiny is seen as one of these top political YouTuber guys. But everything about him is just out there. He lets his wife get fucked by other dudes and, she left him for this. And I'm like, what a loser, right? Who would do that? What a fat. But and then every time he has a meltdown, it's well documented and he's like, I'm for political violence now. And then everybody calls you an asshole for 3 months. And it's just fuck, man. If you want to have fame on YouTube, it's not like before where Johnny Carson got the Tonight Show and showed up at Frank Sinatra's house with a fucking gun because he was going to kill his wife for fucking Frank Sinatra behind his back. Yeah, that's a real story. Johnny Carson went to a hotel room that he thought his wife and Frank Sinatra were at with a fucking .45. To kill them. And they weren't there. And his assistant who wrote the book said he sat down on the bed and cried because he found out one of his wives was cheating on him. We didn't hear that story until like after Johnny died. And even after we heard it, we were like, come on. He was Johnny Carson. It's fine. You know, now it's like all this shit happens in real time and these people get humiliated on a constant basis. And it's like, you don't get to be famous until you have one of those moments. Maybe it started with like the Paris Hilton and Kardashian sex tapes. Like there's now the admission price you have to pay for fame and success because the bar for talent has gone so far down. Like even I can make a living doing this shit. The bar for talent has gone so far down that now the bar for humiliation as your barrier to entry has gone up. Because there was a time where to be humiliated was to, I don't want to be famous. Now it's like a ritual. It's a shame ritual to get in because everyone wants in so bad. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, blow out that goal just like Nick did to Aaron's O-ring. For the last time, man, there was no gay sex. I promise. 285 away from today's goal. Thank you. When April 1st left, did you sleep next to Mike Lindell, says Chevy fan. No, I did not. I did not sleep next to Mike Lindell. Let's check out this Boogie thing. So to catch you up, Boogie 2988, there was actually a good documentary that was done on him earlier this year or late last year. And one of the original OG YouTubers, and he fell on hard times, baby, because he spent all of his money on like pinball machines and crypto and comic books and food and buying people shit and all kinds of stuff. And he lost all his money. So Keemstar reached out to him and said, I'll put you, Wings of Redemption, and some other fucking guy on a podcast together, and we'll call it the LOLCOW podcast. They wanted DSP for it, but DSP had a little too much dignity, and he said, no, I'm not going to do that. So they got, and by the way, when I say dignity, I don't mean that as a good thing. You know, I mean, if you're going to be on the internet and, you know, you don't now all of a sudden get to call the shots dignity-wise. We're all here because we fucked something up. Like, I had a good, real media career, talk show career going, and I fucked it up. And now this is my parole probation penance. I'm going to go ahead and say I probably got a 4 or 5 year probation sentence before I can go back to real media. But this Boogie fella, he's trying to rebuild his life now, and he's doing this podcast. Well, I don't know who figured him out. I don't know if it was Destiny or who it was. Somebody found out that Boogie was taking donations, and as part of the thing he was taking donations for, he was saying he had cancer. Now, it's not nice when someone says they have cancer to say, you sure? Or like, why don't you prove to me you have cancer? Like, it's still a very uncouth thing to say. However, we're getting to the point now where we've seen so many people fake it that it's the responsible thing to do is to ask, you really have cancer? Or ask them what kind of cancer they have. You know, is it like a skin cancer? Is it a mole? Because like April always used to tell people, oh yeah, I had cancer. She didn't have cancer. She had a giant fucking cyst on her ovary, gigantic tumor-like cyst on her ovary, and it could have become cancerous one day, sure. But, like, it wasn't ovarian cancer. So, like, there's, you know, I'm sorry to say this about cancer, but there's levels to this game. So, like, when a guy like Boogie says, well, I have cancer, people start digging in and they start looking around and they're like, this Boogie guy's lied about a lot of shit. I wonder if Boogie's lied about having cancer. And you start looking into it, you start digging in. You know when you have that feeling, you just have that hunch about somebody or something, and you just have a feeling that if you look into it, that feeling is going to be confirmed? That's your instincts. That's your body's instincts. Trust those because they're right a lot. Well, they start digging into Boogie, and they find out that Boogie has said things like, well, now I'm just praying I don't have cancer. And Destiny picked up on that. He goes, whoa, wait a minute. 2 years ago, you were taking money from people, telling them you went to the doctor and they said you had cancer. Now you're coming to us and saying, I'm just praying I don't have cancer. Hold up a minute. Which one is it? Like, do you have cancer, or are you praying you don't have cancer? Because this is starting to look a little fucky. So then Keemstar has to address this, because Keemstar is like the program director for the LOLCOW Live podcast. He's like the station manager, right? So Keemstar decides to fire Boogie last night from the LOLCOW podcast. And as we're going to show you in these 2 videos we've got coming up, Boogie does not take this very well at all. And you can decide if he's being dramatic for dramatic's sake. You know, he's doing the crazy girlfriend thing when you dump him, where, you know, they say they're, you know, I never understood this. People will, a woman will break up with a man, or a man will break up with a woman, and they'll like threaten to harm themselves. You know, this happened a lot during the cover days, actually. Every time there was a big fight, you know, Nick would do the motion where he'd put a gun in his mouth, like with his fingers. He'd put a gun in it and go, I don't give a shit. Or like, you know, Kayla, we're all so low right now, and it's all so terrible. And April would like threaten to hurt herself multiple. She's like, maybe if I just go, maybe this wouldn't be a thing. Everybody was just out of their fucking mind. I never did. I like me. I never threatened to harm myself. Why? I just thought it would be a waste of blood. You know, I like to keep as much of it in here as I can. But people do that. They get broken up with. I never understood the whole, if you leave me, I'm going to hurt myself, because I think people should. And look, I've stayed with women before because they've cried or pouted or, you know, said a certain thing or whatever. And I'm sure women will have probably done it for me. I don't know. I've never been, I'm going to hurt myself guy. I've been more of a, like, I'll change, we'll work this out, blah, blah, blah. And whether I do or not, I don't know. I feel like I have in the past. I think I probably could have done a lot better for myself if I had gotten into therapy earlier. I think if I had gotten into therapy after my first marriage, I think I'd be in a very, very good relationship right now. But people have a lot of pride when it comes to that shit. But like when you break up with a partner and then they go, I'm going to hurt myself, the reaction you should have is, that's a real bag of shit thing to do. I wish you the best. I'm out of here. Like, if anything, someone threatening to hurt themselves when you leave them should hasten your exit. You should leave faster, because that's a manipulative shitbag thing to do. And most of the time, they ain't following through. McBuster says, I can't care about Boogie, the podcaster's backstory. My mind blocks it. Get to the punchline. Chevy fan says, Aaron has prostate cancer. Knock out that goal. I hate to be too graphic, but I do have like a pain right in here. But I think I fucked too hard the other day. I think, you ever get that? You ever get like a pelvic bruise because you hammered away a bit too much? Well, I'm sorry. I got to get him to feel it. No, but no, I don't. I do not have prostate cancer. You should still knock out the goal. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, after your probation, are you going back to your great radio broadcasting career out of Shack in St. Cloud, Minnesota? Dude, that show did great numbers and it drew a lot of money. It was, you can make fun of whatever it was. That's fine. But, oh boy, was that thing rocking. All right, let's get to Boogie. What are we, 280 away today? You guys are the best. Thank you. Keep throwing in. Links are in the chat. Here we go. Boogie. This is from Elissa Clips, by the way. Subscribe to Elissa Clips. She's the best. She's fantastic. She's my favorite. Elissa Clips, ELISSA Clips. She throws your boy in there every once in a while. So this is Keemstar fires Boogie 2988 for now. This is from the LOLCOW Live podcast. So I guess they took the other 2 guys out of it. They said, hey, this is going to be between Boogie and Keem. Keem's going to make his decision, and it's just going to be the 2 of them on stream. This is fascinating. I like this. So let's see what Keem has to say to Boogie, and this is the consequence of the whole faking cancer thing.
I think I've made my decision. No, I like really have now. Like, let me get the decision out, and then you read the super chats.
Okay.
Boogie, I think you understand how severe this is, right? But it's a very complex thing.
Of course.
You're fired. You have to be fired.
Keem, that's not very complex. I thought Keem's setting it up. He's like, I think you know this is a very complex thing, Boogie, and this is very complicated. And get your shit and get the fuck out of here. Wow, that was... Keem swerved us there. Oh, the old Vinny Roo of podcasting. This is going to be really complicated. This is going to be really tough. Get your shit and fuck off. I like that, though. I like that bullet right between the eyes. That's a better approach. I mean, it is a LOLCOW after all. How do you put a cow down? Bullet right between the eyes. You don't talk to him about how good of a cow he's been or anything like that. You just go, time to butcher some meat. Let's get the job done.
You are fired. You are fired. You have to be kicked off this fucking show. This is crazy. This is so fucking bad. And I have sympathy for you. I actually do. And I know a lot of people don't. They want you dead. But I do because I understand how
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I don't know how you guys feel about Keemstar. I don't really care about how the internet feels about people. I just kind of have my own opinions. I love Keemstar. He and I were cool for a little bit. Not that he ever thinks about me, but he was on our show. I think once. I don't think he was on twice. And I've had a little DM talk with him. During the height of the Ricada thing, he wanted me to go on LOLCOW Live. And I didn't want to go on LOLCOW Live. I just wanted to go on with Keem. I didn't want to go on with these other retards. I wanted to go on with Keem and talk to him about everything. And he wanted me to do this LOLCOW Live podcast. It was also around the time I realized that maybe the Keno Casino thing was a bit rich. I maybe went a little over the top. That was me definitely during the anger stage, just wanting these people to fucking burn. And, I went on there and really kind of, I dug the knife in. I gave him the old Keanu C. Thompson. But I didn't give Keem an interview, and he got pissed about that. Keem sent me a message back. He's like, hey, I respectfully asked you to be on our podcast. I gave you a chance to, come before our audience and all that. And you didn't even, I don't even think I got back to him. I feel bad. It's terrible. But I was talking to a lot of people then. And I do respect Keem. I do like Keem, but he was not happy with the fact that I wouldn't do that podcast. And it was nothing malicious. It wasn't like I don't want to do that podcast. I just wanted to talk to Keemstar. I didn't. Could you imagine how Boogie and Wings of Redemption would have handled the Ricada thing, like sitting there asking questions? Like, doing an interview with those two would have been like a virgin fumbling with a woman's bra strap. It would have been fucking agonizing. But I love how Keem just kind of, I just want to go back and listen to that real quick. He's like, look, Boogie, some people, they hate you. They want you dead. It's like, all right, look, the guy already faked cancer. We don't need to fucking pile on. But Keem does. Keem piles on. He's like, I like you, Boogie. I've got your back. I'm on your side. These people, they want to see you fucking rot in hell. All right, Keem, I got it. You're the good guy.
Fired. You are fired. You are fired. You have to be kicked off this fucking show. This is crazy. This is so fucking bad.
It's not, though. Let's talk about this real quick. It's not that bad. It's the fucking LOLCOW podcast. It's the Three Dickheads in a Box podcast. Who gives a fuck if one of them fakes cancer? What is he, your fucking brother? Stop with this parasitic internet bullshit. So what? Is that so wrong to say? I always have the weird take on this internet shit, but I think my take is the right one. Oh, Aaron, Boogie faked cancer. I don't care. I don't care. I guess the thing that makes it bad is he took people's money. If he can't pay people back the money they gave him, then it's fucked. Then you stole from people. That's horseshit. But if it's just the moral thing about you lie, let's say he took $0. If he took $0, I don't give a shit that he faked cancer. Fake cancer all fucking day. I don't care. Taking people's money for it, though, that's shitty. Because they're doing it because they love you. And then you fucking shiv them like that and say, oh, I'm hoping. And it's all because he slipped up. He went, oh, now I'm praying I don't have cancer. And Destiny's a fucking autist. So he's like, what do you mean you think? I thought you did. Like, oh, shit. Fat people fuck up like that a lot. I don't know if that's a lack of discipline thing, like if it's connected to the fatness. But they fuck up like that all the time. Let's continue on with Boogie and Keemstar here.
And I have sympathy for you. I actually do. And I know a lot of people don't. They want you dead. But I do because I understand how complex this is. I truly do. But this is so fucking bad. I don't even have other words than just bad, 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 bad. And I know that you're not evil. I know you're just...
I watched that documentary on Boogie. He's kind of evil. And people like him, evil people like him, get away with it because they're stupid or they play stupid really well. They're dumb. There's some people who are evil and bad at it, so they don't seem evil. Trust me, they're evil. Like I've known people like this. I don't need to say who. But Boogie's that way too. Boogie does evil shit and we all see through it. So he's bad at it and he doesn't pull anything off except the cancer grift. So we go, oh, Boogie's just a big dumb shithead. He's not evil. No, he's fucking evil. He's just also a big dumb shithead.
I don't even have a better word for this. You're retarded. You're retarded. Like
that's the word. That's the word I use.
Fuck you. I don't like him. And maybe it's a fat thing. I don't know. But I don't like him because he's doing this thing where Keem's like, he's giving him his punishment. He's giving him the what for. And the only reason Boogie is sitting there going, I understand. I'm a piece of shit. I'm garbage. Fat people do this all the time. They self-abuse, so we'll back off of them when they do shitty things. I hate that. Boogie, you're a piece of shit. Oh, I know I'm a big, fat, ugly piece of shit, and I should probably just be eaten by bears. And it's like, stop. Fucking stop. I'm turning your mic off because I'm going to yell at you. And, you know, my name is Pitt, and you ain't talking your way out of this shit.
So
you have to be fucking fired. But I also think because this is so fucking like, there's so much gray here. This is not a black and white.
I mean, if he took money and he didn't really have cancer, that's fucking fraud, isn't it? I don't know. But, I mean, maybe if you don't explicitly say your money's going towards my cancer, like maybe you can skate on something like that. I don't know.
Situation. I mean, shit, he may still have fucking cancer. I mean, this is not black and white. It's not like you fucking ran and did like a fucking I got cancer scam and ran a GoFundMe when you never had it. Like it's not like you did something like that. We're not talking about fucking evil, all right?
Right.
We're talking about a retard.
Well, wait a minute then. I was led to believe that he faked cancer. So what did he do? He just exaggerated. He's like, I could have cancer. Give me some money. And now they're still trying to figure out if he has cancer. So he did a maybe cancer grift. That's new. That's pretty interesting. I've never heard of the maybe cancer grift before. Hey, guys, I'm going to the doctor next week. I'm going to have an STD test done. I might have crabs. Buy me crabs shampoo. You can't have crabs if you don't have pubes, right? I'm not saying I never went through puberty. I'm just saying I like to keep it clean for the gals, you know. But can you get crabs on bare skin? I don't mean bare skin, B-A-R-E. I mean B-E-A-R. I just wear bear skin on my genitals all the time. It preserves them. It's fucking stupid. Back to Boogie.
So I feel like even though you're fired and you're going to be gone for a while, you should have some type of pathway back. You should have to go through fucking hell, to be honest.
But Keem, then that's not fired. That's suspended. You're suspending him indefinitely. You're not firing him. If you're fired, there's no path back. It's not like you get fired from your job and they're like, we'll revisit this in 60 days. No, you're fucking fired. You're gone. Go do something else. If you're suspended or you're on leave, then you can take a look.
Yeah.
The play button, we'll sell that. We'll get it to charity. Reading these super chats is one. Here's another thing. This should be one of the punishments if you ever want to come back on this fucking show again. Not a fucking single drop of fucking Mountain Dew or Diet Mountain Dew should ever touch your fucking lips again.
Whoa. Now, wait a minute, Keem. Some of us happen to really enjoy Diet Mountain Dew, and we don't abuse it, let's not make Diet Mountain Dew the bad guy here. I mean, some of us, Keem, have a 7.5-ounce Coca-Cola, and we enjoy responsibly. Let's not turn soda into the villain here, Daniel.
It should never touch your lips again.
That's already a choice I already made.
Yeah, right. Okay, see, this is what I don't...
Look at what I'm drinking tonight. I brought in 2 waters so that I would... Look, I'm doing it. That's something I've already done.
Wow, look at the recovery. How brave. How brave. Boogie's brave, you guys. He doesn't put Mountain Dew in his fucking Stanley cups. I hate the way fat people react to criticism. It makes me sick because they know they're fat. They know they're pudgy. They know they look sympathetic when they're sad because they blubber. So they use that. It's a fucking manipulation tactic. Look, I'm sorry. I already got rid of the Mountain Dew. Why is Keemstar acting like Mountain Dew is crack cocaine? Like, Boogie, you're just not the same when you're on sugar.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I feel like if anyone on the internet ever catches you with a fucking another Mountain Dew, like, you're not getting back. You're not getting back. Because that is so, like, that alone is so fucking dumb that you may have fucking cancer and you're drinking that instead of water. And you're trying to lose weight with the health scares of. So those are just a few things I can think of my top of hell.
Look at the death in this man's eyes. Just look at there's nobody there. This is a guy who needs to get off of a microphone and get off the internet. Dude, I know you want to be back in the heyday of Boogie 2988, but this is the problem with people who don't do anything, but they want to do something. You know, this is the problem with people who are like, I got really famous playing video games. Nobody wants to watch you play video games anymore. Can you come up with an interesting show idea? Can you talk about stuff? Can you read up, become educated on things, talk about them? Can you be funny? Can you turn a phrase? Can you talk shit? Can you be self-deprecating? Can you entertain an audience? Can you connect with a community? Could you? And he just sits there looking sad and old and fat and like, who are you? What are you?
The whole crawling on the floor for fucking Keemstar, like, think of that times like a million. Like, you should have to go through absolute hell to have any path back to this fucking show.
I mean,
you should have to get cancer, right? Is that enough? I wish Keem liked me. I wish Keem would come on the show. I could ask him. I'd be like, all right, how about if we give him cancer? Can he then come back on the show? I feel like that would be fair. Because then there's no lie. All the sins are washed away. We can give Boogie cancer, and then he can come back on the LOLCOW live show. Has anybody thought about this? I may have just solved this entire issue. And, like, we won't give it to him anywhere. Like, not pancreatic. We're not fucking savages. Like, remember Jake the Snake Roberts had knee cancer? We'll put a tumor in his knee. And it'll be fine. It'll be a little bit of a back and forth struggle between him and the cancer, but there's like a 63% chance he comes out on top. You know what the most disgusting part about me joking about this is? Boogie would do it just so he could stay on the internet and not get a job. Boogie would be like, I'll take cancer in my knee. It's fine. Because this guy, you know, people say, oh, he can't get a job. He could get a job. Like, the internet is I know people are like, oh, the internet is everything. It's really not. Most people in the real world, if you said Boogie 2988, they'd have no idea who the fuck you're talking about. They don't know who this guy is. We're a country of 350 million people, and I'm going to say there's probably 600,000 people in the United States who know who this guy is, at most. At most. So I don't think he would have any problem getting a gig. But he doesn't want to. So he'd take cancer in his knee so he could come back and be on the Keemstar show.
I mean, I'll crawl right now. And that's with me fired.
I don't want to see that. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's just silly. That's just, no.
Have some fucking respect for yourself, you fucking whale. God damn it, fat people bother me. That's why every time the scale gets over 220, I'm like 6'3 and a half, 6'4. Scale gets over 220, I'm like, holy shit, we got to do less grocery shopping. Because I don't ever want to become a blubber face. Too late.
I mean, at the end of the day, I took my most prized possession and I sent it to you. It's the only thing I ever wanted to be fucking buried with. And
play button? A fucking YouTube play button? That's the problem, Boog. The problem is that's your favorite possession. The problem is that's the thing you love the most. God, that's just such a shallow existence. Aaron, don't you feel pity for this man. Don't you dare feel fucking pity for this guy.
Giving it up for charity. And I hope that's a start. I hope that's a start. but I know it's certainly not it. And there will be more.
Guys, if you guys have thoughts on like a potential Boogie redemption back to the show, let me know in the chat or whatever. Let me know on Twitter, wherever you want to let me know. But like,
Keem's got a little bit of Howard in it. You can always tell which one of these podcast guys listened to Howard a little bit. You know, I mean, obviously I did, but Keem too. Like, Keem isn't this mad. Keem isn't this upset about this, but he knows he's got something here, and he's gonna work it. He's gonna milk it. Good job. I'm giving Keem an A+ for this. I'm giving Boogie a fucking coronary for this. I like my idea, Keem. I'm sorry I didn't come on LOLCOW Live during the peak of the Ricada shit. I'm really sorry about that. But you got to admit, bro, my idea is pretty good. As a way back for Boogie, we give him cancer.
Everyone can do better. Everyone can like fucking fix almost everything. Fuck, I can't even talk. I'm so fucking pissed.
You're doing great,
I'm so
Keem.
fucking
Don't be so hard on
conflicted.
yourself.
Like, you shouldn't. The chat's right. I see a bunch of people saying, so he's not really fired. He shouldn't even have a path back. He shouldn't. It's so bad. But I'm just so fucking conflicted.
Keem, stop. I'll tell you why you're conflicted. Because you see the dollar signs in putting this guy back on the fucking air. Because people want to throw in super chats to see if they can get this guy to gouge one of his fucking eyeballs out on screen. That's why you want to put him back on the air. And you should. Who gives a fuck? Oh, he scammed people for cancer. Well, let them stop watching. Let them stop watching, and then you can fire him. But this is going to be very good for your show because the internet's disgusting. You've got this.
I don't know, Boogie. Well, this is something that we're going to have to think about. I'm going to have to talk with Tommy, Wings. Our audience is going to have to give us like a bunch of suggestions. Like, we would have to see a way better fucking human in order for that path to come back, actually.
It's the LOLCOW Live podcast. It's not Doctors Without Borders, motherfucker. You built a podcast on the scummiest people on earth, and now you're surprised when they're scummy bottom feeders. This is the show that you built. You put Boogie on the air. You didn't think he was going to humiliate you and himself? It's his best known quality. I don't know, man. I don't get these people. They're like, we're going to start a LOLCOW Live podcast. And then a LOLCOW does some LOLCOW shit, but it is in my nature. And now we're going to get mad at him? Fuck that.
Fucking happen.
I agree. And this is something.
PewDiePie dropped a hard N-bomb on somebody on stream while playing a video game, and he was on the next day. This is fine. A retard pretended to have cancer. Just give him some cancer and we'll be fine. We'll move on.
Me and Desi have talked about quite a bit, and we're going to be making some changes.
One thing that really bothered me with PKA is that they never.
I'll be really honest with you. Keem does not give a fuck about anything Boogie's saying right now, and I find that hilarious. Boogie's like, we're trying really hard to change and do other things. And Keem's like, yeah, anyway, another thought, Fatso. Look,
gave Wings a chance to come back. Now, granted, Wings didn't fake cancer, but still, like, I don't know.
I will point out again, I will go down in history as having faked cancer, but I still very likely have that cancer, and me and my doctors are looking for it.
Well, then you didn't fake it. You exaggerated cancer. How about that? Can we go with that? Boogie didn't fake cancer. He exaggerated cancer. That's a little different, right? That's like a misdemeanor from a felony. You know, being charged with one internet count of faking cancer. I mean, that's like Gypsy Rose's mom and shit. But like one count of exaggerating cancer, I mean, that's, come on. It falls somewhere between Medicare not dying yet and like Gypsy Rose's mom. Like it's somewhere in that realm. Like Medicare not dying yet is not Jim's fault. It is. He's fighting and he's doing very well. But he does have a deadly disease. It's not his fault. He hasn't died from it yet. But Gypsy Rose's mom was a lying rat sack of shit cunt because she wanted to keep her doctor sick because of the whole Munchausen shit. Boogie's somewhere in between the two. He exaggerated his cancer.
And so, for those who are wishing it on me, and I'm one of those people.
Oh, fucking.
The colonoscopy.
I hate fat people. I hate them. If you're wishing cancer on me and I'm one of them, then fucking get it. God, this guy is the girl who threatens to cut her arms open when you break up with her. At some point in your life, you got to look out for number one and you got to go, you know what then, sweetheart? Fucking do it. I don't care. I'm out of here. Not my problem. Now, if they threaten to do it in your house, then I get it. That becomes more complicated because you don't need blood on your carpet. It's expensive to replace flooring now. But this motherfucker going full goddamn cock-sucking high school teenage girlfriend on King. I know I'm a piece of shit. I do. I wish I had cancer. No, you don't. You just want people to back off of you.
Colonoscopy, maybe we'll get some good news. Don't count me out yet.
Don't count you out yet. Who was counting you in? What are you, fucking Lou Gehrig? I may have been given a few bad breaks, but today I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. Shut up. You're a guy with saggy tits that people laugh at on the internet. Nobody's really worried.
Because there's still very much a real chance.
You're literally right now, and this is so insane.
Get him, Keem. Get him.
But you're like hoping that you have cancer, just like when you told me on the phone. You are. That's like, what is fucking wrong with you?
Ah, yes. Keem ain't falling for this shit. Get him, Danny. Where you get that chi, Danny? I fucking love Keemstar. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with you wishing you had cancer? He's giving, you know what he's doing? He's giving him the Vito Corleone. He's like, you can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
No, you hope.
I fucking deserve it.
No,
I fucking deserve
you hope that you don't have cancer, Boogie. You hope that you don't have it. That's what you hope for.
This has been I'm not suicide baiting or anything like that. I'm no longer suicidal, and I never will be again in this life, I don't think.
Oh, by the way, wait until the next video. There's a part 2 to this. I'm not suicidal. I swear I'm not suicidal anymore. Yeah, just like you said, you have cancer for sure.
But it's been very hard to live with this. And
fuck you, you weakling. You did it. That's like me saying it's hard to live with the fact that I was a swinger and was in a polycule and did some drugs. Shut the fuck up. You did it. You chose to do it, you fucking prick. Don't sit there and cry now, bitch. I hate that. I don't like Boogie. I like Keemstar. I'm a Keemstar guy. I'm not a Boogie guy. Let's see what the chat thinks of this before we go to episode 2 of The Boogie File on this. $2 from Buffalo Jockey. He says, what's with you fat people hating other fats? Wait a fucking minute. Are you? What? I'm a few pounds overweight, but Pickett on Socialist Media says, I hope he bought video game shit with the money. Oh, God, he bought so much stupid shit. If you watch that documentary on him, McBuster says, oddly enough, you can still fit 3 boogies inside of Melton. That's just mean. Dive Bar says, and Diet Mountain Dew isn't even sticky. There's no sugar, right? It's just got a little bit of that aspartame in it, which is fine. Dive Bar says, guess what? No matter what you do, you're going to die. Hey, fat guy, tell him to shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Blitz League says, one of Boogie's hookers quit hooking because Boogie is so fat and disgusting she couldn't do it again. I didn't know that either. Landers says, yeah, you're both gay. We can tell you both love to take tips from Jews. Are you talking about Boogie and Keem or Boogie? The fuck? Blitz League says it happens, but cancer patients aren't normally portrayed as morbidly obese. That's true. Satan's Mechanic says, part 2, kill me now. Big vulgar wad launcher splooge town mayor with 99 cents. Thank you. Thick Cheney with $2 says Boogie 1488 is irredeemable. Oh, no, it's Boogie 2988. It's not Boogie 1488. Although technically, I guess if he lost half his weight, he'd be Boogie 14.588. If you wanted to go that route, you could. Guys, we are 285 away from knocking out today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, chip in, whatever, go ahead. We appreciate it. Again, 285 is our number for today. So that's the first illicit clips. That's him firing. So now Destiny joins in. And this video is just full of all the crisis lifeline phone numbers, and you got to get the warning before you watch it. This is, self-harm and blah, blah, blah. This one's called Boogie 2988 threatens self-harm. So remember, just a few minutes ago, Boogie was on here going, I'm not suicidal. I'm not. He's doing the full Jesse Smollett thing. While Keem's fucking hammering him about, the cancer thing. Let's move me over here for this one so we can see Keemstar's beautiful face. All right, so this is part 2 of this whole thing. Destiny comes in, and I have a feeling between Keemstar busting Boogie's balls and Destiny, I don't feel like Destiny is going to go, oh, Boogie, are you okay? Are you all right? I feel terrible that this is happening to you. I have a feeling this might get worse for old Boogster.
I don't want to fucking die. And so why not take an extra step?
Are you one of these? Can I ask you a question? Do you think you're one of these weirdos that goes to the doctors like constantly and constantly thinks you have illnesses when you don't have them and gets over tested for everything?
That's a hypochondriac. And no, I am certainly very ill. But beyond that,
I mean, I have no problem believing that a guy who's a giant fat fucker has a laundry list of ailments as long as your arm. I have no problem believing that. I just hate this self-pity shit. Like, I nobody should reward this self-pity horse shit or think that it's authentic at all. This is just a fat guy who's dealt his whole life with being made fun of, so he's learned how to deflect.
How could I not be? I'm a 400-pound, 50-year-old man.
I've seen you. I've seen you, and Muda can back me up here. You've been extremely suicidal, like extremely, for like years, like a couple years ago. Like every day you talked about it. You still went to doctor appointments. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
It's a good point.
Like I always thought that was weird.
I will be as genuine
because he's attention seeking. He's a high school girl.
With the suicide stuff as I can. It's been 5 years since I've talked about it and since I felt that way. But the reason I went through that is twofold. Number one, when somebody's suicidal and they're talking about being suicidal, most of the time they don't really want to die. The people that just want to die, put a bullet in their head. I know. It's happened. People I love.
Ugh.
So
this guy's off. Like, I don't sense a genuine bone in this asshole's body. I don't believe a word he says. I think he's completely full of shit. I think everything he says is designed to get a particular reaction or release a little pressure off of himself. I think he's been on the internet so long that everything he does and says is a let's see if this works kind of a ploy.
When you're talking about suicide, you're just trying to find hope, man. Suicide happens. And this is, you can Google this. Suicide happens.
Like, guys, can you Google that, please? Can we? I'm skeptical. He said that suicide happens. Can we make sure that's accurate? I don't know if that's true. He did say we can Google it. If one of you would Google that and then respond back to me with what you hear, we could really put something to rest today on the show. Fuck, I hate this man.
Pain outweighs hope. And I was in a tremendous amount of pain. And I was losing hope that it was going to get better. So I tried.
Is Destiny having a burping fit? What the fuck? Take your hand away from your mouth, you fucking weirdo chick. God, the internet just sucks the testosterone out of people, doesn't it? Why is he putting his hand over his mouth like an old booby who just saw a car accident? Well, I guess you're watching Boogie, so it's more of an 18-wheeler blowing a tire. Lucky tire.
tried to figure it out. But I kept going to the doctor because I was hopeful. I was hopeful that things would get better. If I knew that I was going to live to this, I'd still choose it too, by the way. I'm so glad I'm still alive. I'm so glad I made the right choice. I'm so glad I fucking
Can we stop the cringe impassioned speeches? Like,
okay. Destiny took his hand off of his mouth and said something funny. I'm okay with Destiny now. It's fine. Can we stop with the cringe impact? Right. Like, dude, you're not being accused of not having the will to fight on and live. You're being accused of lying about cancer, you little cunt. You little manipulative shithead. I almost forgot for a second. You're not being accused of being a victim or anything like that. You're being accused of faking cancer, you little fuck. Don't try to get away with like, and you know, I want to live, and I went to the doctor, and the doctor said no more monkeys jumping on the bed, and I pledge from this day forward that no more monkeys will jump on my bed, which Destiny's wife can't say, but that's it. That's disgusting. Don't ever. No.
You still lie about everything. You lie about literally every single part of your life.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
gonna continue to lie about almost everything.
Everything I just said was a lie, right? I wasn't suicidal, and now I am suicidal because I said I wasn't suicidal, so that's a lie. Right?
Somebody clip that and put inspirational music to it.
I think Keem's the all-star in this thing.
That was actually...
No, that was a good speech. I'm just saying there are probably people out there watching this right now who are struggling with suicidal impulses. And if you're one of them, fucking stick it out. That's all I'm trying to say.
You're not
when we're talking about knives and shit, you probably shouldn't say shit like stick it out. Like, that's probably not a... I'm on Destiny's side, though. Shut the fuck up, dude. Get out, like, dude, honestly, this is how I felt, like, at the end of my interviews I was giving about the Nick. And I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, I should have just kept all that shit on my show. That was a mistake to go on all... I should have just done that myself. But you got to go through this shit to learn it. But, like, I'll give Boogie some advice right now. Turn your fucking computer off for 5 goddamn minutes. Get out of there. These two are just going to humiliate you because you're in a humiliating position. Stop digging, motherfucker.
Fucking stick it out. That's all I'm trying to say.
You're not. Shut up. Oh my God. It's like, give me a fuck answer. Give me a fuck answer, guys. Give me a fuck suicide. My God. You were never suicidal. You love yourself way too much to ever kill yourself, okay? You're way too narcissistic. You would never be suicidal. You'd let the world burn to ashes around you before you even considered hurting yourself.
All right. I'm Team Destiny on this one. He sees right through the bullshit. You know? He's just like, you'd let the world burn to fucking ashes before you'd hurt yourself.
Any more than that was too mean, but no, yeah, like Jesus.
Hey, I don't self-harm. I don't self-harm.
Oh, okay, all right, Jesus fucking Christ, all right. Now that's not self-harm, dude. That's impulse control. You can't stop. I'm not gonna make you guys look at that. That's impulse control, you chubby bastard. That's not self-harm. That's you can't stop with the chicken wings and the pizza and putting sauces on everything and drinking the Mountain Dew. You sit on your fat fucking ass and play video games and drink sugary beverages and slather sauce all over everything, all over your breaded chicken tendies. Yeah, I don't self-harm. No. You have terrible impulse control and you can't control the way you eat, and you're so fat that your tits sag into your gut so much that it hides your nipples, which in a weird way is actually, I can't stop looking at it. It's fascinating and in a weird way impressive. But now I'm learning a lot about myself in this moment that I don't want to know about. This is disgusting. Why can't I look away? This is like seeing a 7-car pileup. I should just be moving on, but I want to see if a head rolled out into the road. This is disgusting. This is why I do. To those of you who go, man, you should do more drama stuff. You should do more drama. It takes a psychological toll. I'm looking at a man with a fat belly and being nice to you guys, by the way, and not making you look at it. I'm looking at a man with a giant belly whose tits are so fucked up that they roll into his fat gut and hide his nipples. His nipples have a carport to shield them from the elements. This is why I can't do this shit for you guys. People who are drama YouTubers have more courage than I do. All right.
Okay, well, that was what my joke was going to be. I was saying any more than stuffing your mouth full with a cheeseburger. Like, that's what I was going to say. But yeah, if you want to say, yeah.
Way to go, Boogie. Not only are you fucking fat piece of shit, but you're also worthless and stepped all over Destiny's punchline, dickhead.
Let me have a Diablo sandwich of Dr. Pepper. Make it fast. I'm in a goddamn hurry.
That would be great if we just got Boogie to say that one time. Yeah, Destiny had a great fucking cheeseburger line all set up, and here Boogie had to whip his giant gut out. Now he look from the bottom, he looks like Jack Black right now. Wobbly-bibbly-doobly-doo.
It is self-harm, motherfucker. That's why people like to do this. It is a form of self-harm, motherfucker. That's why we do it.
Is he Cornette now? Listen, motherfucker, I'll have a double cheeseburger, and I'll have a large motherfucking fry, and I'll have a goddamn fucking Mountain Dew with it, and then put extra cheese on the cheeseburger, motherfucker. Boogie's about to start shitting on Vince Russo.
If you see a 400-pound man, if you see a 400-pound woman, guess what?
They tease them, call them names, ridicule them. Bash them into the ground. I don't know. It's a lot better ideas than whatever Boogie's going to come up with.
See a 400-pound woman, guess what? They do it because they're self-harming, because there's something wrong.
It's not true. It could be because they run a 4.940 and are an offensive tackle. Some people weigh 400 pounds and they're actually very, very athletic. Somebody texting in, helping with this Boogie thing, saying, Boogie's doctor actually said, ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla-walla, bing-bang. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. If you know what Boogie's doctor said, we'd love to hear from you.
Fucking brains. I'm not talking about if you're a little bit fat like Muda carrying around an extra 20 pounds or whatever.
Hey,
okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people that eat themselves to fucking death. We do it because something's wrong, dipshit.
Dude, nobody right now, this is always the cringest thing when someone's trying to do like a tough, impassioned fuck you thing, and everyone's looking at you like, dude, you're not getting out of this. Stop it. Stop with the yelling. Stop with the dipshit. Stop with all of that. Like right now, Destiny Jesus Christ. Destiny proverbially has a gun to Boogie's face, and Boogie threw a pebble at him. And Destiny's like, I don't care about your like defiant stand you're taking right now. You're done, motherfucker.
It's a
I think what's happening, I think you do it because the food tastes really good and exercise sucks.
And that's one of the...
I agree with Destiny. We do it because something's wrong. No, you do it because you're lazy and you like food. Let's not try to make this what it isn't.
The worst parts about it, I don't even like the taste of food anymore.
Honestly, bro. If you don't like the taste of food, why drink diet? Why drink diet
Why did you miss it?
instead of just drinking water?
Because it's a form of self-harm.
No, shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. You like the taste of... I can't believe I'm having this conversation with somebody. And I'm not. I'm yelling at a void. That's the weirdest thing. I have a problem. Stop it. Just admit you like the taste. This is ridiculous that we're having this conversation. Just say it's yummy.
Because I'm destroying
You
my
drink
body.
Diet Mountain. You go to the store and you spend money on a drink that you apparently don't like just to hurt yourself. You know, cutting is way cheaper, right?
Thank you.
Destiny, you know cutting is way cheaper. Oh, fuck. I feel bad for Keem and Destiny. Like, you got to deal with this guy. Actually, you don't. I mean, you could have cut him off a long time ago, but they know this is entertaining as fuck.
Razor blade will last you a lifetime.
I used to cut. I'm just saying,
Okay, no, Destiny, in fairness, I got to criticize Destiny on this. I mean, really? We're talking about piercing that hide? It's tougher. It's tougher.
You're encouraging people to cut? Go fuck yourself.
What are we talking about right now? I can't take anything, but I drink aspartame soft drinks.
You're encouraging people to cut their fucking arms. Last I fucking heard, the guy who laughed at fucking Donald Trump's assassination attempt is telling people to cut their fucking arms. Go fuck yourself.
I'm just saying that
you get him, Boogie. You tell him, buddy. If by the end of this, Keem doesn't go, you know what, I changed my mind. You're just fired. Leave. I'm going to be disappointed.
It would be a lot cheaper than wasting your money on Diet Dr. Mountain Dew, whatever the fuck.
Slice your fucking arms open. Oh, you want to see that? Hold on. Okay, I'll do it.
Oh,
Give me
God.
30 seconds.
No.
Look at how much him pushing himself away from his table, shakes his camera. Jesus Christ. He's about to do something really attention whory now. This is going to be great.
Wait, the next era of Boogie self-harm.
Oh, God.
No, he's waiting for you to tell him to stop. That's what he's doing. He's waiting.
Well, I'm falling for it. He better not do nothing fucking stupid.
He's going to come back with the razor. He's going to hold it up, and he's going to...
I can't...
This is like the... yeah.
That's the worst part about fat people going to get props during a show is that it takes them a long time because they can't run. They, like, waddle. So, like, even if he's going to do something really interesting right now, it's going to take fucking forever, and they're going to have to fill time. Because you got to walk like Bowser to get anything you need.
Sorry.
I can't believe we discovered in this stream that he literally fucking Googled it. No one said the word cancer before he rushed and made that video.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that.
Dude, like, he was excited as fuck. He was like, he comes home, he's like, you know that episode of South Park where like fucking Cartman's like, I've got...
Oh, God. Oh, he came back with a knife. Here we go. Me. Attention, attention, attention. Me. He really is a 16-year-old girl, this fucking guy.
Dude. He's like, I've got this cancer, bro. Now I can fucking make tons of views, and I can fucking
like imagine like after the Googling knife.
Do not do anything with that knife. No. No,
he wants me to. He told me to, right?
No.
Oh, this is so much better than eating a sandwich
right now.
So much better than eating a sandwich, Destiny.
Put that away right
You
now.
fucking piece of shit.
You're a dude. Boogie's a fucking pig. What a piece of shit to do something like that, and he thinks that shit's gonna get him like sympathy or score him points. What a God! I don't care if he takes care of himself. I don't care if he like gets better. Like usually he'll say, "Oh, get better," whatever. It's like people like that are just shitty.
Okay. All right. No. Fucking no. No. God, what the fuck? No.
In fairness, Keem, you gave this motherfucker a job. Like, you knew who he was. You knew then. And you did nothing. So, like, I mean, there's no this time. Like, you knew who this motherfucker was. He's the cancer exaggerator guy. All right, so you're just going to cut this off now, or do we have to watch you twist in your chair?
I don't even know what to say.
Fire him. There's a million other people you can get. Get that Cyrax guy. Pick him up there. He'd be funny as fuck to listen to. Get the Froggy Fresh dude.
What the fuck?
Fuck, get iDubbbz at this point.
In conclusion, Boogie is fired from LOLCOW Live. He will no longer be a host. I know I'm going to get shit for ending that, but you know I have to, right? I hope everyone understands, like, I can't.
I was also getting fucking tired of that retard just begging for sympathy and attention. It was awful.
Have that on YouTube like that. I have to end the stream. I have to.
I've lived with people who self-harm, and it's fucking obnoxious because it's so like that self-harm shit, like that cutting and stuff like that. It's such an emotionally manipulative tool of other people. It's fucking horseshit. It's not to punish. You're doing just enough that it causes a little pain and will make other people concerned, but they're also going to pay attention to you. It's fucking gross. People who harm themselves. And then they take advantage of your kindness. Like, don't do that. It's okay. And blah, blah. I mean, I'm not going to tell the stories that I have, but there's a couple that looking back on them now make me fucking irate. Irate that I wasted it basically an entire fucking day because somebody needed some fucking attention. Because it ties into another story I've told before. It's just fucking obnoxious.
I can't even believe that fucking... No. No. I don't know. Oh, my God. I don't know. I don't know how to end this.
Just wrap it up. You know, do your plugs. Kevin Brennan could teach you how to wrap that up. All right, Keemstar, do your plugs. Where you going to be this weekend, Keem? There. Perfect. We solved it for you. Dive Bar says, Ori's not drinking it because water is shitty. Blitz League says, FYI, Boogie got paid to promote a crypto pump and dump and defended his actions by claiming he needed the money to pay for cancer treatments. Yeah, that's where this whole thing started. Was, oh, yeah, I got caught in a pump and dump scheme. Oh, well, actually, it's just I needed it because I have cancer. Then a couple years later, he goes, I'm not sure I have cancer. I might have cancer. And they're like, whoa. We gave you a fuckload of money because we thought you had cancer. Like they didn't know what Boogie was doing. This is so gay and lame, says Landers. I agree. Atomic Ray says, fire yourself, Keem. I have no problem with Keem in that. I have no problem with Destiny. His hat says he is happy to fire. His hat says he is happy to fire Boogie. Fucking gay clicks. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? Getting clicks. King Kong Dong says Aaron is about to hire Boogie. No. I just got done dealing with a Boogie type person. I don't need to deal with another Boogie type person. Atomic Ray says 2,500 shows on Rumble. LOLCOW, you're fired. Right. You can go pick up anybody. Chevrolet JB says never been so happy to be at work. Well, we're done. We're done with the old boogster. Oh, that is a guy like him. A guy like Boogie is just, you got to watch out for people like that because they sneak in. You start to feel bad. You start to feel any kind of sympathy or anything like that, and they've got you hooked. They've got you by the fucking balls. I thought Keem and Destiny handled that perfectly. Perfect. 285 away from today. There you go. If you'd like to contribute, go ahead. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. We're done with that shit. You guys said, oh, come on. Cover the drama. People were saying yesterday, they were like, cover the Boogie thing. And I'm like, I know I'm going to get mad. I know I'm going to get upset. I know it's going to, like, I know I'm going to relate it to shit. And I know this guy's a fucking pig dog. And sure enough, all of it came true. So let's get into some news. Let's go some places. Let's take the tone down a bit, if you will. This is something I'm like moderately passionate about as someone who played baseball, my whole life until I was about 24, 25 years old. These fucking things. I'm at a point where my son's about to start playing baseball. And if there are two goals I have in my son playing baseball, it's number one, he does well and has a great time and makes lots of friends. Number two, I don't become one of those parents who argues with a fucking umpire at a Little League game. Who is that? Who is that person? What is that existence? You yelled at a, first of all, I always get creeped out when it's like a 40, 50-year-old guy umping Little League games. When I was a kid, it was always like the high school and college kids would ump Little League games, and you get paid like, I think I got $25 to ump a Little League game. Now they're telling me it's like $60, $70. Shit, maybe I'll go back to it. If we miss a goal by $100, I'll go ump a couple games on the weekend. You know what? Here, put that one down. That's in the list of ideas. There we go. Ump games. But to watch parents argue balls and strikes with a fucking Little League umpire has to be the highest level of retardation you can find. And I want arrests when this happens. Actually, some states are making it like illegal to cause a scene at children's baseball games, which it's unfortunate that we have to go that far, but it is necessary. Let's go ahead and check this one out. This is from Monday night in, I think this is North Carolina. Let's check it out.
Now at 6, caught on camera, a coach and an umpire now suspended.
Whoa. You never really see the ump fight back, though, do you? Holy shit. Those masks hurt, too. Those are made of metal. Don't let them fool you. You get whacked. You get brained with one of those umpire masks. It'll fuck you up.
After fighting on the field during a Little League baseball game. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Deborah Morgan.
And I'm Gerald Owen.
What could have been. I always think about this when there's these umpire-coach fights or parent fights. And the coach is probably a parent, usually is. If the coach isn't a parent, that's weird. But what happened that you two felt you needed to go from enjoying a children's game to literally swinging on each other with weapons, to turning it into some kind of quasi Gangs of New York thing? Ears and noses will be the trophies of the day. Was it a ball? Was it a strike? Was he out? Was he safe? Who gives a shit? You guys are back at the end of the year. One of these teams might get a plastic trophy from the souvenir shop down the street.
This happened during the state baseball tournament at the Gillette Baseball Complex in Wilson. WR's Eric Miller is joining us live tonight from the ballpark. Eric, do we know if these two men face any charges?
Well, Gerald, we know that police were called out here to Wilson last night, but no reports were taken and no arrests were made.
Here's why. Because the cops investigated and they went, this is already embarrassing enough for you, for your family, for your children. We're not going to arrest you guys for this too. You and you don't ever come back to this ball field again. Fuck off. You're not allowed at your kids' games anymore. It would actually be funnier if this guy didn't have a kid at the game. I don't think we're that far from that. We're not far from like gambling on Little League games and just like degenerates showing up.
Still, this fight out here on the field, it's got both this team and this town looking for answers.
God.
It's the top of the fifth, but it's not the batters that are swinging. Monday night, it was a coach and an umpire trying to strike each other out behind home plate.
Hey, get it, guys? We got a couple of baseball puns in there. It's a little heavy-handed. They're trying to strike each other out. It wasn't the players swinging on the... All right!
At the 12 years old and under...
Baseball, get it?
State Little League tournament in Wilson. The fight starts as a coach with the Cherryville team approaches the home plate umpire. The umpire says the coach should be ejected for using profanity.
You need to be out of here.
The coach then shoves him. During the brawl that follows, the second umpire and coach get involved before the home plate ump.
You know who my favorite umpire in this is? My favorite person in this? This guy. Because this guy realizes this is retarded and he's in absolutely zero trouble right now. Just stand there. Watch, take a look, don't do anything. Attaboy.
Ump is hauled down to the ground.
Get the director down here now. Get the director.
In a statement, the town of Wilson promised upcoming suspensions for both men. The town's Parks and Rec director, David Lee, writing, there are a lot of people working hard to make sure our youth have a positive experience. And it's just unfortunate and honestly embarrassing that two adults ruined that last night.
Yeah, I mean, we're still at the point in society where at least everybody around it knows that that's fucked up and these two are weird. It's as the years go on and this becomes more and more common, we will get to the point where there's an argument and people will go, well, you know, he did have a wide strike zone and, you know, that parent's kid was unfairly called out. Like this doesn't get better. We're not putting the fighting at Little League games genie back in the bottle.
Cherryville Little League's board of directors confirmed they're aware of the fight as well and are looking into it, writing only that it would be unwise to make a statement at this time while we're still in the information discovery stage.
There should never be this level of investigation into a bunch of 12-year-olds playing baseball. Did the coach bring enough Capri Suns for everyone? That's what we should be investigating. That's all. Not who landed more punches, not if it was a 10-9 round or a 10-8.
Now that 12 and under Little League tournament, it's continuing tonight as scheduled. A lot of folks we've been talking to shaking their heads at that video from last night. We've also tried reaching out to the man in charge of coordinating the umpires for this tournament, asking what exactly happened here. So far, we've not heard back.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about the last thing he wants to do is talk about the umpire coach fight that happened at the game.
In Wilson, Eric Miller, WRAL News.
Well, it's going to happen more and more. Let's see, what am I, 37? So like 25 years ago, I was playing Little League baseball. Okay. 25 years ago. This wasn't happening. I mean, I think one time I watched a coach get thrown out. One time my dad actually, you know what? My dad got thrown out of a game. My dad was coaching and I straight stole third. And I'm not the fastest guy in the world. I know you can't tell by looking at me. But I had a chance because the pitcher was not checking second base. And I just took off and I got a huge jump and I slid into third and I was clearly safe. And tag, the umpire from behind home plate calls me out. And my dad just flips on him. We were up by 1 and it was the third out at third, which you're never supposed to make. And my dad starts yelling at the umpire. We're up by 1 going into the last inning. And he gets thrown out. Like, he tells the ump, he's like, I may be out of here, but you're a moron. And he goes and joins the other head coach who had just got thrown out of the game the inning before out in the parking lot. After the game, we won the game. And I'm talking to my dad, and I'm like, we're 12 years old. And my dad goes, oh, no, it's like Billy Martin back in the day. You know, when his team was up by 1 going into the last inning, he'd get thrown out of the game to fire his team up. I'm like, Dad, none of us know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, we just went out there and won because we wanted to win the game. That was it. It wasn't about fucking, win one for the Gipper. So it does happen. But it happened once in my entire playing days. And now I feel like these stories are, like, you could have them daily of these people. King Kong Dong says, we have our son in T-ball at 3. Oh, that's got to be agonizing to watch. Jesus. People are asking, what position did you play? The mascot. MSO says left out. MSO, I got your chat, buddy. Look, things are hard for some people right now, and they might be desperate for an audience, and I feel bad for them, but look, I understand doing what you got to do for business. I understand, especially when you're in a panic state and things are not going well, and you've probably been being handled a little bit. What do you do? I got a lot of empathy nowadays for people not doing well. That Dive Bar says, going back to the Boogie thing real quick, Dive Bar says, handled it perfect. They berated a fat guy, then told him to cut himself, and then when he was going to do it, they freaked out and ended the show. No. Fuck that guy, because that Boogie was manipulating the shit out of those two because he got caught with the cancer grift, and they were confronting him on it, and he's like, well, maybe I should just hurt myself. Dude, I've lived through this shit before. When you hold people accountable and then they try to get sympathy by turning themselves into the victim, that's a fucking shitty thing to do. I have no problem with what Destiny and Keem did. Other than they should have just fired that retard and kicked him off the air. That was it. Mike Erb says, dude was swinging his helmet. Yeah. The ump was going for it. King Kong Dong says, I know someone who tried swinging. Oh, yeah? How'd it go? Chevy fan says, my son is starring in his first drag show this week. I'm so excited. Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, they grow up so fast, don't they? They just shoot up like weeds, One day you're taking them home from the hospital. The next day they're tucking it and dancing in a gay bar. And then as parents, you're so proud, and you just go, where did the years go? And you don't know because you didn't really keep an eye on them. You just kind of let them do their own thing, and now you're wondering if that wasn't the way to go. 285 away from today. Let's go on a little bit of rally. Let's hammer this thing out. It is the last YouTube show of the week. We've got Rumble Friday tomorrow, clip show, all that. You know how it goes. 285 is the number. Go ahead and throw in. Chip in a couple of bucks. We do appreciate it. We'll hammer that out and call it another win for the toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. Was it Salt or Pepa who got kicked off the plane this week? Pepa? Oh. Poor Pepa got kicked off a Southwest Airlines flight, and now she's giving interviews. This is actually kind of good. I don't think anyone's talked about Salt and Pepa for quite some time, so her getting kicked off a plane is I mean, this kind of one of those deals where it's good for business. You know? Sandra Pepa Denton, one half of Salt and Peppa. Excuse me, she is not one half of Salt and Peppa. Boy, that is disrespectful. She is 1/3 of Salt and Peppa. Excuse me, TMZ. But a little bit of research. Salt, Peppa. Are we forgetting about Spinderella, or do we have a grudge? Which one is it? Oh, by the way, I just saw a thing on the side of this site about the Jack Black canceling the Tenacious D tour. We talked about that the other day and what a chicken shit move that was by Jack Black, because he's basically like, okay, Kyle Gass said don't miss Trump next time. It was a shitty thing to say. And I guess the reason he canceled the tour was not because, well, it was twofold. Apparently he had his, like, the venue canceled the insurance for the gigs. So he kind of had to cancel the shows because he didn't want to pay for his own insurance. And then the other reason was he's got like 3 movies in the pipeline right now. And one of them is the Super Mario Brothers sequel where he's Bowser. And he didn't want to fuck that up. He didn't want to fuck up his movie thing, which he might be okay. He might actually skate on that because, I mean, Jack Black didn't say anything. Kyle Gass did. But then Kyle Gass got dropped by his talent agency and, you know, he's facing all this shit. I know it was a shitty thing to say, but it was one time. It was at a concert. It was in the heat of the moment. Let him cancel the tour and move on. But at any rate, Peppa is still shaken and confused by her encounter with Southwest Airlines this week when she says she got treated like a criminal without displaying any criminal behavior. The rapper gave a blow-by-blow account of the Southwest Airlines pushing her off a flight Monday, headed to Nashville from Las Vegas. Let's check out what happened. By the way, going from Nashville to Las Vegas, it's a fun place to fun place.
From Southwest, and I'm injured only, and I bought 2 tickets. I have 2 passes.
Because she got that ass. You need the 2 tickets if you got that ass.
2 passes, right? They want to know if I could get the wheelchair now, even though I needed a medical assistant today. I was injured. I just got injured, y'all. How y'all doing?
I'm very injured. Was it this guy? This guy he didn't hurt anybody. This guy couldn't even pull you up out of your seat. This is something I'm always very skeptical when someone pulls out the phone after the fact and then gives you the blow-by-blow account of things. Because, I don't know, at the moment, the Southwest Airlines people look pretty reasonable. They look like people who are putting up with someone's bullshit, is what it looks like.
People took me off the plane, brought this other man on the plane, and took me off the plane. Well, just tell me the reason taking me off now.
Start from the beginning where it started from if you want to go from there.
Why do we have heart filters on our I just got the shit kicked out of me on an airplane video? That seems wildly out of place. But okay, let's listen to the Asian man and his rationale.
You said that I needed a brace.
So once you got on the plane, I asked you why did you need a second seat. You weren't wearing your brace or anything like that. Southwest has a customer size policy, so you weren't encroaching on the second side. But then later on, once you put your brace on and had your second one,
it was fine, and you apologized.
Right.
So then you came back, and now
you were filming everybody, and then that was due to
no, I wasn't. I was talking to my assistant. I wasn't filming. This is my first time filming, actually.
I apologize for that if that's how you feel, but I need you to get off the jet bridge.
Because I started filming. I just want to be clear on my kickoff of the Southwest.
I understand you.
Okay, something's fucky. Something's off here. So they came to bug her about having 2 seats because she wasn't overflowing into the other seat. Well, fuck you. She bought 2 seats. I don't think she should have to justify it. Maybe some people don't like sitting next to other people on planes. It's not fun. So she bought 2 seats because she wanted a little space. Who gives a shit if she's overflowing into the next seat or not? So that's annoying. But then apparently she was taking out the phone and they think she was filming and they got, I don't know, like, after getting his side of the story, I feel like maybe the Southwest people were getting a little too bitchy for no reason. I feel like you got bigger things to worry about before you take off.
feel wrong, but I need you to get up to the zippers just so for your safety. And
This is the other one, y'all. She came and brought another man and put him in my seat. Don't call me like a dog, man. Told myself, come on. You go ahead. I can walk, ma'am.
Yeah, this woman's really starting to push it. Because the Sultan. You see, back in the day, they had a song that was Airplane.
Thank you. Now you want to rush me off, then, and I was. But you don't even know the reason. You don't need to know, right? Is that what it is?
Unless you're off this Jeopardy.
You don't need to know, right?
See, I have a hard time believing that this guy hurt a fly at all.
Is that just tell me? You're the head, and you don't need to know the reason. You just need to just know that I got to get off. You don't even know the reason why they're kicking me off. What's your name?
I mean, they didn't know before, but now I'd say just general cuntiness, I would think.
I'm reporting everyone. Tell me your name.
Hey, Skyler.
Say your name. You all were name. Look, I shouldn't have got off. The only reason I got off, y'all, because of the other passengers. I wasn't FaceTime. I wasn't filming it. I was on FaceTime.
What are they, here's what I don't get. What are any of these people going to do? None of these people are going to put you back on that plane. Leave Dayglow Vest guy alone. This guy's just doing whatever the fuck you do in that vest. He needs to be visible, whatever it is. Leave him alone. He's busy.
With my assistant, they thought I was. The only time I was when they were removing me. I needed to know because I could articulate it back.
I'm not going to go into detail because that was the crew's decision. I wasn't there.
I'm still annoyed by the heart filter.
Right into our customer relations office.
All right, let's hear her interview with TMZ. I got to hear the rationale because right now this just sounds like petty bullshit. She had to have done more than what she's saying. And that really, she's turning it into an now it's a disability thing because she has a knee brace. And okay. Next thing she knew, a man popped up asking Pepa for her extra seat, claiming he was en route to a funeral. But she says when she asked him eye to eye to confirm the funeral story was true, his lip quivered and he refused to do so. She took that to mean that he was lying. Dude, he was crying because he's sad because somebody died. You know what? I'm starting to think Pepa's kind of a cunt. Oh, yeah? You go and do a funeral? Oh, yeah? Who's the funeral for? See, I knew you fucking lying. He's distraught. And you have an extra seat, and he thought maybe as a good human being you would do him a favor and give him the extra seat. Pepa tells us before she could process that fiasco, a flight attendant ordered her off the flight, at which point she started recording on her phone. As for why she was booted, Pepa is confused, saying she didn't yell at anyone. Another passenger was sitting in the same row and confirmed she never saw Pepa argue at all until she got kicked out. The passenger says one flight attendant got upset when Pepa said she was going to record and told her she didn't have consent to film. Moments later, she says a different attendant came on board and said, "You, Denton, off." Southwest did refund the $2,500 she paid for 2 seats. Damn. Airline says police got involved because once she was refunded, she didn't have a valid ticket, and it's standard for cops to escort unticketed people from the terminal. Okay. That's their story. I don't hate it. It does seem like they got a little over exuberant with the kicking her off, though.
Staking out 2 seats. You're in one and you say, this is mine too. And then this guy comes explain this to us from that point where the guy comes up and then the flight attendant comes up. Kind of give us the blow by blow.
I got on the plane and then I had my brace with me, but I didn't have it on at that particular moment.
How long has Salt and Pepa been around? Probably like 35 years. She looks fucking great, dude. Is that her real hair? I'm just kidding.
Then I took it out my bag to put it on. I was stretching my leg. And then, the flight attendant came in and he was trying to give my seat away. And I was like, oh, no, this seat is taken. I have the seat as well. And he was like, no, you don't. We're going to give the seat away. And I said, no, you're not, because I've always done this. And I have this, I've always purchased 2 seats if I need it for my leg to have extra leg room because of my injury to my knee. He came back on the plane, the flight attendant, and said, okay, sorry, you're wrong. You can have a seat. My apology. And I just said, thank you. I sat back down, and then I was sitting there, and then next thing I know, a man mind you, this plane is completely booked. It's 143 seats. The only seat was vacant was the one next to me. And this man comes on the plane. They allow this man to come on the plane, put me in a position and says, hey, I have a funeral to go to. Can I have your seat? And I was like, oh my God, this is what happened to me because I actually really need this seat. I got up.
I guess they said she had like a bulky knee brace thing, and that kind of, bled over into the other seat. So she needed, that is kind of a shit. You know what? I agree. I think I'm on her side. That's a shitty position to put someone in. Where you're like, hey, can I have your extra seat? And you're like, nah, I kind of want the extra seat. You're kind of putting them in a Seinfeld position. We're like, yeah, but I'm going to a funeral. It's like, oh, so now it's no win. Either I have to be uncomfortable and give up this seat because you're going to a funeral. So if I don't give you the seat, I'm a total piece of shit. That's a rough spot for her to be in. I think I'm on her side. I don't care anymore. Quite frankly, the whole thing kind of bores me. But this is a rare instance where I actually side with the person bitching about getting kicked off. Usually someone gets kicked off a plane and they start arguing. You're just like, would you fuck off and get off the plane so everybody else can fly? Just leave. But I think she's got a case here. Where all the white people at? Get me a supervisor, bitch, says Satan's mechanic. That's racist. King Kong Dong says stereotypes killing it. Blitz League says some hourly Asian employee didn't know black has-beens will flip out if they receive normal customer treatment. I don't know, man. I thought it was kind of weird for them to put her in that position of like, hey, either give up the second seat you paid for this guy going to a funeral, or we're going to make you look like shit. How much? Jesus, fried chicken jokes, watermelon jokes. Jesus Christ. 285 away from today. Guys, do me a favor. Let's go on a big rally. Let's cut this thing down. We're not quite halfway through the show because I do owe you a half hour today. Because you guys, oh my God. Yesterday, you guys threw so much fucking money at us that I owe you a shitload of time today. So we're going until 10:30, but if we knock out today's goal, we're going until 11. Let's get it down to a manageable figure. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. Whatever you want to throw in. Sounds good to us. We appreciate it. Thanks again. What do we... Oh, we have the... Oh, I love this guy. This is the 85-year-old who... he kind of went Gran Torino on a couple of teenagers playing Ding Dong Ditch. When you Ding Dong Ditch people when you're a teenager, the worst that you assume will happen is that, someone will open the door and they'll yell at you or, I don't know, maybe call your parents. I don't really know. It's not... Ding Dong Ditch is not really something worth getting worked up about. Yet, sometimes you run into an 85-year-old man who really has nothing else to live for other than his pursuit of vengeance, I suppose, and he decides to run you down in his vehicle. Before we get to that, Mr. Approachable says, I don't believe her. They let the guy on to ask her if he can have her seat is bullshit. If he didn't have a valid ticket to be on that plane, he wouldn't go through TSA down the walkway and on the plane. That's true, too. You can't get into that area without a ticket or anything like that. Oh, by the way, somebody asking, they said, I'm catching up on yesterday's show. What is Coob? Coob is a fun yard game, dude. If you've never played Coob, it's this... We'll watch a quick video on Coob, then we'll get to the old man running down the teenagers, and then you guys are going to knock out that 285 for me and be good boys and girls. First, let's go to the text line. Your position during Little League was ratting your opponent's team to ice when they lose. They were trying to ask what position I played in baseball. Okay. Yeah. We didn't have... We were in the north suburbs, man. We didn't in the 90s and 2000s. We didn't have a lot of Mexican kids making up the Little League teams. Southwest comes by the heart filter by default too. Yay, budget airlines. Oh, okay, so that's a Southwest thing. Now it makes sense. All right. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Here, I'm going to show you guys what Coob is. It's a really fun game. And you guys are going to automatically, by default, because I'm showing it to you, you're going to go, wow, this is fucking gay and lame. It's really fun. I set up the court yesterday, got the tape measure out and everything. So the kids, you know, if you're going to learn to play, you're going to learn to play right. Sat there with my neighbor and his wife, and all our kids just matching up, playing Coob. I got a couple of games in. It's a fun game. Here.
Coob. The video will start with the general concepts and then get into more of the details for the game. The video will conclude with an example round of Coob. The game is played with 2 to 12 players. To play, you will need a Coob game set that includes...
Okay. So these little stick things, you grab those by the end and you have to underhand, end over end throw them. You can't helicopter throw them. So you throw those at these little blocks and you try to knock down the blocks. And as you knock down the blocks, the other team has to throw the blocks to the other side of the court and knock those down before they can knock down your back row. And then you go until all the blocks are knocked down and then you knock down the king in the middle. That's
on one. If there are multiple players per team, the batons will be split between the players as evenly as possible. Any Coobs that are knocked over are thrown to the opponent's side of the field. The thrown Coob is set upright where it came to rest. Any Coob thrown is known as a field Coob. All field Coobs must...
Field Coob sounds racist as fuck, by the way. Well, what happened? Well, we caught another one of the field Coobs running away yesterday. It's like, that's a little wooden block, dude. I didn't think that was...
be knocked over before going for a Coob on the baseline. The batons are picked up and it is the second player's or team's turn to throw. Teams will take turns throwing batons.
Fucking looks easy, doesn't it, asshole? I know you're watching this guy miss. You're like, oh, he fucking sucks. This is terrible. I could do better. No, you couldn't. It's hard. It's a difficult game.
And sending knockdown Coobs to the other side of the field. Once a team has all the Coobs knocked down on the opposing side of the field, the king Coob can be attacked. The game is won when the king Coob is knocked down.
Now, if you knock that king Coob down before all the things are down, the other team automatically wins. So watch yourself.
The baton must be thrown end over end and underarm. A team gets to throw the batons from the closest Coob. For example, this field Coob was not knocked down on the previous team's throws.
Same.
So the Coob's position...
You don't knock down all your field Coobs, I get to stand on the field Coob and throw from there.
Position on the field becomes the new line to throw from. Knockdown Coobs are always thrown from the baseline. If a Coob is thrown out of bounds, it is known as a fault. After 2 fault throws for a Coob, the opposing team will place the Coob anywhere on their half of the field. A field Coob must be at least 1 baton length away from the king Coob.
There you go. So you guys get it? And I have a feeling that most of you are going to go, that sucks, that's gay, it's terrible. It's fun. It's a good time, and you're just being dicks. That's all. Oh, wait, no, as we go into the chat here, Coob is the shit. Coob is great. SC Motorsports, I've played Coob. Fucking gay. All right. Yard Darts was the shit. Coob is an end-of-life game. It is, dude, it is a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Casual game. It's not exactly a barn burner of a game. You know, you're not going to work up a good sweat playing Coob. That's for sure. I got, while the kids were playing Coob, though, I got to work on the karaoke setup next door. I added a few features that are going to be here tomorrow. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I got a second mic stand for the second mic and 2 drink holders that attach to the mic stand. It's the little things that show the improvement. Look at the things that put a smile on my face. Just very, very simple things. A mic stand and a drink holder on the mic stand. You know where I got the idea for the drink holder on the mic stand? Eric Church has them. Yeah. Landers says, we wouldn't expect anything but gay and lame from you, Aaron. Hey, my yard games are all fun. I'm a Menards dad. Landers says, can they double as dildos? I mean, anything's a dildo if you're bucky enough. You know, if you've got an adventurous spirit and a willing asshole, anything's a dildo. Buffalo Jockey with $5. He says this makes cornhole not a homo game. We'll see. Everything has its use. Matt Melt with $1.99 says planes get overbooked all the time. Very true. Very true. 175 away from today's goal. If you'd like to help us rally up a little bit, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants. You know the deal. Go ahead, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's keep knocking this thing down. We have at least until 10:30 today because I owe you guys for your generosity. And if we knock out the 275, we're going till 11. And then we owe you an extra 30 tomorrow as well. Approachable says you need to play that game the way it was originally intended. It was an old Viking game, and instead of throwing sticks at it, they would actually throw their axes. Well, that sounds like a lot more fun. Although, I don't know if drinking copious amounts of alcohol and then throwing axes is the best idea. But then again, they have whole places where you can go and throw axes. There's a movie theater like 25 minutes from here where as you're waiting for your movie, you can go get a beer and you can throw axes and then go watch a movie. That's a combo I've never seen before. And the way things are going with movie theaters, I bet you we see a lot of interesting combos. Like, remember when video stores were going out of business because of Netflix and they started teaming up with tanning places and shit like that? I think we're going to see that with movie theaters. They're just going to start teaming with other businesses that are struggling to see if they can make a go of it. SC Motorsports says, Coob and karaoke, I would have left you and done drugs too. Dude, if you can't get down with smoking pulled pork, stop it. Playing Coob and doing karaoke, you don't belong in central Minnesota. That is the way it goes around here. When the moon comes out and the sun goes down, we find a little spot on the edge of town, twist off, sip a little, pass it around, dance in the dirt, turn the radio up. That Fireball whiskey whispers temptation in my ear. It's a feeling all right Saturday night. And that's how we do it around here. Dead Game says, Aaron, are you wearing an Aaron t-shirt? It's Jim Cornette. It's my dad. It's fine. Dead Game says, look to the left and slightly and smile. That's what I've been doing. That's what I do. It's my move. I'm charming as fuck. Labglass says, takes more pride in his neighbor's karaoke setup than his own streaming setup. I'm trying to argue, and I'm having a hard time. I built it. I built the karaoke setup. It's good. J. Brock Contrarian says, Aaron, make us proud playing Coob in the Olympics. Such an athlete. Thank you, buddy. I'm going to make this country proud. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, you know about teaming up with others. Thanks. Come on, man. There's people watching this right now that hurts their feelings. They've been lied to about a lot of shit by a certain somebody, and they don't want to believe that that's true. So just don't go hurting people's feelings, huh? Let's be kind. SC Motorsports says, can you last at least longer than 52 seconds at Coob? Yeah, nobody's hit me in the face in Coob. King Kong Dong says, how's our buddy Mike Lindell doing? He's doing great. Look at him. Just hanging out up there. Just looking good, clutching that pillow for dear life. Bird Collector says, Johnny has a better setup than Aaron. Well, I hope so. I want Johnny to do remarkably well. 275 is our number for today. Go ahead and throw us something. You feel like throwing us a 10 spot or a 20 spot, we'll take it. I want to go ahead and knock out this 275 in the next 2 hours here, if you please. Ryan the Garbage Man says there's a new axe throwing place in Wilmer opening soon. I don't feel like going back. I don't feel like going back to that place. There's a lot of evil spirits in that area. Sorry if you're from there. A lot of evil spirits. 85-year-old rams car into pair of teens who played doorbell prank on him, police say. I like this. This needs to happen every once in a while just to keep everybody on their toes. There's not, like, I don't want to see everybody who gets ding-dong ditched going running teenagers down and, killing them. But, one old man every once in a while, keeping you on your toes. If you think about it, it's going to make the ding-dong ditchers better, too. Because they're not going to just mosey off and just kind of boop, 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 boop. They're going to haul ass out of there. They're going to get a car. They're going to go up. They're going to ring the doorbell. They're going to get the fuck out of Dodge. They're not going to give the next guy a chance to run him down. So this is almost an early Darwinian precept. Canadian police recommended charges against an 85-year-old man. Come on. We don't charge 85-year-olds with anything. I agree with Patton Oswalt. Once you turn 70, every decade, you should get away with a crime. Like one law doesn't apply to you. And I think once you hit 80, assault with a deadly weapon should be legal. Can't kill them. That's the tricky part. You can't kill them, but you should be allowed to, run them down in your car, beat them half to death with a rake or something like that. You just can't kill them. Murder, I think Patton Oswalt said in his bit, murder isn't legal until 100. And you have to do it with your bare hands. Because if at 100 you can strangle somebody, you deserve the kill. Canadian police recommended charges against an 85-year-old man that they said rammed his car into 2 of 3 teens who played a doorbell prank on him in February. So far, I have no problem with what this man did. People are saying that he Byron Smithed them. Yeah, the Byron Smith story, if you've never seen that, there was a guy in Little Falls, Minnesota. People kept breaking into the houses in his neighborhood. So one night, he sat downstairs, and if this isn't like a serial killer meal or a serial killer snack, he sat in his basement in a chair facing the stairs with saltine crackers and water and a gun, and he just waited. And then this teenage boy and this teenage girl broke into his house. They came down the stairs. He shot them both as they were coming down the stairs. They rolled down the stairs. They tumbled. And then he recorded himself doing it. Byron Smith recorded himself as he went up to, was it the boy or the girl? One of them. And he taunted them. He's like, "You're dying now. You're dying, aren't you?" And then he went behind him and just blew them out. They shit their pants. I mean, they probably did. But he blew them away. Execution style. As he called it, he gave them a good, clean finishing shot. Stop it. And then the girl, I'm not sure what happened to the girl. I think she just died from her injuries. But he ended up going to prison because instead of it looking like self-defense, it looked premeditated. He should have never recorded it. That was the dumbest thing you could ever do. But a lot of people kind of sympathized with him because they were like, well, people won't stop breaking into his fucking house, this poor bastard. And he finally, the cops aren't doing anything. Nobody's getting arrested. This guy's going to take the law into his own hands. And he did. Do we have the Byron Smith? I bet you YouTube still has that. Byron Smith audio. Yeah. Audio of Minnesota man killing teens Haley Kiefer and Nick Brady.
Court releases audio of Byron Smith murders. A chilling recording of the murder of teenage cousins Nick Brady and Haley Kiefer by Minnesota homeowner Byron Smith has been made public.
Okay, but in fairness, like they're sitting there, murder victims and cousins and this and that. They were little shitbags who were breaking into people's houses and stealing shit. I'm not going to sit here and cry for those two. You made your... Look, there was part of me that wanted Byron Smith to get away with this because I thought the message it sent to criminals was good, which was if you break into someone's house, you take your life into your own hands and you can die. So if you ain't willing to die, quit breaking into people's houses. I liked the idea of him getting away with it, but he was just such a high-strung psycho.
Brady, 17, and Kiefer, 18, broke into Smith's home unarmed in the early morning of Thanksgiving Day, 2012. Smith had hidden his car to make it appear nobody was home. The teens had no idea he was armed and waiting for intruders from his chair in his basement, with an audio recorder set up on the bookshelf. What follows are excerpts from Smith's actual recording, which served as a key piece of evidence in his murder conviction.
Oh, and we have a little animation with it, too. Oh, this is a treat. I've never seen this before. It's just reading. So there you can actually hear them breaking in. So that, I mean, from a tape recorder in the basement, so that's pretty fucking loud.
You're dead.
So then he shoots him, he drags his body. So I guess he shot him dead right away. And you heard him say, he goes, "You're dead." So then he goes and sits down to wait some more. Doesn't call the cops right away. This is another thing that got him in trouble. He sits and waits, and then that guy's cousin comes looking for him because she's like, he should be back by now. She was probably driving the car or whatever. And she's like, he should be back by now. I should go check on him. So now here she comes.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, as he goes, oh, sorry about that. You can tell that this guy's been driven to the brink. You can tell that this guy's, like, lost it. Just with all the crime and the breaking. And this is like a Michael Douglas falling down moment for this dude. And again, they were like, well, he ambushed them. And like, ambushed them, shit, he was in his own house. You should be allowed to sit in your house with a gun and just stare at your stairs. Is it a psychotic way to live? Yes, of course it's a psychotic way to live. But in this guy's case, it's a psychotic way to live that he was justified living because people did break into his house. So, yeah, I mean, you know, the old saying, you know, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean nobody's watching me. And that applies in this case because while he may have been holding a gun, sitting in a chair, staring at his stairs, if these two don't break in, he's just a crazy guy staring at his steps with a gun in his hand. But because they broke in, he's kind of justified in feeling this way.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, yeah. You're dying. Bitch.
So what you heard there was he shot her in the back of the head, what he called a good, clean finishing shot, and then just said, bitch. And then taunted her and said, you're dying now. You're dying. Ooh. That is, I will say this, justified or not, that is some cold-blooded shit. It's just like what happens to people's brains when they just keep getting fucked with. Some people just don't put up with it. Some people will sit and get fucked with their entire lives. And some people just one day, it'll all snap and they go way to the other side.
Cute. I'm sure she thought she was a real pro. I feel a little bit safer. Not totally safe. I'm still shaking a bit, but a little bit safer.
Yeah, like if you were Byron Smith's lawyer and you don't know everything yet, you're just visiting him for the first time, and he's like, look, these kids have been breaking into my house over and over. They wouldn't stop. They came into my house this time. I defended myself with lethal force. I shot them from my basement. And the lawyer's like, oh, okay, all right, well, we can turn this into self-defense, and, repeated pattern of behavior. And then, you shot them and you couldn't retreat because you were in your basement. Yeah, I think we can win this thing. And then Byron Smith's like, what about the audio recording? And the lawyer, what? Yeah, I recorded myself. I cut a little wrestling promo after I killed them. He's like, oh, fuck. Really? Did you? Yeah. The one girl, I didn't even kill her with the first shot. So I just, as she was lying there bleeding to death, I just shot her right in the face and oh, fuck. You didn't put that on the tape, did you? Oh, yeah, it's all there. You can listen to it. Oh, son of a bitch. After that meeting, you meet with the prosecutor and you go, come on, the guy's obviously distraught. Can we get a deal?
I refuse to live in fear.
That's for sure.
I am not a bleeding heart liberal.
Yeah, I'm no cook liberal, bro.
I felt like I was cleaning up a mess.
This is how Batman started.
Not like spilled food. Not like vomit.
Jesus.
Not even like diarrhea.
Not even. So I felt like I was cleaning up mess. Not like vomit, not like diarrhea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're talking to a broken individual here. I'm pretty sure old Byron had left us for a while.
The worst mess possible. And some tiny little respect. I was doing my civic duty. Because the law enforcement system wouldn't handle it, and I had to do it. I had to do it.
At the very least, maybe, like, even though I think it would have been interesting for criminals if we would have let this guy go, I think at the very least, old Byron maybe should have got some time in a psych ward. I think, not to punish him, I really think it could have been beneficial. This is a guy that seems like he's been pushed a little bit.
They weren't human. I don't see them as human.
Okay.
I see them as vermin.
That's fine.
This bitch was going to go through her life spoiling things for other people. Thieving, robbing, drug use. It's all fun, cool, exciting, highly profitable until somebody kills you.
Until somebody kills. Well, I mean, technically, that's everything. Anything can be highly profitable and fun until somebody kills you. Then it tends to stop. Unless you're Elvis or Tupac. I guess Elvis, he killed himself. But if you're Tupac, somebody kills you and, shit stays pretty good for a while. For those who lived. But, yeah, I haven't listened to these tapes in quite some time. This was a huge story in Minnesota. And I haven't listened to these tapes in quite some time. Old Byron needed some help. Old Byron was not doing well. Oh my God. Byron did need to fuck their corpses, said says Chevy fan. I don't think he did. But I also don't think he was that far away. I think a couple more break-ins without him shooting them, who knows where we would have gotten. King of All Yeti says, how did this audio get recorded? Dude, he did it. He put a tape recorder in his basement because he thought he was such a hero for doing this, and he wanted to record his message afterwards, that he set up a tape recorder. Bigot on socialist media says they deserved it. I mean, I agree. I think they deserved it. You break into someone's house, this should be the ultimate price you pay. And that message should be spread to others who do the same. J-Bra says in Texas he wouldn't have been charged. I appreciate his play-by-play skills. He did do a good job of, keeping us up on what was going on, didn't he? You're dying now. You're dying. Okay, so that means that was a hit. You know what really sucks is both of them got shot and then they took a tumble down the stairs. Ooh, insult to injury. Bigot on socialist media says he should have jumped on their heads too. Well, yeah, but then he would have gotten his boots dirty. Blitz League says Patrick Bateman, age 72. Right? Is old Byron still in jail? I think he is. I think old Byron's still gone. Satan's Mechanic says it's like Aaron's creepy uncle whispering to him at the campfire at 2 a.m. That never happened. Never happened. All my uncles were always very nice to me. Nobody ever slipped a didge or a wiener or a tongue or anything like that. Never so much as hugged them. What are we, fucking gay? Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, wasn't it on Thanksgiving Day as well? Yes, it was Thanksgiving Day. They broke into his house. He was eating crackers and drinking water. Shot him. King Kong Dong says, I heard Aaron visits this guy once a month in prison. It would be fun to visit old Byron in prison and talk to him, but I think he's got to be getting up there. But yeah, he is. I don't think Byron's ever getting out, quite frankly. Guys, we are a long ways away from today. If you'd like to throw in a little something and get us a little closer, that would be nice. Thank you, Buffalo Jockey. 275 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can get some work done here. If you want to take a minute and click on one of those PayPal links or Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo or anything like that, let's get some big drops in here. Let's hammer it out. At 1 hour of overtime is on the line today. A whole hour of overtime for you assholes. J. Brock Contrarian says Minnesota has conjugal visits. I'm not going to fuck the guy. SC Motorsports, I think he got like 50 some years in prison. Yeah, so he's not, yeah, he'll never get out. I really thought that was unfair. First off, when they found him guilty, and then after they found him guilty, when they gave him the harsh sentence, we had a chance. We really did back in 2012 to kind of send a message that, like, no, I'm sorry. You break into someone's house, they can shoot you. Those are the rules. If only that asshole wouldn't have recorded it, because he did sound like a fucking creep. King of All Yetis says, nope, even with the tape, in Texas, he would have been given a medal. They could have been on his front porch and still met the same fate, and Texas wouldn't have charged him. SC Motorsports says, I think he got like 50 some years in prison is what he ended up getting. But so he's kind of the basis character for this 85-year-old that we're talking about. So as you guys go on a rally and you guys throw in, because 285 is a rough spot to be in at 835. Oh, by the way, yeah. Oh, I'm heading to see our friends Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory today. I'm excited to go see them. Go see them about once a month. I'm pumped about that. I'm going to go check out their selection, go check out the firearms they've got, the ammo, the tactical gear, the knives, the optics, all the cool shit they have at Midland when I head over there today. Derek and Tracy are awesome, too. You have any questions or anything like that, can always go talk to them. MidlandArmory.com. Go check them out, man. They're our friends. We love them. MidlandArmory.com. I'm heading over there today right after the show's over. I'm going to Midland Armory, and then I'm coming back here, mailing out the rest of last month's Stoney's gift cards, then picking up the VIP merch, and we're going to start mailing that, and by the end of the summer, that'll be all out. And then boxing tonight. Yeah. So knock out this last goal of the week, and then I'm a happy guy, and everything's crude. Yesterday was a fucking way better day than I deserved. Holy shit, were you guys incredible yesterday. If you've got one more of those in you, I mean, thank you. I salute you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. We appreciate it. So this 85-year-old Canadian dude rammed his car into 2 of 3 teens who had played a doorbell prank on him back in February. Surveillance video showed the driver allegedly speeding toward the teenagers as they ran away down a street before they were struck off camera. Oh, we didn't get the... God damn it. Police said the teenagers had been pressing doorbells and running away. Ew. So in America, we call that ding-dong ditch, right? In Canada, they call it Nicky Nine Doors. That's what happens when you're half British and half French. You just come up with gay names for shit. 2 of the teens were struck while the third narrowly escaped being hit. Fuck. Could have got him too. Let's check it out. Do we have this? Oh, we do have this story. Good.
Towards 3 teens.
Oh, come on. Fuck that. Just like the Byron Smith thing. If you let this 185-year-old man go, then you're going to have more instances where kids might either think twice before Nicky Nine Doors. First of all, maybe they'll change the name to Ding Dong Ditch, what it's supposed to be. But also, they'll have to put a little more work into it. It's not just knock, knock, walk away. It's knock, knock, get the fuck out of there. All of you run in different directions, and you have a premeditated meetup spot. Old Spanish Mission in Black Swamp, for example. That's where you meet up. If anyone knows that reference, you put it in the chat right now. I'll give you $1 million in a currency that doesn't exist. Let's continue. Nice neighborhood. You got a Mercedes here. That guy looked like he drove a decent car. Is it just me, or are they putting light poles in the middle of fucking intersections in Canada? What the hell is this thing doing here?
It was hard to even
Go
fathom.
back.
Video, this vehicle barreling towards
Look at
three
that.
teens.
Yeah, there's a fucking light pole in the middle of the street. Get it out of there. By the way, never seen an 85-year-old drive that fast. Never seen
Video,
him.
this
Look at
vehicle
him. Oh,
barreling
man.
towards three.
I like it. So that guy, that first kid you just saw right there, this is probably the one that didn't get hit because he took the, he took the tact of, I don't have to outrun the car. I just have to outrun you guys.
Vehicle barreling towards three teens.
Listen for it.
It was hard to.
Oh, I don't know if that was car metal or bones cracking. Either one. Ooh, that was some high impact shit.
Even fathom.
The
One more
commotion
time.
of the crash rattling neighbors.
I could hear the girl in the park screaming, back up, he's underneath, he's underneath.
I think they were trying to say back over him again. They were rooting for the old man. Good for the 85-year-old. They probably picked his house because he's old. So they probably preyed on him because he's elderly and weak. I'm for this.
All right, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be okay.
At the time, police say all three were taken to hospital, two of them suffering minor injuries.
I bet you weeping. Yeah, it sounds like they're crying. Good. Good. I hope you learned your lesson. Don't pick on old people.
This happened Valentine's Day along Karlsruhe Avenue.
Boy, what is it? Like Byron Smith, that happens on Thanksgiving. This happens on Valentine's Day.
And Victoria Street. Abbotsford police say the boys were knocking on doors and running away, a prank known as Nicky Nicky Nine Doors.
Gay Canadian shit.
The driver is accused of then deliberately going in his car to run them over.
It is fair to say overreaction to this is what raised a lot of eyebrows in the community.
Fuck you, dude. Don't tell me what to think. Overreaction, was it? It's an 85-year-old who didn't want to be fucked with by a bunch of teenagers. I'm kind of on his side. The kids are fine. They're going to be okay. Minor injuries. Ooh, stitches. Who gives a shit? They're fine.
Raised concerns about the safety in this quiet residential neighborhood.
Do you even carry a gun, Mountie? Shut the fuck up. You got to be loaded up like a Navy SEAL like our cops are, for petty burglary.
Now, nearly 5 months later, police have just finished their report, recommending charges of aggravated assault and dangerous driving to Crown Counsel.
I know that kind of thing takes time, but 5 months, that seems like a little bit too long. That seems like an unnecessary delay.
Thank you, legal scholar Calvin the neighbor. You hear that, guys? Calvin the neighbor thinks they took too long to bring charges against the guy. Takes a long time sometimes, though. Like, when, I don't know if I can say this. Let's just say some people get charged with shit a while after the fact because they want to make sure they have their ducks in a row and, their investigating is complete. And, maybe people have some charges dropped against them, but those charges are brought back later. It takes time. Like, I don't know, like, I haven't gotten any calls from, like, CPS or anything like that, but I could because of my involvement in all that shit. It's possible. These wheels turn slowly. And, if they do, obviously I throw my fucking door open and I'm like, yeah, go ahead. Have your run of the place. Go for it. Not doing anything bad here. Just playing Coob out in the backyard. But are the Coob bricks hollow? Maybe I'm hiding coke in there. I don't know. But, it doesn't mean I'm not going to hear anything. I just haven't so far. And it's been, almost 2 months since I've gone in? It could. Something could happen. That's the whole nature of holding yourself accountable and admitting to what you did is taking the consequences that might come with it.
The footage just speaks for itself.
But Constable Steele says weeding through all the data stored in the SUV took some time.
It's making sure all our T's are crossed, I's are dotted. We make sure that every angle is looked at and presented for
God, even their cops sound like pussies in Canada. Shit. I'm always torn on our neighbors to the north. I'm like, God, sometimes it seems like it would be a nice place to live, like quiet, peaceful, and then other times I'm like, I feel like I'd hate the people though. Like they're almost too nice. It's like gayer Minnesota. That's Canada. Gayer Minnesota. Somebody texting in, wait, are you rebuying the DP12 this time? No, I'm not planning on rebuying any of my old firearms.
This is to be sought.
He says the 85-year-old...
I just don't, look, I don't mind. Like, other people are big gun people, and that's totally cool as long as you don't have drugs and kids in the house, But I don't know, with my kids in the house, I don't want the responsibility of having a firearm in the house while I've got kids in the house. It takes one fuck up, and I've been a fuck up before. So, I have it in me to fuck up. So I'd rather not. Plus, I'm a big dude. I can take care of myself. You get a baseball bat, maybe like a Negan bat, you'll be fine.
Immediately had his driver's license suspended and vehicle seized, which likely won't be returned until after the court case.
85.
He's 85 years old. There's not going to be an after the court case. This is about it. Hell of a way to go out, though. Mowing down a couple of kids. By the way, did they say that was in February? That was on Valentine's Day? Isn't there like supposed to be snow all over shit in Canada on Valentine's Day? Climate change, bro. It's all climate change. Got to look out.
If he ran over kids, it's really, really scary.
Police say the boys and their families have been supported through this emotional and mental trauma. And now some relief for the community, knowing the case is moving forward. Angela Jung, Global
One more
News.
time. Oh, and that's how we end the story. I don't know, man. I don't look at these kids as much of the innocent victims that everyone's looking at them as. The old fucked around and find out. Packerbacker says, hell yeah, got to put the fear of God in that community. Why not? Why not? SC Motorsports says he was driving a Kia. Oh, so it was definitely crunching metal, we heard. That's why the kids didn't get hurt very much. They got hit by a Kia. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says he's 2-1. That's a better win percentage than you. Plus, he's like 20 years older than you. Wait a minute, 20? He's 85. Like 50. King of all Yeti says, thanks, Officer Peterson. Listen, bucko, you go around and you're knocking on doors and you're playing Nicky Nine Doors, and you're going to get run over by an old man who's just had it, quite frankly. Sometimes people they're tired of putting up with the malarkey and they're going to run you over. I can't do it. I don't know how people do a Jordan Peterson impression. I'm impressed by Jordan Peterson impressions. Dangerous driving is a life sentence in Canada, says Chevy fan. Well, yeah, it's considered wildly impolite. J-Bra says, Nicky Nine Doors. Is that something Nick said about Aaron's butthole? Picket on socialist media says, if this guy didn't run those little cunts over, maybe they start breaking into houses next. Right. Maybe if this guy doesn't run them over, they run into like a Canadian Byron Smith. Might have saved their lives. Might be like a ghost of Christmas past kind of a thing. Why can't Joe Biden move as well as this 85-year-old? Because he's like done seal fishing and shit like that. He's Canadian. They're weird up there. Satan's Mechanic says Aaron doesn't even own a slingshot. Wait, didn't you get a bow? Yes, I have a bow. And no, that doesn't mean I'm a homosexual who has a boyfriend. I have a recurve bow, and I think that's it. I got a recurve bow at a secondhand store once. I just thought it was cool. I wanted it. I'm gonna kill something with it someday. That's not like a threat to murder a human. I mean, like I'm gonna kill an animal someday with that thing. You watch. I'm gonna get one with a recurve bow. Guys, we are 275 away from today's goal. What the fuck? Starting to get a little worried. Little nervous about today's show. If you feel like helping out, I feel like we're getting our shit pushed in a little bit. Especially after yesterday's huge day that we had. And also, such a solid program today. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate you being here. 275 away. I do need to lean on you a little bit to start knocking that out. We've got about, an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes of time that I owe you. But can't say that hour and 40 minutes is going to feel great when we're 275 away. So what would that put us at? 30. We made $35. Ooh. I've been going for almost 3 hours and we've made $35. This is the polar opposite of yesterday, by the way, which yesterday it was just like money, 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 just flying into the fucking coffers. Today, dog shit. We're averaging about almost $12 an hour today. We're averaging. Thank you very much. If you guys want to throw in, again, throw in, even if it's pity bucks. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says Nerf recurve bow. It's not a Nerf recurve bow. Quite frankly, I resent that, sir. 270 is now the number for today. Thank you very much. Landers says, well, you did play the Boogie shit and annoy us. I can't win with shit like that. You know, we do like Trump and news and like steel toe shit. And like yesterday, people are like, yeah, fucking old school steel toe. I love today's show. But then they're like, hey, are you going to cover that Boogie stuff? Hey, man, cover the Boogie stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to cover the Boogie stuff. And then yesterday, Alyssa puts up Boogie clips. I'm like, all right, I'll play to the crowd. I'll do the Boogie stuff. I found it interesting. I did a great job with it. And now Landers is yelling at me for doing the Boogie stuff. I'm going to tell you right now, boys and girls, you can't win. You can't win. There's no victory in it. But yes, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Venmo, everybody throw in a couple of bucks. And let's see if we can get this thing hammered out. Look at MSO. MSO's already getting cocky. 270 away. Hour and a half left, and he's feeling it. He's feeling it. Jay Bra says it's always someone else's fault. No. I decided to do it. I decided to do the fucking thing. It's just that I did it for you. SC Motorsports says MSO needs a win too. MSO, he gets a win here and there every 3-4 weeks or so. MSO gets himself a W. He doesn't have to be greedy. Go ahead and knock that out, and I will forever appreciate it. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. Thank you guys very much. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our pals at All Care with a wonderful collection of trucks and wreckers to haul everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment and everything in between. If you get a flat tire, you can't change it, you don't have your shit with you, whatever, All Care's got you. And then you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, the car stalls, even if you lock your keys in your car like an asshole, they'll come take care of it for you, and they won't even tell your friends what a retard you are. It's actually a pretty good deal. It's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Also, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. We have less than 40 tickets left to the Steel Toe 10th anniversary reunion show. Whiskey Pete, Oz, Matt, Johnny, myself, the Aristocox, and I believe if my phone calls and meetings and whatnot go well today, Rockin' 101 and perhaps others. This could end up being really, really interesting. If I throw them $1,000, you know they'll come out and do a remote and the whole thing. Steel Toe and 101 back together again. How about Lastman? We could let Lastman come on and shit on the whole thing. That'd be fun. We're going to do it. We're doing the reunion show. This ended up being a better show than it was supposed to be. Oh, man, sometimes shit just works out, you know? It's a cosmic deal. You know, people who pull dog shit, shitbag trader moves end up fucking losing all their gigs. No, high road, you son of a bitch. And then you end up still selling the fucker out and saving a little money on top of it. And you get to do something that the fans probably want more. Toxic Wasteboarding becoming a member for 26 months. Thank you very much for being a Steel Toe bro. Appreciate that. Appreciate all of you who throw in a couple of bucks. Anyone can break a piece of glass, someone says. Let's go ahead and do this next story. It's a scam. Not the show, of course, but this next story, I always end up in the minority on these. because I am so for old people getting scammed, because falling for a scam today requires pretty much mental retardation. Like there's no better way to prove that someone needs to be in a home or that someone needs around the clock supervision than they fall for a modern scam. Someone calls you and asks you for any kind of financial information. You don't do that. If they say, hey, I'm from your bank, I need this, this, or that, hang up the phone, call your actual bank, tell them about what happened, and they'll go, no, we don't do that. Or what's the one that I've heard people say, come on, Aaron, this person deserves a little sympathy for this one. Oh, yeah, the grandma that gets called, and they use like an AI voice of their grandkids, and they like got arrested and they need help. First of all, probably not. Your grandkids didn't get arrested. Second of all, you're not going to have somebody call you and then your grandkids are in the background going, Grandma, I got arrested. That's not how it works. So there are very few times where somebody gets like scammed and I go, oh man, you poor thing. That's terrible. That's awful that you got scammed in that way. It's all so easy to avoid. So this is one that's going to test me, because this is a widow in Las Vegas who lost $1 million on a romance scam. And now she wants to tell her story to other people and, just let me be a cautionary tale. And 1 million, which means she gave them the banking information. She took it's hard to feel sympathy for these people. It's kind of like the Tinder swindler girls. The Tinder swindler girls were just sack chasing whores. And then when it turns out that the guy was ripping them off, then they got pissed off and wanted to, oh, I'm a bad bitch and this rich guy wants to take me on awesome vacations on boats and shit. Aren't I awesome? I must be the greatest. And then all these women are talking about how, like, I'm an independent woman and I have my own job and this and that. Oh, big girl, good job. And then the minute they get scammed, and he just took advantage of, because I'm just a girl and I don't know. And I hate that shit. Which one is it? Are you a bad bitch or is it poor me? Because if it's poor me, like, that's fine. Well, that's no problem. There's lots of guys out there who will treat you that way. That's fine. Or are you a bad motherfucker who doesn't need shit? Well, then, play it that way. Don't get sucked in by the weird, creepy Jewish guy on the private plane asking you for your Amex. I hated that. Like, I watched that documentary. I remember just getting mad. I'm like, are these women supposed to be the good guys in this? Because this is a heel program. Well, with these scams, it's kind of the same way. It's like, you wanted something to be true so badly that you didn't do basic due diligence on it. Let's go ahead and check it out. Or not.
I didn't know anything about online dating. I didn't know about scams. I'd never heard of the term love bomb. I didn't know what any of that was.
Okay, you know what? Her and I both have that in common. I did not know that term before, and I thought it meant something completely different. Scam, I know. I've lived through one or two. But I don't, the love bomb thing, I get that. I'm not going to feel sorry for this woman, though. I'm not going to. If this involves her giving out sensitive financial information over the phone or over the internet to some stranger, I'm not going to feel sorry for this chick. I promise you. By the way, thank you to Kyle for $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. Let that be the start of a rally. 2:55 away from this morning. Keep it going, boys and girls. 2:55 away. You've got this. Do what Kyle did. Good egg, that Kyle.
It all started in the summer of 2021. 75-year-old Liza Likens, a lonely widow in Las Vegas, wasn't looking
Wait,
for
hold
love.
on. How old did they say she was? Go back.
75-year-old Liza.
That's a 75-year-old? Okay, I'll give her that. That's a good-looking 75-year-old. Husband must have had a hell of a life insurance policy. She kept it nice. Good for her.
Likens, a lonely widow in Las Vegas, wasn't looking for love, but messages from a handsome man who went by the name of Donald Horst and resembled her late husband made her heart skip a beat.
See, they're laying it on thick here. Oh, he looked like her husband. Her heart skipped a beat. Sure, I'll give you all my credit card numbers. No, you still don't get sympathy for that.
The person who scammed me wrote me every day for about 4 months, and I kept saying it was too soon after my husband's passing. Many months later.
But you should have saw the hog on the guy. There was no way I could say no. I mean, I'm only flesh and blood.
He sent me a photograph of himself next to a Buddha statue meditating, and I meditate. That's what got me.
Oh, for Christ's sake. How did you go from that to I lost $1 million? What was I supposed to do? He was Dilfy and he posed next to a Buddha. What was I supposed to do? Be skeptical?
At first, Likens says the scammer asked for gift cards to load up his phone with prepaid calls so they could talk. Later, it escalated.
He said, so
come on.
I am sending you this safe. And he sent me a picture of this big red safe. They needed $140,000.
Oh, fuck.
To transport this safe.
Can I rest my case? Can I? Is there anybody disagreeing with me at this point? The defense rests, Your Honor. No, I'm the prosecutor. The prosecution rests, Your Honor. She's a fucking idiot. I need $140,000 to transport a safe. What are you flying it via DC-9 from Afghanistan? No, you don't need $140,000 to transport a safe.
From Brisbane, Australia, to my house in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Over time, he progressively asked for more money, and for 2.5 years, the scammer seduced Likens with messages like this: I can't love anyone else but you, and I know we are meant to be together.
How are you 75 and still this basic? Is it a sheltered thing? Did you and the first husband just get married really young and he maybe he's one of those guys who just did everything and didn't let her handle anything. So then when she was gone, she was totally unprepared for it. Even so, hey, can I have 140 grand? Sure. Why not?
How much money did you end up losing in total?
I ended up losing $758,000. Which was my retirement fund inheritance from my husband, and my brand new house, which valued it to over $600,000.
But he told me he loved me. That works when you're 17. I guess for me, it still worked at 37. They told me they loved me. So I'm like, sure. I'll fucking destroy my life. I suppose. You know what? I'm realizing there but for the grace of God go I. Maybe I shouldn't judge so harshly. I've fallen for scams. I'm sorry, honey. I apologize. But $1 million, I mean, you got to get out before the figure hits, 6 digits.
It was just under 1.3 million. Since that happened, I've had my power turned off twice.
Oh, God.
I lost 40 pounds because I didn't have any money for food.
Hey, look. That's what we call a silver lining, young lady. You'll be back on the market in no time. I'm sorry. And did you see that shitty animated face they had talking? Come on. Stop giving strangers money over the internet. That's just a hard and fast rule. If you found one guy, you'll find another one. Here's a red flag. Don't date the guy who's, in the first couple of weeks of meeting you goes, you think I could have 140 grand? No, that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and block you.
And then they realize it's not me that they love.
The person who scammed lichens is believed to be from Nigeria, and the man in the photos is not him, and his name is not Donald Horst.
Oh, wait, you wait a minute. Hold on a minute. You mean this guy's not from Nigeria? Fucking mind blown. Oh, look, a Buddha. Is this dickhead subtly trolling? That's a little insensitive.
It's actually someone named Raho Bornhorst. He's a spiritual teacher based in Germany.
How many women would you say have contacted you thinking that they were in a relationship with you?
100 at least.
Bornhorst says he
Jesus.
first learned scammers were using his identity to lure women about 7 years ago. Since then, there have been hundreds, if not thousands, of fake profiles with his pictures.
Yeah, that's like the Facebook accounts that send you a friend request and you guys have like 3 mutual friends. And then, you know, you use that to find out which one of your friends are retards. You're like, oh, man, that chick's really, really fucking hot. And she's got the greatest tits I've ever seen. She sent me a friend request. Yeah, reject it. That's not her. How do you know it's not her? Because she's really fucking hot with great tits and she sent you a friend request? That's how I know it's not legit.
He's contacted Meta, but says it hasn't stopped scammers from continuing to create fake accounts. On Meta's website, the company writes, quote, "We do not allow people to misrepresent themselves on Facebook or use fake accounts. I reached out to Meta to find out how
You hear that, guys? Don't worry. Facebook says they don't allow people to use fake accounts. We're good. I mean, I kind of empathize with Facebook on that one a little bit because like it's a giant fucking company with Do they have 1 billion users yet? They got to be close. Because I think TikTok's number 1, isn't it? Because it's fucking China. But I think Facebook's still number 2 as far as the social media, like the population goes.
they're working to stop online scammers on their platform, but haven't heard back.
They should imagine how much is tearing the hearts apart. There's there's 1 million people who really suffer.
According to
Could you maybe give that lady $1 million if you're doing well? Could you maybe give her like maybe 50 just so she can get a fucking sandwich because she's lost 40 pounds, bro?
the Federal Trade Commission,
There's some guy in Nigeria right now living in a mansion and they're like, "Oh man, how'd you become so successful?" He's just, some old lady in Las Vegas just gave me $1 million. Why? I told her I loved her and that she was really pretty, and then I pretended to be a white guy. All she had to do to not send him the money was get a real picture of the actual scammer. She would have never sent it to him.
reported losses to romance scams total more than $1 billion in 2023. Lycan says she lost everything, and now she hopes her story helps others.
If one
I love you. You look so beautiful and younger, he says. Boy, this guy knows how to charm the old dames, doesn't he?
person sees this and ends up not falling for these scammers, then I've helped somebody, and because it's painful for me to do this.
Oh, shit.
It hurts to remember.
God damn it.
And I'm trying to turn it.
Oh, see. Now, okay, I will tell you this. That's the closest I've ever been to feeling really bad for someone who got scammed. That I actually do feel really bad for that lady. Oh. Because you're like 75, you just lost your husband, you don't think you'll ever love again, and then here comes this guy fucking posing next to a Buddha and shit. I guess I get it. 240 away from today. Thank you very much to Redbird $5. He raises a good point. He says, Aaron, the red flags you ignored were just as obvious. I mean, well, yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, I had fights about it. You know, I just don't, I've learned from Al-Anon, I just don't know how to talk to people with those kind of problems. I don't, because I fight. I'm like, fucking stop it. You need to stop. And you can't do that. You just have to walk away. You can't, it's not something you know what, didn't cause it, didn't control it, can't cure it. The 3 C's. That's just the way it's got to go. But yeah, you're right. I ignored a shitload of red flags because I was fucking. It's what it is. But I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I mean, she probably got just as many red flags as I did. And Luckily, I pulled my head out of my fucking ass just in time. Just as someone was trying to get me to buy them a house. Didn't like me anymore, didn't want me anymore, but was still trying to manipulate me into buying a fucking house. Oh, we can rebuild things. Oh, just buy this house and put my name on it too. And what about the 3 children? It'll be fine. No, I'm going to fucking lose them, I'm pretty sure, if this becomes a thing. Not that they gave a shit. Mussolini Diff with $5 says she was impressed with him taking pictures next to a Buddha statue, and he thought I would like to be one with everything you own. Yeah, that's true, Mussolini Diff. He did have a very Buddhist kind of take on the whole thing. It's just that his Buddhist take was, let's what yours be mine, I guess. Yikes. SC Motorsports says she definitely likes the wine, and I bet she was drunk all the time. I don't know. I don't know if she was drunk. She was an old lady who lost her husband, and she had a shitload of his money. You know, and then some guy comes along, and he seems really great. See, where you start to lose me is where you give people $140,000 for a retarded reason. I don't care how in love you are. I don't care how vulnerable you are. That's just such a stupid fucking thing. MAGA Princess says Facebook can track who's in every picture with AI, but they can't detect using the same picture for many accounts. I don't know. I just, I feel like most of the rules on social media are there to scare the shit out of you, to stop you from doing those things, but they don't actually enforce them. It's kind of like, it's a way to get you to self-police, if that makes sense. Guys, if you want to help out, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, all that shit. We are knocking it down a little bit here. We're 240 away. Keep it going. If you want to throw in a couple of bucks, big chunk plays will get this done. We do owe you a little bit of overtime. Jeffrey with $12. Peter Sky Parker with $20. Thank you very much, buddy. I will say, if Peter Sky Parker's watching, this guy did say this is from Peter Sky Parker. I'm sorry. So there's another 30 down. Uh-oh, we're getting there. 210 away. Only 210 away from knocking out today's goal and giving you guys an hour of overtime. It's a whole hour we're going to get today if we knock out that 210. So thank you very much. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, at least she bought her con artist a brand new truck. All right, rub it in, fuckface. Rub it in. Rub it in. Yeah, I spent a lot of fucking money. You are correct. I love this audience for the sole reason of they keep me honest. They keep me honest. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Keep it up, and we should have this thing knocked out in no time, and I'll be going until 11 today. 11, huh? I'll do it. Let's check out the text line. Whoa, what? Oh my God. I read a message. I got a notification from somebody, and I thought it said, thanks for loving my girlfriend. And I was like, whoa, I am not in that business at all. Nope. No loving on girlfriends. Nope. That old me destroyed. Although yesterday you guys did a thing, and I have to thank the morning show audience. I got a lot of messages yesterday from fans who are catching up with the show and watching it later, asking me, hey, Aaron, what's this I hear about you and Asian hookers? If you missed yesterday's show, a bunch of people started throwing in super chats, PayPals, and Rumble rants. And the captions for them were, Aaron, I would really like to procure a couple of your best Asians. And the more I fought back and said, I don't traffic in Asian people. I don't traffic in any people. The more they came in and the more descriptive they got. So I really want to thank you guys who donated money yesterday in trying to set up Asian trafficking situations with me. It didn't lead to an inbox full of people asking what the fuck that was going on. Thanks. Because I just thought it was not a good look for your PayPal to be full of people giving you money but then, accusations of Asian human trafficking. So again, love this audience. They're wonderful. Oh, by the way, that person didn't say thanks for loving my girlfriend. It said thanks to my loving girlfriend. Whew. Thought that person was trying to accuse me of something. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, you home wrecking now? No. I've been the one, I've wrecked my home, but I'm not home. Well, I guess you could say I did cause, there was some friction, but that's only because, I'm sorry, we liked each other. What can I say? Let's go to, oh boy, I got a few here. Ask her out for drinks at Oscars. Yeah, she lives in Las Vegas. That would be a fun person to date. She can move even quicker with you and not lose money. But she could take care of me, right? Of course. Blitz League says barely legal mindset. What the fuck? Stop Big Troon says Aaron's more of a wives only kind of guy. Thank you. I'm glad that none of this ever opens a Pandora's box. Thanks. They spelled boyfriend wrong. When you donate to the show, it's a down payment on your Asian. I have no Asians. There are no, you can check, go check the crawl space. That's not fair. That's totally where people would tell you to check because they think you'd hide the Asians there. Check the utility room, everywhere. There are no Asians here. I don't allow Asians into my house. No, not because they're Asians. I just meant strangers in Approachable says, thanks for reminding me I don't actually need to own one. I could just rent one by the day, so we have a party on Saturday and could use help cleaning up on Sunday. The fuck? I don't have, if any of you send, no. Ozone with $4.99. Manually stimulating horses for artificial insemination purposes would be a more dignified way of making a living than running a YouTube telethon. We're doing ourselves a fun little show here, Ozone. Oh, wait. No, Ozone is actually doing us a favor. Ozone is a friend. He always, invites more people to throw in. So, Ozone. I would rather have people donating to the show out of Ozone spite than thinking that I'm trafficking in Asian girls. MSO writes, how much for the Asian girls? SC Motorsports, are they all sold out? What do you have left then? Lander says, Aaron's no home wrecker. He is, though, a certified cervix crusher. Thank you. That's very sweet. Aaron's more of a Latina lover. A couple of Colombians, and here we go. All right, guys. Do we have it all out of our system now? Are we square? Are we square? 210 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's finish it off, huh? Let's knock down that last 210, and we will go until 11 this morning. This is fucked up. This is another case of a parent doing something really fucked up to their kid and then blaming the people who caught her doing something fucked up to her kid. How you can get, I don't understand as a parent how you can fuck up really bad, get caught fucking up really bad, and then defend yourself and not just immediately go, oh my God, I fucked up so bad. I am so sorry. I feel so terrible. I've harmed the lives of innocent children. What do I do to repent? That should be the only thing on your mind. There's this woman in North Carolina. She left her kid in the car, not running, no windows cracked, 100 degrees outside in an unshaded area at peak heat hours. And then when they take her in and they punish her for this, she says the charges are excessive. Excessive? The fact that we didn't take an arm off you, I feel like they're being generous. Let's go ahead and listen to this one. Again, this is out of North Carolina. This is from Monday.
News now, a Wake County woman is accused of leaving her children in a hot car. Fuquay-Varina police say she left the car unattended for more than 30 minutes during peak heat hours. WRAL's Destiny Patterson is joining us live now in Fuquay-Varina, where she was arrested. Destiny, you talked to that mother, and she said this is...
Your news lady was arrested? Boy, we're really going with stereotypes. Oh, they mean the mom. I'm sorry. My apologies.
...is being blown out of proportion.
Lena, she tells me that she left her kids in the car ages 1 and 6 while she went in and out.
I love that when the news people don't know what to do with their hands. So they do an act out for us. This woman had her car, opens the door, closes it. Thank you. If you had not opened and closed that car door, I would have had no fucking idea what a car was. Go back to, I love that. Thank you, Destiny Patterson. You're my favorite. Where's the fucking time bar here? There we go.
...are unattended for more than 30 minutes during peak heat hours. WRAL's Destiny Patterson.
Now, wait a minute. Somebody just sent me a text. Aaron, any return to Asians? I like warm inside, if you know what I mean. I don't, for the last time, I have no Asians.
Is joining us live now in Fuquay-Varina, where she was arrested. Destiny, you talked to that mother, and she said this is being blown out of proportion.
Right. All I did was leave my daughter in a car in sweltering temperatures that could have killed her if I would have stayed out long enough. I mean, it's so funny to like listen to people without kids too, just show their ass whenever it comes to anything kid related. Like, just watch how fucking retarded they are. They're like, oh, come on. It's not that big of a deal. No, it is. It is. It's a fucking shitbag maneuver. And you don't waste your breath explaining shit about kids to people without kids because it's nothing personal. They just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know? Like, you don't sit there and go, because people used to do that to me, like when I was in my early 20s. Because when did I have my first kid? 25, 26. And when you think, oh, well, maybe when you have kids of your own, you'll understand and you won't, and they'd berate you and they'd lecture you. All people without kids do is they just roll their eyes and go, because that's really all you do when you're in your 20s and into your 30s and you don't have children. You really are just an eye roll. You really haven't contributed anything. You'll understand when you have children. I have children. So you don't explain anything to them because they're just going to think you're an asshole and they're too retarded to get it. So like anyone who would be on this woman's side and be like, oh, she left her kid in a hot car for a little bit. What's the big deal? It's a lot of big deal. But I want to watch this news lady open and shut the car door first.
Lena, she tells me that she left her kids in the car ages 1.
I don't know. That might not get any of the 700 or 800 people that are watching this right now. But that gets me every fucking time. Why? Why did you do it? What was the point of that? Well, I had to open and close the car door. Why? To show it was a car. Ow.
In 6 while she went in and out of this TJ Maxx for about 15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes is a long fucking time to leave kids in a 100-degree car. That's a long time. And also, it takes nothing. You can look, man, I'm not against leaving your kids in the car if you have to run in somewhere quick. It's a fucking auto start. You auto start the car, the doors stay locked, nobody can get in, the air conditioning is blowing, the kids are fine. You lazy cunt. Like, don't you?
The Fuquay-Varina police.
I'm going to go single mom on this one. I'm going to have to go single mom.
Police tell me that they checked surveillance footage that tells a different timeline.
Uh-oh. Was it more than 15?
Price says she needed to make a quick stop. So she turned the car off and rolled down the windows. She says she left her 2 kids in the car so she didn't have to wake them.
If it's 100 degrees out, rolling down the windows on blacktop, not helping. Because if it's 100 degrees out, what is it on that in that parking lot and then in that vehicle? You're cooking at that point. She didn't want to wake her kids up. So her kids were asleep in a hot car while she ran into TJ Maxx. Bravo. Bring them in. Grab a cart. You put one of them in the cart. You put one of them in the little seat thing. You're fine.
The line was super long, so I guess they kind of like held me up from coming out the door faster. So I was in there for about 15 minutes.
I was in there for about 15 minutes. Remember that.
Fuquay Varina police say they found Price inside this TJ Maxx at 2:39 p.m. They say surveillance footage showed her entering the store just before 2. Around that time, WRAL meteorologist...
Oh, so that would mean you were in there for about 40 minutes, not 15 minutes. Those kids are fucking drenched in sweat. No idea what's going on because they were asleep when their fucking mom went into TJ Maxx. God damn it.
Just reported a heat index of 100 degrees.
Those few minutes can be the difference between developing into an emergency situation.
I talked with Price over the phone from jail. She says the car overheats if it runs too long.
Do you feel like you were at fault at all during this?
I mean, I understand their only concern is them being in the car underage by themselves.
No, that's not the only concern, is them being in the car underage by themselves. It's fucking hot out and it can cook their little brains, you dipshit.
Them being in the car underage by themselves. That's understandable. Like, I'm not mad at them about that. But the child abuse, really, that's over exaggerated.
No, it's not. You were in a store for 40 minutes on a 100-degree day and you left your kids in a hot car. Fuck you. And the fact that you can't even admit you were wrong, the fact that you can't look at your 2 children and say you were wrong, oh, just send the kids somewhere else. They'll be better off, honestly.
So you feel like the charges are too much?
Yes, because nothing was wrong with them. They were absolutely fine. They didn't start crying until he put handcuffs on me in front of my son.
Oh, well, then, you know, if the kid's going to cry when his mom gets put in handcuffs in front of her son, we should definitely not arrest people for, you know, putting their kids' lives in danger. That's, I mean, that would be terrible.
Price's mother tells me that she's keeping the kids for now and they are okay. They are safe. Price's next court date is scheduled for August 6th. Destiny Patterson, WRAL News, Wake County.
News now, a Wake County woman.
Oh, I think it's all overblown. It's not. It's not overblown at all. It's not blown enough? Question mark. Let's see what the audience thinks. Those kids have wrecked Aaron's birth canal. Thank you, J. Bra. Appreciate it. SC Motorsports with a good point. He says if it was in North Carolina, why didn't the kids take their shirt off and wave it around like a helicopter? Dead Game telling me, Aaron, narcissists don't think like that, dummy. Oh, that's right. That's weird, though, to be such a fucking narcissist that you can't love your children. That's truly remarkable. I can't fathom that. Like, to defend yourself before you defend your own fucking kids. Ugh. Just fucking garbage human, man. If Jay Bra says if your kids are pussies, that's a long time. It was more like 30 minutes, and they was fine. They had watermelon and grape drink, says Landers. Of course we had to go black. Of course we had to go black. Why wouldn't this audience do it that way? Hooters Girl says, do you hate us single moms more than veterans and black people? Great. We've got an hour left in today's show, and you're going to make me contemplate that for the next 60 minutes. No, single mom. Look, I've been with single moms. Like, there are good ones. There are really good ones. There are, like, truly kick-ass single moms. It's just, there are hallmarks of shitty single moms that you can see in a story, and you don't have to guess if dad's around or not. That makes sense. I'm not saying there aren't awesome single moms. There's single moms that are just fucking crushing it, for sure. It's just that there are certain hallmarks of a child's treatment that indicate single motherhood. Mr. Approachable says, hey, she went into the store because she didn't want her kids to wake up ever again. Atomic Ray says the kid's father was doing lines of coke at work. J. Bra says single moms fuck. They do. Indeed they do. They do fuck. They have a healthy appetite, a lot of those single moms. A running car is just as bad. Just get your fucking kids out. If you're going to be in there for longer than 5 minutes, yes, you get your fucking kids out of there. I don't care if the air conditioning is on or anything. Unless you're going in to like a convenience store to go in or out. Like, I go grocery shopping and shit. The kids are coming in. No questions asked. I still turn on the air for the dog, though. I crack the windows for the dog. The dog likes to go with now on all our trips. But, you know, if it's like, if I'm stopping for gas, I'll be like, do you guys want anything from inside? I'll, you know, maybe grab them something. But no, they're going in if it's anywhere else. Atomic Ray says, this is actually legal abortion in some municipalities. See, I did not know that. Number one Josh Denny fan. That's very funny. These hoes ain't loyal show. Ooh. MS, are we that desperate for money over there? Hey man, jump on my back. Everybody, hey, if you need to make a buck, you can't do it on your own. I draw money. That's for sure. I draw money for people. You can't make, I mean, that's a big girl admission to say, I can't make it on my own. I need to ride this dude's coattails, but it's more profitable to be a backstabbing twat than it is to actually be honest. I get it. I understand. I have nothing but empathy for that. I mean, you could try to, you know, do something more productive, but I am the draw. I get it. Thank you very much to Matt for the $50 over on Venmo. He says overtime. All right. 160 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very much. $160 away from today's goal. Thank you, Matt, for the 50. All right, we're just about in striking distance. We have a half hour until 10, but I do owe you an extra 30. So technically, we still have an hour to knock this thing out. And we are getting there. So go ahead, throw in another couple of bucks, and we'll be down to zero in no time. And if we are doing 30 minutes, you know, on the finger. But if you guys knock out the overtime, we'll do an extra hour. We'll tack another 30 minutes onto that. Here we go. Text line. Aaron, Aaron, let's figure out how the audience feels. Everyone send in a donation with which you like better, single moms, blacks, or Asians. The one that brings in the most donations, Aaron will stock up on. I don't engage in human trafficking. I don't. Somebody writes in 15 minutes. Blacks have no sense of time. LOL. I'm not even the one who says the terrible shit. They say the terrible shit. I just get blamed for it. MSO says limp aristocrats. That's a good name too. I like that one. All right, guys. Knuckle down 165 or 160 and even 160 away. Thank you guys for all of your contributions. Let's push forward to the very end. I did not know that acquiring chicken at a Church's Chicken was such a deadly proposition, but apparently in Memphis, it can be. All right. You guys are a bunch of filthy fucking degenerate racists. Go ahead. I just told you what the story was. Lethal confrontation, Church's Chicken, Memphis, Tennessee. Go ahead. I'll wait. I'll check the chat in a little bit. Nope. I insist. Get it out of your system. Because I don't want to be in the middle of the story getting all the texts and, you know, watching my phone blow up and then the Rumble chat blows up and then all this other. Just go ahead. I will. And by the way, Rumble chat, probably the best for this one, based on what you guys are going to say. Church's Chicken, deadly confrontation, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to give this like another 20 to 30 seconds. And then I'm going to, see, there it goes already. Okay. Are you ready? Church's Chicken, court documents, Memphis, Tennessee, shooting. Oh, here we go. Asian, God, I can't even read that one. I'ma keep it hood folk, says Esimo. Oh, goddamn, someone please send me the link to that song. I've been wanting to hear that song, the AI version of that, all week, and I can't remember what it's called. I love that fucking song, that I'ma keep it hood folk. Well, I just hope it wasn't Sunday. Eggplant. We're talking recipes, I think, MSO. Jungle, but I can't read that. Landers, just don't put your Asian slave in an automobile. They get stuck with the left blinker on. Stop Big Troon says we're getting away from the Asians. I see. You guys don't want to do this story because you don't want to get away from the Asians. I understand. Jesus. This Gigger Netsit says, what about black Asian single mothers? Jesus Christ almighty, are you trying to kill me? Nicholas, last name Gers. I don't know, because it's more profitable to do it that way, to be a backstabber, than it is to fucking just face up to anybody. And then you believe manipulative liars. What are you going to do? It's unfortunate, but you can see it coming from a mile away, Nick. People on the internet are not your friends. They're opportunists. They always will be. Nicholas, last name Gurr with 199. What did you say about fried chicken and watermelon? Of course, Nick hears the clarion call, and he shows up. Spring Esselroth. Oh, this sucks. This sucks to read. Spring Esselgroth with $10 says, severance check just came through. Might as well share a little. Thanks for keeping me company as I hunt down my next job. Well, hey, you know what? Good luck. You're going to find something in no time. You're going to do great. Look, you're still here, right? You're still here, and as long as there's a passion in you to move down the road, you're going to move down the road. You know, as long as you want another gig, you're going to get another gig. Really bad shit will not happen to you. This is the worst it's going to get. Promise you. 150 away from... Oh, shit, we're only 150 away. We are officially within striking distance, everybody. And you got an extra half hour today as well. 199 from Paul. He writes, for the Young Black Boy Fund. Okay, first of all, that makes you look fucked up, Paul, because you're donating to the Young Black Boy Trafficking Fund. Second of all, I don't traffic in young black boys. There. Lander says I could go for a Mongolian slave. I'm not doing that either. Okay, they got me the song. Good. Thank you, SC Motorsports. Yeah, this is my... Oh, Hood N-word. That's the name of the song.
Man, she says she want hood.
So this is some guy's rap song, and they did an AI music video and an AI singer to put it to music. This is fucking cool. It actually ended up being a good song.
I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped, and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Thick bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown.
You know how people said I don't find black women attractive? She's good. I like her. She's cute.
Long hair, yellow,
but she's not real,
red,
also.
Brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s.
I like
Flats
this.
look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for.
How is this not the #1 song in America right now? Dude, AI is going to take over the fucking world. We're going to become subservient slaves. Although slaves is subservient, so that's a redundancy. But anyway. Hey, you know all about redundancy, don't you? Sorry. That wasn't high road of me. That was not high road. That was not okay. We should not rain on the less fortunate. Not okay. I let myself down right there.
All the whole jockey be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but the chick steady watching, that she can't do it on the stick. She popping, we bottle popping. You cock block and told your girl you rap, but your CD flopping.
Yeah.
You say you getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. Your girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped, and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga.
I love
and
this.
I keep a bad bitch around. Big bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24.
I'ma keep it hood folk is my favorite part.
Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood folk.
They actually can't take you out the hood. That's just it. Rappers say that all the time. It's like, they took me out the hood. Like, no, they didn't. You did. Because you knew it was fucked up. You knew you couldn't be a millionaire and be there. You get fucking jacked every day. You're out of your fucking mind. Get out of the hood, for Christ's sake. That's the first thing you should do when you get money. Well, let's not be irresponsible. Chain first. Then we'll do that. Mr. Approachable with $5 says, Asian single mom, ? I'm not. No. I don't know how many times a man can say no before people get the idea. 145 away from today's goal. And again, if we knock out today's goal, it's a whole hour of overtime. Thank you guys very, very much. All of the links are in the chat. $2 from Buffalo Jockey says, I'll take a Mexican. They work hard, unlike the blacks and Asians are too small to work hard. Thank you. You guys are rebuilding my image, one chat at a time. How is it? Oh, God. Guys, now I have a joke coming in via the text line. How is a Mexican like a cue ball? Oh, my God. How is a Mexican like a cue ball? The harder you hit them, the more English you get out of them. Solo shows are better. I get it. They're very, very good. But Jesus Christ, at the same fucking time. You guys do play a more prominent role in the solo shows. I'm still having a hard time admitting that that's a good thing. Landers says, I would mind a small Ukrainian slave, like maybe an older woman, just so she can peel my potatoes. That's actually a very innocent thing to do with a slave, I think. This one has, this one actually has a description. Rashid Rhythms, born Rashid Johnson in Chicago, Illinois, was a pioneering African-American blues artist who rose to prominence during the vibrant music scene of the 1970s. Raised in the tough neighborhoods of Chicago's South Side, Rashid's early life was marked by hardship and adversity. A self-described hood, he was drawn in. Wow, so they've made like a whole background to this blues artist. It's an AI guy though, right? So it's a whole AI artist, but they've given him a backstory. Yeah, dude, we can't compete with this shit. We're fucked. We're done. Just be really nice to the robots. Be really nice to the AI. And hopefully they'll have a spot for us. Because otherwise we're getting Thanos out of fucking existence, boys. 145 away from this morning. All right, let's get to this Church's Chicken Memphis story that I'm sure you guys will treat with the respect that it deserves. It's chicken, dude. Like every time I see this, whether it's like Popeyes or ironically, you never see it at Raising Cane's or Chick-fil-A. But anytime you see that, wait, what is this? Oh, okay. Sorry. I was checking out something. I was checking out a text somebody sent in. It didn't make any sense to me. Popeyes, churches. What is it about the fucking chicken that makes everybody so goddamn violent? Just hold on a second. It'll get there. They forgot your biscuit. Big fucking deal. Go in. Tell them they forgot the biscuit. They'll give you one. It's okay. We don't need to hit each other and shoot each other. Police investigate after man shot in home in Nutbush. That's a great neighborhood.
It was hard. We were struck. We were surprised. We were hurt. But immediately, her and I, we prayed immediately that God give us strength.
Yeah,
Is this the chicken store? Are you kidding me? This happened at a chicken restaurant, and look how much just pain the whole thing has caused. Because of a fucking tendies order.
Parents of the woman who was shot and killed last week
while she was working at Church's Chicken say that they pray justice is done, and we know that the suspect has been arrested. Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre joining us live downtown outside the courthouse. And
the black guy at the courthouse is like, motherfucker, I really don't want to do this story. Can you please give this to the pretty blonde girl? I swear to God, dude, I am not going to be the black reporter who reports on the Church's Chicken shooting murder story, because I know what everyone on TV is going to be saying.
She's due in court in about an hour. What do we expect to happen? A bail hearing, perhaps?
Yes, and we'll hear if a judge will, in fact, give her a bond. Monica Williams, she's charged with first-degree murder. Now, again, this is her first time facing a judge since Memphis police.
See, I didn't have this, though. I didn't have woman doing it. I thought, I had the swatch right. I picked the right swatch. But I didn't pick the right genitalia. I wouldn't think that a woman would be shooting someone over chicken.
Arrested her yesterday. She went on a run from police for about a week.
Maybe over laundry, am I right?
Week or so. A week ago, she, according to Memphis police, she shot and killed Anitra West, that Church's Chicken employee. And last week, we spoke to the family of Anitra West. We heard strong words from her 12-year-old.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Is he having a stroke on the air? I'm not really getting much of the story from him. He's kind of hemming and hawing. Is he involved? Were you fucking the suspect, dude? He's having a hard time. Is he vaccinated, bro?
Daughter to Monica Williams, and just yesterday we spoke to her parents. You'll hear from them in less than 30 minutes from now in this hour of Good Morning Memphis. But a lot of things have come out inside of that affidavit. We do know now that this was all over an order.
Of course. There was part of me that was holding out hope that maybe this was a robbery gone wrong and maybe this chick at least got a couple $100, but nope, it was over an order. The chicken order didn't come out right, so we had to shoot somebody. We had to kill some lady who worked at the chicken place because she'd be disrespecting me in my food order. Fuck.
Of chicken at Church's Chicken, that affidavit detailing that. We also know that when Anitra West lost her life, that gunshot, that fatal gunshot, she actually was on the phone with a friend, according to that.
Hey, what the fuck? You're supposed to be at work. All right, now this is officially a no good guy situation. I can't believe that you would be on the phone while you're supposed to be at work. How fucking dare you?
Affidavit. Now, of course, we want you to stay with us because, again, Monica Williams, she's set to be in court in less than an hour from now. We'll be inside of that courtroom. I want you to stay with us.
Something wrong with that guy. There's something going on there. He's just, that whole report was just off, It's just something not right with that guy. Puerto Rican prostate puncher 69, which, by the way, great name, just says, I asked for 5-piece, you motherfucker. What are you fighting? What are you shooting someone over? I'll gut it for my tendies, he says. Tendies is life. Atomic Ray says, no foul. Who doesn't want to die and their final meal is fried chicken? Chevy Fan says, if he was eating a 3-piece meal while telling the story, I'd die. He's like, I'm sorry, I just got really hungry. MSO calls it the Church's Chicken chimp out. See, now how I can't responsibly do stories like this because I always like to go to you guys afterwards because you have things to add. But then I get MSO with the Church's Chicken chimp out, and what's a girl supposed to do? By the way, you guys do have an extra half hour today. We are within striking distance, 145 away from today's goal. Let's hammer it out. If you do, you get an extra hour today because I owe you because of how much you've been throwing at us lately. Like I said, business has been good. So thank you guys very much. And this is our last goal of the week to knock out on YouTube. So let's send it into the shadow realm. All right, here we go. Into the texts. Any neighborhood with a Church's Chicken is a neighborhood you don't need to be in. Right in this case. Little known fact, the creators of The Simpsons considered drawing them as a black family. Had they gone that route, it wouldn't have been called The Simpsons. What would it have been called? And then he writes the N-word. Is that how we want to do this? Really? Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, I'd like a 12-piece with my mag dump. Yeah, well, you get hungry shooting people. You do. It works up an appetite. It burns calories. Oh, man, he smells like core diet and fryer grease now. Motherfucker. All right, thank you guys very much. 145 is the number for today. We've got at least another 40 minutes for you, maybe another hour and 10 minutes. We'll see what you guys decide on that one. Attleboro powerlifter breaks national record and aims for the world championship. A powerlifter in Massachusetts is gunning for a world championship. You might think, Aaron, this is not something that you normally cover. Why? 74 years old. Like, I just kind of imagine that at 74 years old, if you try to deadlift, everything kind of turns to dust. Bones, joints, cartilage, everything just you kind of fall in to like a jellyfish kind of a thing on the floor, or like something you find at the bottom of the ocean with those submersibles when they shine the light, and there's that thing with the giant teeth. At 74 years old, powerlifting is not exactly a hobby you're competing in normally.
You always got to strive to do better. You always got to strive to get stronger. And the only way you're going to do that is persistence.
In the dictionary, not far from perseverance, you'll
is. Oh, fuck. Wow, did I choke? Good job, Aaron. Couldn't find a racial slur that starts with P. Your audience would be so disappointed in you. They're going to find it. I'm going to go to the chat after this story, and they'll have all kinds of P words. But I couldn't do it.
find persistence.
Persistence.
And in the Attleboro YMCA gym, not far from the rack of weights, you'll find a 74-year-old at the top of his game.
Just because I'm 74 doesn't mean I have to think I'm old.
No, we'll think you're old. You can think you're 25. I don't give a shit. You're 74. Like, we're just looking at your face and your facial hair and your hair and everything else. You're old as fuck, dude. You don't have to think that.
Upham, a lifelong weightlifter, keeping that lifelong next to training partner Emily Fowler, would rather be here than...
Great spotter. But let's be honest. You know what? She's got good arms. She looks like she can lift a little. I was going to say, I mean... world championship weightlifter, little girl next. She's probably fine.
Anywhere else.
She's got more defined arms than I do. Like, I need to be talking shit.
Saturday, Paul became the new national powerlifting record holder for his age and weight. His bench press, 209.7. Squat,
I haven't tried to max out on the bench in a long time, so I don't know how much I can bench right now. I do different kind of lifts. I don't really do a lot of benching. I mean, obviously, to get, bad boys this rock hard and this large and, the 24-inch pythons, you don't just bench like a queer. But I bet you I couldn't bench 209 right now. Like, even when I played sports in high school, the weight room, weight room's gay, dude. I was always out there just playing. I hated the weight room. You can't tell by looking at my legs. But 209, yeah, I don't even think at my peak I was doing 209. I was in the 100s. I think I was probably maybe 175. Maybe. There were guys who were like, can you bench your weight? I'm like, fuck that. So this guy he's at 209, and then what is he squatting? Because I was terrible at squats. Again, I don't think you can tell by looking at my lower half. Terrible with squats. I don't even want to know. All right, what was it? Go ahead.
7. Squat, 363.8. And
fuck. That's 300.8 more than I can do. It's humiliating. This is like those stories where you have like 80-year-olds who hit hole-in-ones and you've been golfing your whole life and you're like, I know I shouldn't want them to die because they haven't done anything wrong, but I kind of want them to die. But only because of my shame.
Deadlift?
Deadlift was 385.8.
I was just in so much like excitement and in so much awe of what he was about to do because I knew he was going to do it. I saw him walk out.
I'm having a weird time with her where like I know her head's all fucked up, but like she's really muscular. Like I think I would. You can give your opinion, but I think I would. She also seems nice. That's what I should keep doing. I should keep judging women by how I see them immediately on impulse. That's doing very well for me. Very well. I've made a lot of mistakes.
And I was like, oh, that's my Papa Smurf. You know, like I was.
Okay, hater. All right, I'm done.
Proud of him. I was just proud to be there to support him.
And Papa Smurf may be in his 70s, but he's still working and working out. Only
I feel like this guy's killed a burglar before. Like he just has a vibe to him like, oh, harmless old man in the gym. Yeah, fuck that. He's done something terrible before.
Somewhat retired from the tree cutting business.
Can't keep the monkey out of the tree, you know.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Jesus, with the monkeys in the trees and the... I know you're from the Boston area, but goddamn, man, you're on the news. Fucking hell. And that's not a reason to cut a tree down. It's just because, I mean, Monsieur Candy just had Mr. Stonecipher, Sick Marcia, and his bitches on. What I'm saying is that to be that happy about that line.
Tree cutting business.
Can't keep the monkey out of the tree, you know.
Or the...
I didn't find that funny at all. In fact, I found it rather offensive.
Gym rat out of the gym. Next stop, he's hoping to be chosen for Worlds, which is actually in Hyannis this November to represent the United States.
Damn. Yeah, 75-year-old who can still squat 363, not one to be trifled with. All right, did they come up with their P words? Pajeets, yes, of course. Okay, they did. They did. Oh boy. Deadlift at 70 is what you did with your balls in the morning? Yeah. If you're 70 years old, your balls are being deadlifted. 209 pounds, says Hooters Girl. Aaron hasn't weighed that since high school. Actually, believe it or not, I am at my high school weight. I was 220 in high school. Yeah, I've gained 5 pounds since I left. We actually eat here, so got about 5 pounds up. Ugh. Plus, summer schedule started with the kids, so I can make the gym 3 to 4 days a week instead of 4 to 5. So I've fallen off a bit. Tonight's boxing night, though. Always lose a couple of pounds at boxing night. Approachable says, yeah, that seems fair. Aaron doesn't seem like the bench press type. Seems like he has more of a workout that focuses on an upward stroking motion. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, Aaron likes big-headed bitches. Another person writes, Mega Mind. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's, I always say that it's all love, but I believe the audience usually says, no, we fucking hate your guts a little bit. A little bit of it's serious. Carlos Cameo with $4.99 says Memphis is the number 51 TV market. Your local high school journalism club has a bigger budget. That's why he sounded like that. Oh. Nick, last name Gurr, with $1.99 says Go Chicken Go is better than Church's Chicken. I've had Church's Chicken. I really liked it, but I was also like 16. My friends and I were on a road trip somewhere, and we were on our way to when I was 17, we were on our way to Louisville, Kentucky for the Tyson fight against Danny Williams. I covered that for doghouseboxing.com. I got to sit ringside. That was fucking great. I just wish Mike would have won. But yeah, we stopped at a Church's Chicken, and I thought that was great. And then we stopped at a Bob Evans restaurant for breakfast. And I loved the biscuits and gravy. I'm sure like in the South, if you say Bob Evans, they're like, dude, fucking chain. That's dog shit. It's horrible. You got to go to Roscoe's or whatever. But like for a Northern boy, for a Yankee, going to Bob Evans and having some biscuits and gravy, that was an experience, man. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says you couldn't bench your weight. There aren't weights that big. Again, it's pain. It's suffering, but it's my job. It's what I tell myself every single day. Hey, guys, good news. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says that's what the rope is for. Make sure the monkeys stay attached to the tree. Guys, good news. We got a half hour left to knock out today's goal and add another half hour of overtime, and we are 135 away. We are not far at all. You guys can knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships. Let's knock it down. If you feel like jumping in with something generous, we do appreciate it. We will knock it out in about 25 minutes or so here and call it a W for the day. If not, can always knock it out tomorrow too. But we can do an extra hour today. So I think we can get that 135 taken care of. Oh, man, I'm looking at the chat right now, and I am just not seeing a lot of things that I can read. I'm reading you the ones I can read. SC Motorsports says, and his shirt says Silverback. Yeah, I got that too. Puerto Rican prostate puncher, you can take the monkey out of the jungle, but you can't take street. Can't read that either. Can't keep the monkey out of the churches. God damn it. Aaron's got 10 years before his turds treat his balls like a speed bag, says Death Beholden. Thank you. So at 47, I'm going to have balls that get shit on. Thank you for letting me know. And a glimpse into my future. Mr. Beat says, I broke my heel. Oh, dude. I've heard breaking your heel is like the worst fucking thing you can do. No, not even joking. Says, I broke my heel. It's the worst bone in the body to break. Car accident in November, still can't work. I'm about to be homeless. Well, shit. That sucks, man. Breaking your heel sounds... Can't you get like some kind of disability or something for that? Fuck. MSO says, I've heard Asian slaves love Church's chicken. I wouldn't know because I don't have Asian slaves. And anyone who sends in super chats or PayPals or Venmos suggesting otherwise is simply incorrect. Mac with $9.99 says, thanks, Toe. Do you have a GHIN handicap? I assume you're talking about golf. Let's just say I golf from the mid-90s to mid-100s. I'm not exactly a scratch golfer, my man. 130 away from today. Thank you very much. $130 from knocking this thing out and calling it a W. Thank you very much. All right, we got the powerlifter story done. Oh, this one's sad. This one bums me out. The Mirage in Las Vegas is shutting down. Oh, wait, hold on. The Aristococks say, come to Florida so Hobo can show you real food and real racism. I would love to hang out with the Aristococks sometime. They're going to be up here for the anniversary show. I hope Roots performs a little steel toe song. I hope Hobo does something. It's going to be that anniversary show, man. 37 tickets left, I believe. 37. We're going to sell that motherfucker out before showtime. Not only that, we've gone more, since the knives in the back situation, we've gone back to our blood. And we're going to have a reunion show. We've already got Whiskey Pete, Oz, Matt, Johnny. We're going to have 101 come out. It's going to be, we're bringing this thing full circle, man. 10 years, we're bringing this thing full circle. It is, and it's an honor to know that so many people have jumped on our back and tried to make a dime as our barnacle, as our parasite, to a tenth of the numbers. Yikes. It's probably a bad idea, but I'm not. Hey, as Sun Tzu said, when your enemies are making mistakes, don't stop them. The Mirage is going away at Las Vegas after 34 years on the Strip. You know, some of April and I's best times when we were married was in Las Vegas when I was spending a lot of money. I'm not going to be a dick about it. Like we had fantastic times. We got married there for a reason. We loved it. We loved being there together. Some of my best times I remember were out there. And one place April and I had that was like kind of a religious thing is we always went to the Mirage when we were close at the end of the night to buy these. There was a food item that she really liked. It was one of the sandwiches. I can't remember, but their Italian sub. Oh, she liked the was it double or triple layer chocolate cake? She got one of that. We'd bring it back to the room. I'd get the Italian sub. We'd bring that to the room. There was just a little, order and pick up food place in the Mirage that we loved going to. And also she loved the scent of the Mirage, and you could buy candles and air fresheners that were the scent of these different casinos. And the Mirage was one of her favorites. It's shutting down because I believe they're turning it into a Hard Rock hotel and casino. And it's kind of the end of an era. I mean, the Mirage was the volcano. I actually remember the Mirage from the movie Pure Country. George Strait performed there. And a lot of really famous acts performed at the Mirage over the years. I think the Mirage, wasn't that Siegfried and Roy's spot? Let's go ahead and check this out as they say goodbye to the Mirage. I believe it closed on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Hey, we are counting down the closure of the Mirage Hotel and Casino, fewer than 24 hours away now before the resort shuts its doors after 34 years on the Las Vegas Strip.
It has certainly been a historic one. Once those doors shut, a massive renovation of the property is set to begin, transforming the resort to Hard Rock International.
Yeah, they're doing like the whole thing. Like they're going to flatten everything. Or they're not going to flatten everything. They're going to remodel what they can remodel. I don't think they're bringing down the Mirage. But they're going to put the big guitar on the property and have rooms in it, which is kind of a cool deal.
Here's Kristen Drummond joins us live near the Mirage tonight with more on the closure.
The resort is winding down. The last hotel guest already checked out, and now the final preparations are underway for that last goodbye.
Fuck. That's sad, man.
Outside the Mirage entrance, a crew sets up chairs and a stage, preparing for the closing ceremony on Wednesday. A final farewell to honor the history
yesterday
and legacy of the Las Vegas Strip's first mega resort.
I want to come and visit it because it's the last day that it's going to be open.
Is this your first time in the Mirage?
Yes, it is my first time.
What do you think of it?
Well, guess what, motherfucker? It's your last. No, I'm sorry.
It's beautiful. I hate to see it go, honestly.
Visitors?
Hey, easy on the energy, bud. It's a little too much charisma for the news. Remember, it's local.
Opening the doors one last time. Inside the property, most slot machines shut down. Chips from some table
eerie.
games gone. But that doesn't.
That'd be so fucking cool to be in there when everything's shut off. And I remember when April and I went in 2020, or the first year we went to Las Vegas together, we went, they had just brought masks back. We booked our tickets because they said no masks. And I think it was like $350 for 3 nights at the MGM Grand. Airfare and hotel, by the way. It was like, oh no, it was $600, airfare and hotel, for 3 nights at the MGM. Like they were giving it away to get people there during COVID. And if you go out at like 3 a.m. in Las Vegas, you'll still see normally plenty of people out and about on the streets. I got up at 3:30 in the morning and April had a blister on her heel and I went to get her Band-Aids. And as I walked to the Walgreens, fucking eeriest thing, man. It was a Friday morning in Las Vegas, empty. No car. I'm talking cars. I'm talking people. Nothing. I have a video on my phone from August of 2020, and it's just, there's nobody there. I think I took a 30-second video, and there was one person, and it was a guy sweeping the sidewalk. That was it. It's fucking wild. I'll never see that again. I thought that was really like a moment in time. Same thing with this. No chips in the table games. All the slot machines shut off. Just a weird feel, man.
Doesn't stop some from trying to find a spot and take home some of the $1.6 million the casino needed to give away before closing.
Holy shit, really?
How difficult is it to play right now?
How do you have to give away? You can't just keep it, or like the people who own it next don't get it. You have to give away $1.6 million. Just give it to me. Save you the time.
Insane. There's people, I'm not this type of person, but they've been here since 4 or 5 in the morning.
The frenzy adding to the property's 34-year history. First opening in 1989 with a Polynesian theme and roughly 3,000 rooms, creating an experience for guests beyond gaming.
Yeah, we always wanted to go in the Mirage pool and do like the float around thing where they had the waterfalls and shit. We never got to do that either. Damn, what do you do, right? Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, how many slaves have you had children with? Don't lie. I don't have any slaves. Vince Griswold with $10 says Austin Private Wealth, an investment firm, made a huge short on Donald J. Trump stock the day before the assassination attempt. They scrubbed their About Us page today, connections to Bush and Soros. Really? I'm Googling that. I'm going to check that out. Thank you for the $10, Vince. Hey, we're only 115 away from hammering it out today and doing an extra hour. $115 from knocking out today's goal. Thank you guys so much. Oh, no, I got to that one. We're caught up there. Yeah, sorry about that. I see that Mr. Beat is talking about the breaking the heel and all that stuff. I'm really sorry about that, man. That really sucks. Things will turn around for you, though. Things will turn around. And I know I'm sure it probably really sucks. I'm sure it's probably very hard, but we're thinking about you. Whatever you need, contact me in private. Can help you out. Let's go to. I'm just trying to get to some. Mr. Beat. Oh, they're just talking about Mr. Beat's shit. I'm trying to skip through to the stuff that's not that. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says Aaron likes to hammer his slaves when they get out of line. I don't have any slaves. I don't know how to make this any clearer. I don't know what I need to do for you people to prove it to you that I am slave free. Nobody will believe me. MSO says, didn't they break heels all the time in the WWF? Hey-o. All right, guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's knock out that last 100, a measly 115, and we'll knock it out. Death Beholden and J-Bra both writing at the same time. What do you mean, you people? I can't win. What was the name of that group? Austin Private Wealth? Let's check that out. Austin Private Wealth. Trump short. Oh my God. This is no bullshit. Okay. 15 hours ago. Many of us woke to the conspiracy theory worthy news that someone bet big against the future of Donald Trump's days before some kid tried to blow his head off. Austin Private Wealth, with connections to the Bush and Soros family, shorted 12 million shares of DJT via a put option on July 12th, just one day before the assassination attempt. Did the Bushes know something was going to happen to Donald Trump? This massive trade represents... hard to zoom in on that. Massive shorts recorded on Donald Trump stock just prior to his assassination attempt. Was this a planned political hit? BlackRock and Vanguard are some of the largest shareholders of Austin Private Wealth, the company that shorted Trump for 12 million shares the day before the assassination attempt. Fucking hell, really? Wow. I mean, again, the more we find out about this whole thing, the more uncomfortable it makes you. I mean, the kid. Yes, that's right. The kid who tried to shoot Trump. He was in a BlackRock commercial. Dude. First of all, the idea that they let this happen, I'm not even questioning anymore with the bullshit they've come out with as to how long they knew about this kid, how long they were watching him, when they determined he was a threat 10 minutes before the president got on stage. Why he was allowed to get on that roof with a fucking rangefinder in a backpack, or why he was allowed to get on that roof at all. And then the Secret Service saying, oh no, it was too steep. The slope was too steep on the roof. And you look at some of the roofs they were posted up on and you're like, get the fuck out of here. So on July 12th, a day before the assassination attempt, Austin Private Wealth reported a short position nominally equivalent to 12 million shares. It is huge. It represents approximately 1/7 of Trump's ownership in the same company, or 16% of all available stock float not held by major insiders. And they did this a day before he got shot. Chudov adds that the bets against Trump were likely filed weeks before the reporting date, having nothing to do with the actual date or dates the position was made. In other words, it didn't happen on 7/12. the day before the Crooks family offspring took his shots, which deflates the stock but not the conspiracy. Few, if any, elite globalist factions would shed a tear if Mr. Trump shuffled on. Okay, this is opinion from the website. But that's interesting shit. And by the way, like, I didn't need that story to tell me that something fucky happened here. But that little addition right there doesn't help their case that it wasn't something fucky. Hooters girl says the FBI is going after the local cop that confronted the kid. Jesus Christ. Well, they got to have a fall guy because they'll say, oh, that guy knew. He went up there to confront him, and as soon as he got the gun pointed at him, he fucking skedaddled. So maybe they'll make him the fall guy, the Jack Ruby. Bigot on socialist media says, can someone explain why BlackRock and JP Morgan in Ukraine meeting Zelensky? Is Zelensky trying to sell as much of Ukraine as possible before Ukraine loses the war? Wouldn't doubt it. J-Bra says, I've got kin in Arkansas, and their 400-acre property still has the slave quarters cabin. It's rickety as hell, but I like going there and taunting the ghosts. It's been a fun show, guy. If we hit that 1:15 before 10:30, I'm very happy to go till 11 with you, but it's been a very fun show regardless. J-Bra says, I was holding a glass door open, and a wind gust threw the door against my foot. It was plate glass, and it cut me really bad. I almost bled out. So now are we just sharing, like, most horrific injury stories at this point? Because we got missed a beat breaking his heel, which I can't imagine what a fucking nightmare that is. And then we've got J-Bra cutting his foot. Well, dude, in fairness, that's kind of what you get for taunting slave ghosts, is it not? Like, maybe if you hadn't been taunting the ghosts of slaves, you wouldn't have suffered such an eerie fate as you did. Right? Rusty Grammar says, I think all these deep state gay F words need to be, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. We'll save that for Rumble Friday. Lander says, like I said earlier, Aaron, the federal government tried to kill Trump. I don't disagree. MSO says, yeah, tell us your hair loss story, Aaron. Why did this have to become about me? When did I become the shithead? You know what? Fuck you. Don't answer. Don't answer. I don't need to know the answer to that. What I need, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. I need 115. We knock this thing out. We go until 11 o'clock today. I'm excited. We're on the verge of another W for the toe. Let's keep it going on what's been a great week so far. Republican candidate Mark Edgington is a successful entrepreneur, a volunteer firefighter, and a philanthropic volunteer who helped build an orphanage in Africa. What a great guy, right? This is a guy running for office in New Hampshire. He's going to do great. Firefighter, entrepreneur, philanthropist, built an orphanage in Africa. He's also a convicted murderer who helped beat and strangle a motel manager to death during a 1989 robbery in Florida. You see, when you're pitching yourself to voters, it is good to maybe put that detail in the middle, you know? Don't lead off with it. Lead off with the orphanage in Africa. End with, like, volunteer firefighter philanthropist. And then somewhere in the middle, be like, I'm a successful entrepreneur. I murdered somebody in 1989. It is difficult to figure out where to have that conversation. 35 years ago, at 17, I made some bad choices to hang out with the wrong people. No. At 37, I made some bad choices to hang out with the wrong people. I didn't fucking kill anybody. The results were catastrophic. It taught me a lot, and I am grateful for the lessons. All of the lessons that have made me the man I am today. I mean, I can empathize with him on that part. That's true. I feel that. But again, I didn't murder a motel manager and then decide to run for office. Although him admitting that he's a murderer is probably one of the more honest things a politician's done in this election cycle. Think of all the skeletons in their closet that a lot of these senators and Congress people have. They don't dare talk about them. This guy comes out and he's like, look, it's going to get out there. You know, he's taking the Aaron Imholt / B Rabbit approach. Look, this is going to come out, so I might as well just tell you. I fucking murdered a guy. Vote for me. Edgington, one of the original Free State Project pioneers, I don't know what that is now running for a seat in the state House of Representatives as a Republican in New Hampshire to represent the towns of Hudson and Litchfield. Oh, my God. According to an affidavit given by Edgington that was filed in court and contemporaneous press accounts, Edgington was a 17-year-old and his accomplice, Carmen Tungate, was 18 when they killed Balapuran Umakanthon, 37, I'm guessing he was Polish, in a Bradenton, Florida econo lodge. A horrible place to die. I'd rather break my heel. Umakanthon had recently fired Tungate for stealing from the business. Tungate and Edgington rented a room at the econo lodge and allegedly lured Umakanthon into the room with a complaint about a broken air conditioner. When he entered the room, Tungate hit him in the head with a pipe. Umakanthon fought back but was soon overpowered. Tungate held Umakanthon down while Edgington strangled him until he saw blood coming out of the man's ears. Fuck, dude. That's one they don't talk to you about. Like, they don't show you that in movies when you see someone get strangled. Being strangled is a fucking brutal way to die. Your eyes pop out like, oh, it's an awful thing. The fucking strangulation death. It's no like, in the movies they show a guy choking somebody for like 10 seconds. And then after that 10 seconds, it's just like, oh, he's dead now. It's like, no. It's a lot worse than that, dude. A lot worse than that. So this guy's going to try to run for office with a murder on his rap sheet. All right. Once Umakanthon was dead, Edgington allegedly helped wrap him in a sheet. Tungate then flew to Virginia after Edgington gave him a ride to the airport. Oh, dude, you are so fucked in this whole thing. Edgington stayed in Florida and was arrested the day after the murder while attending summer school classes. Tungate evaded the law for a year and even got featured on America's Most Wanted. He was arrested in Virginia when he tried to get a fraudulent birth certificate using the name of a child who had just died. Oh, these two are fucking geniuses. Tungate and Edgington pleaded no contest to second-degree murder and were sentenced to 30 years in prison. Tungate served 10. Edgington served 8. Thanks to a controversial early release program that has since been rescinded. You know what's funny about that? I bet you Democrats put that early release program thing in there and Republicans fucking hated it and thought it was stupid. So then this guy's now running as a Republican. Ironically, the policies he's for probably would have kept him in prison longer. God damn. They double booked my room. I couldn't stop squeezing. Mistakes were made, says Puerto Rican prostate puncher. I personally seen Aaron headbutt a cook because he simply told Aaron that the Golden Corral was out of brown gravy. I mean, that story's about as true as the other headbutt story. Let's go with it. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says Aaron strangled one of his slaves for not mastering the wax on, wax off technique. I don't have slaves. Therefore, never strangled them. J-Bra says, how do I return a slave I bought from Aaron? This one I got as a dud. She just lays there crying about the fat man. Guys are fucking cunts. All right, guys, let's thank a few people here. Thank you very much to Tiny48. Wait, which one is it? Is it Tiny48 or Crash61? Thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. All right, guys, you ready to rally to see if we're doing this thing until, see if we're going till 11 today? $85 is the number. We are $85 away from today's goal. Can it be done? Will we knock it out? You guys have gotten very, very close, and we have 5 minutes to go. Put that 5 minutes on the clock, $85 away. Let's hammer out the rest. It's the last goal of the week for YouTube. If you guys want to all throw in 5 or 10, we'll knock out that 85 in no time, and you will get an extra 30 minutes on today's show. And I'll tell you guys a secret. I don't like admitting this to you, but I'm having a lot of fun with you today. This 4.5 hours went by very, very quick. Landers says, Aaron, you really got to stop selling us shell-shocked slaves. It ruins the fun for the rest of us who care about the innocence of said slaves. I don't know who's telling you that I'm trafficking these people, but they're taking you for a long ride. Off we go, guys. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks, and we'll get this $85 taken care of. Otherwise, we'll take off in about 4 minutes here. We'll call it a day. No harm, no foul. You guys have been doing an incredible job this week. $85, not the worst L in the world, but I will say I'm partial to sticking around and fucking around with you guys for another half hour. No, Mr. Beat, I don't need a prostitute site. Thank you. Puerto Rican prostate puncher says, give Aaron the $85. He will give you a midget for free. $85 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. We appreciate all of it. If you contribute to the show, we love you dearly. 3.5 minutes away from today's goal. We got plenty of stories too for you. I'm sure ones that you guys can really sink your fucking bigoted teeth into. All right, there they are. The links are in the chat, and it's only $85. I think we can get this thing done. If we get it inside of 50, we owe you the 30 anyway. We got to do it. I'm just reading some of these. These are not true. 3 minutes away from ending, well, not ending early today, but ending a little early. We're 3 minutes away and just $85 away from today's goal. So either we're adding another 30 minutes and hitting that 85, or we're wrapping up in 3 minutes. It is totally up to you guys at this point. Mac with 1999 says, turtle stinks. Thanks, Toe. Thank you, Mac. $70 away from today's goal. Now we're really, really close to knocking this thing out. 70 is the number. MSO says, I want overtime. Chevy fan says, Aaron, I went to claim my Stoney's gift card and Cheetos called me a faggot and threw a twisted tea in my face. No, he didn't. He did not do that. All right. 2-minute warning, $70 away. Let's see what we can do. 2 minutes left to go. I want to keep hanging out with this chat. Just the Rumble chat alone. The Rumble chat has kind of become the best chat recently. These guys are really, they're pigs. They're pieces of shit. They're totally disgusting, but boy, are they a good time. I'm reading some of these accusations, and they are just remarkably untrue. But then again, so are most of the accusations I hear on a daily basis. So what are you going to do? Some people get bitter. 1.5 minutes left, $70 away from knocking it out, guys. Can we do it? I would like to think we can. 70 away. It's just a couple of big drops. That's all we need. Actually, just 25 to trigger overtime. All right, what do we got here? $10 from Adam. Thank you very much, buddy. Adam with $10 says everybody chip in. 60 away from today's goal. And now 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Can we get inside of that 50 in the next minute and 10 seconds? Boy, it just seems so close. It is such a low number left, and you guys have just been chipping it away all day long. I really appreciate that. Again, you guys are the most supportive audience out there. He is. Lil Connor Peterson says, hopefully he can stop paying attention to his underground slave market and check Venmo. Wait, I don't know why Venmo doesn't send me the fucking notifications. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Here, let's take a look. 30 seconds left. Oh, that's why it's not fucking working. Uh-oh. Oh, Matt, I already thanked you for the $50 earlier. We got there. We got that one. All right, 30 seconds to go. Let's knock it out. Adam with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. About $10 away from going into overtime here and $60 away from knocking the whole thing out. 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, I'm a little ahead. 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, there we go. 2, 1. $10 from Xanax Zand. Xanax Zand? Either way, thank you very much. All right, so we are just inside of 50, just in the nick of time, so we're going to give it to you on credit, but we still got to knock out that last $50. So get to work, hammer it out, call it a... What the fuck did I just do? Oh, my God. Hammer it out, and let's call it a W for today. Thank you, Adam, for the gifted membership. Very cool. All right, so you bought yourself an extra 30 minutes to hammer out the rest of this. Let's see if we get there. Going until 11, huh? What a marathon. And, you know, Steel Toe helps out so many other people. Like, we kind of carry them on our back. We're responsible for a lot of individuals. And I'm just glad that we can help them. Because ultimately, That's who I am. A helper. A helper. Now, here's what I need from the rest of you. 50, knock it down, put the hammer down. Let's call it a W for the rest of the day. Thank you guys very, very much. Thomas Matthew Crooks. This is going to surprise the shit out of you. The Trump shooter, he was nicknamed School Shooter and was an easy target for bullies. Can you, guys, this is another bullshit aspect of this Trump thing that I can't believe. Could you believe that a guy who looks like that got bullied and called a school shooter? I simply can't believe it. I refuse to, quite frankly. This is just more liberal media propaganda. I mean, find me a kid in high school who looked like that, who wasn't elbow deep in pussy. Dude, he literally has every hallmark of a bullied kid you could possibly have. It's almost like God made a kid just to be bullied. He's got the Habsburg jaw, which telltale sign of incest, by the way, the Habsburg jaw. It's true. Mixed bloodlines are prominently defined in the jaw. That's why all the Habsburgs, like Charles V and everybody in the Habsburg dynasty, looked all fucked up because they were the Targaryens of their day. They were all just fucking each other. They wanted to keep it in the family. What happened was, so the Habsburgs came out of Austria and they ended up like ruling France, and like they would just like through marriage, like not like military conquest, but just like from like marriage and proper placement in different, fiefdoms or whatever, the Habsburgs would end up controlling almost all of Central Europe and Spain. And they also ended up being the Austro-Hungarian Empire that fought with Germany in World War I. But the problem was the Habsburgs didn't want to share. And if you had a Habsburg daughter and she married some fucking French lord, then he got claims to the lands that she was owed. Or if a Habsburg guy married an English woman, then the English crown now has a little bit of an in with the lands you have. So the Habsburgs thought, why don't we help this situation by just fucking each other all the time? And we'll just have a shitload of children with our brothers and sisters. And look, sometimes that ended up working out. Other times you ended up with Charles V. Now, if you don't know who Charles V is, who doggy? He was, the best way I can put it, he's a victim. Good night, Mr. Thompson says, here's 50 Kiki bucks. Thank you very much. We take home 35 of that. Appreciate it. And now we're only 15 away from knocking out today. Mwah. Thank you so much. All right, guys, 15 away from pay dirt. Thomas Matthew Crooks was branded a shooter by his peers. No, here, I wanted to show you Charles V. And then we can compare his jawline with Crooks' jawline. Charles V. Oh, maybe it was. I'm thinking of a different one. Charles III? Which was the Charles the inbred Habsburg? How about that? Charles II of Spain. That's who it was. Look at that ugly motherfucker. That awful nose. And then what they called that, because of this dude, they called this the Habsburg jaw. Imagine being so known for incest that a certain size jaw has your name attached to it. Dude, he was like, he drooled and like could barely speak. He was one of the most inbred guys ever. Intermarriage accentuated the so-called Habsburg jaw, a physical characteristic common in both Spanish and Austrian Habsburgs. One contemporary reported this was so pronounced in Charles that he swallowed his food without thoroughly chewing, leading to frequent stomach problems. A 2019 study based on an analysis of Habsburg portraits concluded this feature was likely due to a recessive trait. However, in the absence of genetic material, blah, 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 who cares? The ill health resulted from inbreeding remains disputed. Neither his elder sister or Maria Antonia, daughter of the marriage to her uncle Leopold, had similar issues. Well, that's the thing. Just because you're the product of incest doesn't mean you're always going to end up all, it touches some, it doesn't touch others. Based on an analysis of contemporary accounts, Researchers speculate Charles may have had combined pituitary hormone deficiency and distal renal tubular acidosis. However, other studies argue his issues were more likely due to a herpetic infection incurred as an infant. Herpes? Motherfucker was all goofy looking and Habsburg jaw because of herpes? I don't buy it. His autopsy showed symptoms associated with hydrocephalus. A 2021 study postulates his issues may have been the result of problems with his metabolism. Either way, it's got to be an honor that you were born in 1665. And fucking 360 years later, they're still researching how you got so retarded. Like, they're not going to do that with anybody else. Charles II is literally the most famous retard ever. Like 360, like just 3 years ago, they were going, all right, we completed a study. Is it about COVID? No. Remember, it's in the middle of COVID. Like the vaccine just came out. And they're like, what was your study about? We got to figure out why this big jawed retard was such a fucking phoebe. I can't figure it out. What'd you find out this time? Maybe herpes? Shut the fuck up. Get back to the drawing board. How about his uncle and his sister fucked each other? That could be it. The whole uncle-sister fucking thing could be a reason why he looked like an absolute disaster. No? So, okay, you saw that. There's him. There's Charles II. Now let's look at Crooks. Look at the side profile of that jaw. There's Charles II. There's Crooks. There's Crooks. There's Charles II. See, they look like the same person. That's inbreeding, dude. Or apparently herpes. So maybe Thomas Crooks had herpes too. I don't know. Juliana Grooms, who attended Bethel Park High School with Trump's would-be assassin, has shed more light on the bullying Thomas faced before his deadly attack at Trump's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. She was on...
We are learning more and more about Thomas Matthew Crooks, the 20-year-old who took the shots at Donald Trump and then was killed by Secret Service snipers. This, again, who's just 20 years old. So a lot of the people who are speaking out about him are friends of his, people who knew him in high school, and they are showing us more about what he was like. We actually have obtained a video here it's a video, you're going to hear Thomas actually speaking in this, where he is joking around with friends. Again, they are in...
Is this the cock one? Is this the one where he talks about his big cock? How he's got a giant dick?
High school. I'm not sure. This was 10th grade, actually. So very young, and joking around about, it seems like they're talking about how they would present themselves on social media.
6'4". I go to Stanford University. I have a 10-inch penis.
Okay, 10th graders. Sophomore.
Okay. Either that or he has a 10-inch penis. I mean, we can't rule that out. Where's the video of the classmate of his? We don't have that one? Fuck that then. I don't care. I don't care about TMZ that much. As Juliana told the New York Times, Thomas was labeled the school shooter by his fellow students. I bet you just before he pulled the trigger, he's like, I'll show those fuckers from high school. They thought I'd be a school shooter? Fuck that noise. They apparently often teased him for his poor hygiene and body odor. That makes sense. He looks stinky. Bet you I wouldn't say that to his face if he was alive. Per Juliana, Thomas was an easy target for bullies, thanks to his wardrobe of wide-legged pants and SpongeBob SquarePants shirts. I thought people loved that gay shit now. I thought if you wore gay, wacky shirts now, you were cool. You know what I found out the other day? Guys are wearing shorts mid-thigh now. Like John Stockton. Fuck that. I will not lie down for fashion. You wear your fucking shorts to at least the top of your knee. Stop it. Mid-thigh. That's gay. Let gay people have stuff. Let them have things that they need to stand out. They need to be seen as different. Quit taking all their stuff. Pink shirts, mid-thigh shorts. Be a heterosexual male. Be a little bit of a slob. Stop doing things that make... I don't like it. I don't like straight men. I don't like it when straight men what is it? What's that word they always use? Where you steal it, you appropriate. I don't like straight men appropriating gay culture. I believe in separate but equal. Mike Hunt smells like fish with 199 says, Kiki, quit grifting off of other people's shows. Come on, guy, a little high road. They need the money. Endure with $2 says, how much money to become a mod? I don't know. I don't have a number. Let me get back to you on that. Maybe becoming a VIP. If you become a VIP, part of the VIP thing is you become a mod. I suppose we could do that. Boys and girls, we are $15 away from today's goal. If you feel like knocking it out for us, go ahead. Shit, we could almost do that a buck at a time if you want to. Buck at a time. Well, we're doing it $2 at a time right now with Mike and Endor. Thank you very much for that. I got to put away that fucking picture of what's his face, of Charles II. That scared the shit out of me. God, he's a creepy fucker. I wanted to play this clip for you guys. I didn't know. We're doing a 5-hour show, so I can get here. I can get to this story. I'm very happy that we can. Joe Biden, rather, was asked about the Secret Service lady, or the lady who's in charge of the Secret Service. You're about to find out right now how much Joe Biden knows about his own administration, because I would figure if you're the president of the United States and your people in charge of your security are the Secret Service, you would know the person in charge. You've probably met them before. Spoken many, many times before. You know the person. This is Joe Biden being asked if they've spoken about the Secret Service director, if they've spoken to them. In fact, we have a couple of clips here of Lester Holt's interview with Joe Biden that we haven't seen yet. President Biden got a little cunty with old Lester because Lester had to ask him about, his brain farts during the debate. Let's check this clip out first.
In your last TV interview, you were asked if you had watched the debate. Your answer was, I don't think so, no. Have you since seen it?
I've seen pieces of it. I've not watched the whole debate.
And the reason I ask, because I guess the question is, are you all on the same page? Are you seeing what they saw, which was moments of, frankly, that appeared to be, you appeared to be confused?
Lester, look.
I mean, he can't deny that, can he? Kind of has to, though, because everybody's gunning for him. Like now Chuck Schumer even says that all the Democratic senators think you should drop out of the race. Like it's basically becoming a 3-person race. And the Democrats can't do that. They can't run somebody as an independent and then have Joe Biden, because that'll split the Democratic vote and Trump wins easily then. Not that I don't think Trump will win easily now, but you're kind of stuck because without invoking the 25th Amendment and trying to remove him from office that way, if he doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to go. But everybody in his party wants him to go. And now Lester Holt asked him, hey, you know when you went all retard brain during the debate, what do you think?
Lester, look. Why don't you guys ever talk about the 28 lies he told?
Okay, first of all, is Joe Biden trying to posture that the media isn't hard enough on Trump and that the media doesn't call Trump out for lying? Is that where we're going? Is that the tact we're taking? I'm just checking. It's a fast... look, it's your move, Joe. Go for it.
Where are you on this? Why didn't the press ever talk about that? 28 times it's confirmed he lied in that debate.
Wait, didn't he just say, go back?
On this. Why didn't the press... Where are you? The 28 lies he told.
Okay, 18 to 28 lies, and then he says 28 lies he told. Okay, I heard that wrong. Now, is that gay Biden whispering we always talk about? Or is it like I'm saying, he's just got old man death rattle voice now?
Where are you on this? Why didn't the press ever talk about that? 28 times it's confirmed he lied in that debate. I had a bad night. I wasn't feeling well at all. And I had been, I screwed up. But
I just asked the question because the idea that you may or may not have seen what some of these other folks have seen. You're not on the same.
I'd have to see. I was there. I'd have to see it. I was there. And by the way, seriously, you won't answer the question, but why didn't the press talk about all the lies he told?
They did. It was the first fucking thing I saw him do. They talked about what an old doddering fuck you were, and then they said he lies all the time. In fact, the thing I heard CNN say was they kept saying, oh, the fact that Biden looked so bad tonight distracts from the fact that Donald Trump kept lying. He's such a lying piece of shit. Like, they said that all the time. You were too busy forgetting stuff to remember that they did that. So it's so weird to watch a Democrat attack the media and say that the media is being unfair to the Democrat. That's just, I mean, maybe if you say that during a Fox News interview, possibly, fine. Guys, we are only $15 away. Let's go ahead and hammer it out. We got 15 minutes to do it, and then we're done for the day. $2 from Endure says, Amen, how much to donate to be a mod? Let's see, Endure. You know what? I'm going to give him a deal. You knock out the goal, I'll give you a trial period as a mod tomorrow. How's that? That's good. You knock out the rest of that 15, I'll make you a mod tomorrow. You show up in the chat tomorrow, I make you a mod. If you don't start just like yeeting everybody the minute I make you a mod, I think that sounds like a good deal. I'm going to give you a break. I'm going to say you knock out today before anyone else does. You get to be a mod. I feel generous. I feel giving. So there's your answer, Endure. Thank you, buddy. Now, if anyone else wants to knock it out, fuck it. I'll make you a mod instead. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Thank you very, very much. Biden refuses to accept Trump's offer for another debate before September and then attacks Lester Holt for asking. So Biden's just full on shitting on Lester Holt here, who, by the way, Lester Holt has been a pro-Biden guy like everybody else on NBC. But he's getting mad. Like, Joe, if you're getting mad at the people or saying people are treating you unfairly who have sucked your balls this entire time, maybe it is time to go.
Mr. Trump has said he's giving you a chance to redeem yourself, basically the idea of engaging in another debate.
We're going to have another debate.
Yeah, you're going to have one in September that's on the books. Would you be open to doing one in the next few weeks?
I'm going to debate him when we agreed to debate, and I'm going to debate him in September.
But if the opportunity came up to do one between now and then?
He just looks so dead. He looks like a dead guy. He looks like if Clint Eastwood stays alive, he looks like Clint Eastwood's going to look in like 15 years.
Is there a sense of wanting to get back on the horse?
I'm on the horse. Where have you been?
Yeah, it's horses all over the place. After all, Lester, I rode a horse here. It's 1825. Oh, shit. He's fucking gone. Uh-oh.
I've done 22 major events. Met thousands of people. Overwhelming crowds. A lot happening.
Let's take it easy. I mean, elementary school gymnasium, I wouldn't say amazing crowds. I mean, decent. It's okay.
I'm on the horse. What I'm doing is going out and demonstrating to the American people.
Yeah, it's his horsey.
That I have command of all my faculties, that I don't need notes, I don't need teleprompter. I can go out and answer any questions at all. And I stood there when NATO was in town. I stood there.
All right, fine, I guess. I mean, yeah, you were at the NATO thing, but you did call Zelensky Putin. So, I don't know. I mean, you were there, quote unquote. I'm just saying he's getting a little bitchy with our boy Lester Holt. And I just kind of feel like, maybe somebody needs a nap. Oh, my God, guys, we knocked it out. It's over. There we go. Mr. Approachable with $20 says, fuck that, no selling mods. All right, sorry, Endure, you didn't get it. We opened the window a little bit and the audience knocked it out. They said, fuck that noise. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, let's go, follow me, and let's shoot the goal. Well, it's over. It's done. It's all finished. We're down to 0. Another win for the toe. Thank you guys very much. And all small donations today. Everything under $50. Thank you guys very much for a great day here on the old toe. Here's the best clip I have for today. And I hope we can take up the next 10 minutes of the show with this clip. So we've all gotten to know who the Secret Service director is now. because of this Trump shooting situation. It's Kimberly Cheadle. Kimberly Cheadle, by the way, was appointed to that role by none other than Joe Biden. Okay, because Joe Biden's hey man, he's the DEI president. He's all about equality and that shit. Well, Lester Holt asked, hey, since this Trump thing happened, have you talked to the Secret Service director? Have you had any discussions with the director of the Secret Service? Remember, director of the Secret Service is a Miss Kimberly Cheadle. That, again, Joe Biden appointed. Let's hear his answer.
Is it acceptable that you have still not heard, at least publicly, from the Secret Service director?
Oh, I've heard from him.
Acceptable that you have still not heard, at least publicly, from the Secret Service director?
Oh, I've heard from him.
I've heard from him. He's gone. I mean, this is why I don't give a shit if they replace him for the election. First of all, that fist pump, American flag, blood streaming down his face, it's over. Trump would have to literally murder a pregnant woman wearing a MAGA hat in front of God and everybody on national TV. And even then they would be like, oh, she sacrificed herself for the cause. It's his to fuck up. Not saying he can't, but it's going to be hard to fuck this one up. Well, old Joe, whether he leaves or not, I think if they get Newsom or they get Harris, no matter who it is, Trump's going to beat him. Whether he runs for re-election or not, Joe Biden is still in charge until January. So, therefore, if Joe Biden is in charge until January, then this level of retardation does not fix itself once he stops running for president. He's still got to be, quote unquote, or as much in charge as he is now. But have you talked to the director of the Secret Service? Again, the woman that he appointed. And he goes, yeah, I've talked to him. Well, good. I'm glad you've talked to him. That's good. Hate to not be on the same page when you're trying to whack your opponent.
We've still not heard, at least publicly, from the Secret Service director?
Oh, I've heard from him.
But have you heard from her publicly?
Publicly, I've sat down in a situation room downstairs. The Secret Service, the FBI, the national security agencies, the Homeland Security, all the major elements.
All right. Well, okay. Do you remember what they told you? Do we have that? Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says shots for Aaron. If we hit the goal, Aaron has to take a shot of whiskey. What? We hit the goal already. It's over. I mean, thank you, Red Fox Mad. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you, and I appreciate everyone's support. But yeah, it's over. By the way, and thank you for about 500 of you hanging around well past when we're usually off the air. That's very cool of you. That's neat. I appreciate it. But let's start ramping out. Let's start getting out of here. Get your tickets. I'm going to put the link to tickets. I got to change the event. I got to change the poster a little bit here. But get your tickets. I don't know if it matters because it's almost sold out already. We got 37 tickets left to the Steel Toe anniversary. Well, 37 tickets left to the show at the end of the night. You can come out and party for absolutely free. I mean, we're going to be out from 2 o'clock on. Cornhole tournament starts at 3. $10 to get into that. We've still got, I think, like 15 or 20 spots. A lot of people sign up the day of for that. At least if you get yours in advance, you're guaranteed a spot. But cornhole tournament starts at 3. We're going to be drinking all day out on that patio. And then we've got, oh my God, have we replaced the backstabbing with a fucking family reunion, a fucking Steel Toe family reunion. Whiskey Pete, Oz, we got Matt, we've got Johnny, we've got the Aristococks. We're going to bring 101 out there. Holy shit, is it going to be fun. And we're going to get everybody to perform. Everybody's getting up on stage. This is going to be the most memorable anniversary show ever. I'm very excited. The universe unfolds as it's supposed to. And this has provided us an opportunity to, I think, give me a wake-up call and do this anniversary show the right way, which is go to your blood, invite the family, invite the Steel Toe people who have got us here. You know? I'm very excited for that. When Whiskey Pete and Oz said they were coming, I was thrilled because those are two of the originals. And if we can get Gary, Lou, and Randy K out there, fuck that. That's awesome. So I'm very excited for that. The links are in the chat. Go ahead and get your tickets right there at eventbrite.com for the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. 10 years of this shit, you know? I mean, look, we got 10 years and we're still going after 10 years. And, you know, unfortunately, some people lost their platform after less than that amount of time. And it's too bad. Too bad. Wish I could have done something to help, but you know me. You know me. I'm busy healing those knife wounds in the back, you know, developing some calluses from that whole thing. Guys, thanks for another W. They can't stop us. It's been 10 years, still fucking crushing it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and tomorrow we've got Rumble Friday, and I'm very excited for that. Take it easy. Talk to you then. Have a great rest of your day.